What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to TDPHINSTALK, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. We got live training camp coverage. We have day 3 and 4 that we're about to discuss. If you don't know, our team is literally on the field right now practicing. Right now, they're in their one-on-one sessions, receivers versus DBs, D linemen versus O linemen, one-on-one. They're dealing with that right now. I'm kind of waiting on the team sessions so we can see how they actually do in the 11-on-11s. That's the most important part of camp. But so far in these one-on-ones, man, it looks like quarterbacks are lighting it up. Receivers are lighting it up. We're going to talk about that and more. But we do want to recap yesterday since we didn't do yesterday's camp. And it's not going to be long. I'll summarize it all up for you all coming up, and then we'll start diving into the current tweets that are coming out right now. And again, I will be at practice on Tuesday. This is the first day. This is the pump-up session. They don't expect as many people to be there during the week. So this is going to be really, really, really exciting, man. So good stuff coming out so far from today. We're going to go over those details, but before we do, we're going to hit the yesterday's camp, because I didn't know they were practicing yesterday, but NFL Network was there yesterday, so they did have a practice I didn't know about, but it was a shorter practice, so we'll dive into that, all right? Mr. CW Brown 3 said, I'll be there on Wednesday, TD. Come holler at your boy, man. 50-yard line at the top. Come holler at me, man. I think we're going to be loaded, man. It's a lot of people from the stream that's going to be there, and they're going to be up at the 50. And hopefully we just deep, cheering on our Tua, right? Tua. That's what I heard they were doing at practice today, so that's pretty lit. Anyway, before we get started, let's take care of the chores first. First and foremost, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe right now. We just hit 20,410 or something like that. So just so you know, since 4 days ago, we've added 100 new members to the family. So welcome to those 100 new subscribers. But we're trying to get to 20,500. We're about 90 away. So if you're new, make sure you subscribe right now. Hit that red button. If you're watching it web-based, close it out. Go to the real YouTube. Type in TDPHINSTALK and hit that red subscribe button. We're getting the numbers up, growing the family bigger and bigger. Trying to get to 30,000 if we can this year. That'll be pretty lit. Hopefully the team plays well, where we also are able to take advantage of energized fan base. But time always tells. Also, 34% of you all are not subscribed to the channel. 5,000 of you watch the video. 34% of you all are not subscribed. So I know we have areas of opportunity. So go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure you punch that like button. We got 212 people watching right now between YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, and Twitter. We got 214 people watching right now. So, and we only got 82 likes. So make sure that you hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Punch the like button. All right. All right. So without further ado, let me go ahead and pull up my timeline. We'll start back from yesterday and we'll come into today. We'll back it up from yesterday and we'll ease into today. And by the time we're done with yesterday, today should be complete. And then we'll start hammering out today's camp, giving you all the latest, and we'll react to it. Listen, I know y'all putting some of the stuff that's coming out of camp right now in the comment section. Trust me, I'm already fully aware of it, but let's get to that point. Thank you. Sorry, y'all. TD hearing Tua out here balling. Hey, this is what we need. Well, he dropping some dimes right now in one-on-ones. Again, I want to see how they play in 11-on-11s. All this other stuff doesn't matter. I want to know. I want to hear them dimes being dropped in 11-on-11s when you got safety help and you're getting a realistic thing. Right now, you got Waddle and Tyreek out there burning corners and him just throwing the ball. And again, completions are completions, because in the real game, you're going to get some one-on-ones. So we take those, and that's a beautiful thing. But when they get to the 11-on-11s, which is probably about an hour from now, that's what I want to see. I want to see it. I want to see them dimes being dropped in 11-on-11s, all right? And right now, it's the first day of training camp. They're definitely out giving the fans a show. The one-on-ones, the red zone, the 7-on-7s. Those are fun things to watch. But at the end of the day, when that pass rush is coming, when those safeties and linebackers are also there, this is where you got to make your due, okay? At the end of the day, I'm happy for anybody making one-on-one throws right now, but you got to make your due in 11-on-11s. And if we can get that today, man, that's a great sign. And for the record, all these quarterbacks cook every day in one-on-ones. Make sure y'all understand that. If you ever been to training camp, it's a whole 30-minute session of one-on-ones. Long as the receiver beat their man, they're cooking. I mean, literally, it's like 90% completions in one-on-ones. It's when the full defense is out there, because if you saw the tweets, Skylar dropping some, Teddy done dropped a few. I just saw. This is normal. And they're going to need it because you're going to get one-on-ones in games sometimes. You never know when they start sending them blitzes. You're going to have to be able to execute just like this. But them 11-on-11s is what's real, baby. Let's just be honest with ourselves, all right? But, you know, this is Dolphin Nation, and I'm never going to sugarcoat it. We'll take anything. Anything that's good, we drool over it. I'm all for it. But when the 11-on-11 comes, let's see. Somebody said 11-on-11 happening right now. So now we'll see. Now when we hear the dimes being dropped, now when we hear the big plays being had, because in the one-on-ones, y'all have already gotten about 20 highlight tweets, right? Let's see how many highlight tweets we get in 11-on-11s. Because if you get 5 highlight tweets on 11-on-11s, now you see what I'm saying. If you get 20 highlight tweets, this offense is starting to move. This offense is starting to cook. This is what it's about, baby. All right? Again, hit that like button on your way in as we have Saturday coverage of day 3 and day 4. But without further ado, let me go back to yesterday and go from there, all right? Let's see here. I want to catch up. I want to catch up to where we left off yesterday. All right. All right, so I guess this is a good place to start. Here's a good place to start. It starts with a tweet by Omar Kelly. Okay, TD, let's do today. We're going to do today, but we need to get up to that point. All right, we need to let all the tweets come in so we can decipher what the overall day was. All right, so yesterday Omar Kelly tweeted, "I'm neither positive nor negative. I'm honest," and I retweeted. I felt that. And this is people like me and Omar Kelly, we get put in this box because we're not positive. We're not negative. We're just honest. Like, we give you the raw, honest news of what's happening and what we believe. And, some people don't like it one way or another, but it is what it is. All right. All right. So yesterday, Brandon Jones missed out on an interception. And I'm going to zoom through yesterday, by the way. Shout out to the Miami Dolphins. Expect to be sold out on season ticket membership as early as next week. That's a beautiful sign with the fan base, but this team needs to back it up, man. This will be the ultimate slap in the face. We haven't had this type of sales in a long time. And if we come out there and bomb it this year and give a bad performance, that's a slap in the face of these fans. Like, we constantly, every time we say, I'm not going through this anymore, I'm not going to put up with their shenanigans anymore, we still find a way to outdo ourselves and show support. They need to back it up on the field this year, all right? All right, Tyreek Hill and Jaden Waddle out there running wide open routes because Byron Jones and Xavier Howard aren't there. That's something Omar tweeted yesterday because somebody was saying, they, balling. But we're in camp right now where it's not hard for Waddle and Tyreek. They're out there getting open on almost every play, y'all. Just so you know, almost every play, Tyreek and Waddle out there getting open. So it's hard. Omar was basically saying it's kind of hard to gauge, what it really is because those guys have it easy right now without the starters out there. All right. As you all know, Eichenberg had the orange jersey yesterday. That definitely excited me. Some O-line love, and we got more O-line love later in the day. That was a beautiful thing. Raheem Mostert had a long run at today's practice where he displayed the blazing speed. We're going to need it. Finally, some news from the running game. Hopefully, we're headed in the right direction and we're starting to get more and more positive news. I love that yesterday. It just felt good about what I heard yesterday. All right. Media portion of Dolphins practice just ended. Michael Dieter, who missed 9 games with a foot injury last year, is in a walking boot. So backup center potentially a concern. I'm telling y'all, they need to take care of this center position, especially with what I heard happen already today. And Raekwon put Connor Williams on his back. We're going to get to that. I ain't there yet, but this is what I'm talking about. I've been telling y'all for weeks now, go address the center. Raekwon the nose in the middle, put Connor on his back. We're going to get to that, man. Tua Tagovailoa threw a pass deep down the sideline to Braylon Sanders that he got over Nick Needham. That was a beautiful ball thrown. It was in a perfect spot for Braylon Sanders to make a play. Double coverage. I think in a real life situation, a great receiver would have made that play. It wouldn't have been a touchdown either way, even though in practice it was a touchdown. If you watch the replay, Javon Holland would have lit him up. Holland just ran past him and touched him and basically said, because they didn't have pads on. But in real life, he would have gotten killed by Holland. And we all know Javon Holland get that ball out of people's hands. Javon Holland gets that ball out of your hands. But it was a beautiful teardrop pass from Tua, one of the ones you like to see. And the receiver made a catch. I can't say that he would have dropped it in real life. Maybe he would have held on and it would have stopped right there. But I would have put my money on Holland to just destroy whatever receiver on the other team made that catch. But there was a great execution by the offense. Defender, the corner got beat, but Holland would have been there to potentially clean it up. All right. Teddy had some few nice throws in camp to River Craft, which was positive. Tua, well, I already read this one. They asked Omar Kelly, how is Hunter Long looking? His response is average. So we got these tight end coaches, man. We need them to make Hunter something so that we can save money on Mike Gesicki. But if not, something we got to consider, y'all. All right. An O-lineman who doesn't get mentioned is performing well. He was talking about Liam Eichenberg. Liam Eichenberg is performing very well right now from what I'm hearing as well. Do y'all know where he's practicing at? Do y'all know what position Liam Eichenberg is playing at right now? Liam Eichenberg, from my understanding, is playing at left guard right now. So that makes things feel better with the Connor situation. But again, Connor ain't working out as I'm telling y'all, this center situation with Connor, I don't like. And what I heard this morning makes me a little upset. And I'm sorry, even if Liam ends up working out at guard, Connor still needs to be there, and you have really good depth if you have an injury. Just my take, but we'll continue to monitor that situation. All right. That was it from yesterday. We'll stop right there. Like I said, I was going to be real quick. As far as the quarterback, when I spoke to my sources yesterday, quarterback play was a little better yesterday. If you look at that first day, they put it at slightly above average. The next day they put it at average. And yesterday they say it's between average and slightly above average. So it's hanging around that area as far as the quarterback play, not just exclusive to Tua, but the quarterback play in general, but primarily Tua. Y'all know that's what everybody want to know about anyway. So we're getting average to slightly above average play for things that count. And I had a good conversation late last night with one of the writers where we were like on a little conference call with 3 people. And we were having a really good in-depth conversation about training camp and the narratives. And this is basically, that's why I started this stream saying what I said. What was told to me is when you go on Twitter and this and that and this, what you have to understand is there's different sections of camp. When you evaluate Tua, let's just be honest. Let's talk about Tua, right? When you evaluate Tua, you have to realize that each section of camp needs to be evaluated independently and differently. and they have different weights. And let me give you an example. They say when they first come out and they're warming up, they're doing a little 5-yard outs and the slants and stuff where there's no defenders. There's no defenders. And what happens is, some of those beautiful throws deep with no defenders, they report those, not all of them, but they may report a few, Tua looking good, hitting his receivers in stride and warm-ups and different things like that. So you take that, but you remember, it's no defenders. Then you get your one-on-ones where you actually have defenders and the receivers are cooking and the quarterback has to drop dimes, right? Unless you're wide open, right? And that is, Tua's been very strong. He's been what you would call, one-on-ones elite. He's out there, one-on-ones, receivers taking advantage of the guys, hitting them. It's not an issue at all. I mean, he's actually throwing some really good balls, middle of the field, some of them overthrown, some of them underthrown. But the overall gist, he looks really, really good connecting with his guys as if there's chemistry. Okay, so which is a great sign. Then you get to like some of the portions like 7-on-7s where it gets more like Tua's looking above average. He's looking solid, right? He's hitting his guys, his receivers and corners running everywhere with linebackers, and he's making some plays without the pass rush and things of that nature. But a lot of that also is in the red zone with a condensed field. And we all know Tua has always been great in the red zone. If you go look at his stats in the past, he's great in the red zone. It's just that we never get there. We don't get there often enough. But his execution in the red zone is superior in the NFL. He's one of the top quarterbacks in the red zone in the NFL. And that's why we need to get down there more so he can really showcase himself. He has the basis to be great, but you got to have a full game to get you in those situations. But then when we come to 11-on-11s, that's where everything is average at best. It's the normal quarterback play. It's like you got safety help, you got, the linebackers, you got the pass rush looking over guys. And at the end of the day, he doesn't look bad. He doesn't look poor. He doesn't look below average. But you get a lot of average. You know why? Because you may have an overthrow, but then you may have a good little 13-yard striker in the zone across the middle that was a dime, but it was also zone, and those type of things. So it's a wishy-washy situation in the real 11-on-11 open field play. It's hit and miss, just like it's always been in the regular season. It's hit or miss. And that's the piece of it where we got to be better as a team, not just him, because it's the other players too. In one-on-ones, you're getting wide open. In 11-on-11s, you barely beating your individual guy, but then the safeties are also on top of it. So it's a team effort. In that pass rush too, making sure that we can get it off in time, because a lot of the one-on-ones, you back the pass and you got the time and then you let it up. But in a real situation, we didn't have that time on that play or whatever it may be. So the 11-on-11s have always been in the open field, because you also got 11-on-11 red zone. I told y'all this last year when I went to camp. I told y'all when I was live from camp last year, the most important part of all camp is the open field 11-on-11. Not the red zone, not the 7-on-7s, not the individuals, none of that. It is the open field from the starting at the 20-yard line, you got 80 yards to go, or starting at the 40 and you got 60 to go. 11-on-11 open field. That is the most important part of camp. All that other stuff, it's like drills. It's not as hard. Red zone is hard, but he's very good in the red zone, y'all. He's very good in the red zone. He always has been. We just don't get down there. And I said this to y'all in camp last year. We need to be able to handle the open field so that we can get him in more red zone situations. So that's what it's going to come down to, ladies and gentlemen. And on top of it, hopefully at some point we could also get to the point where, I don't know if Byron's ever going to be healthy, so we can really get a true gauge of the offense, even in open field 11-on-11s. So we shall see, but I can't wait to get there on Tuesday. That way I can get my eyes on it, because at the end of the day, the way these writers are, they put whatever narrative they want. All right. So without further ado, let's hop into today and then see where we can go from there and keep it going. All right. All right. So today is the first day, is the first of 8 Dolphin camp practices open to the media. Reporters can tweet during those practices, but cannot report anything about lineups, personnel groupings, starters, or we will be taken to a dark room and be forced to watch the 2007 1-15 season. A little joke, but kind of serious. There's certain things they can't tweet or they get in trouble. Loud and sizable crowd at Dolphins camp. Tyreek takes the mic and says, "Can we get a hell yeah?" And the crowd goes crazy. The energy is off the chain. Omar says, "At some point, we need to be good enough at what we do to execute when they know what is coming." That's from Mike McDaniels. All right. What can't Tyreek Hill do? Raekwon Davis just put Connor Williams on the ground during one-on-ones. This is concerning. And this is what I was telling y'all, man. Raekwon Davis just put Connor Williams on the ground in one-on-one. Now, this is one-on-one, y'all. This ain't a confusion with the line and stunts. Just mano-y-mano. You know he coming for you. One-on-one. And you got abused. Not good. All right. With Michael Dieter being sidelined by a foot injury for an undisclosed amount of time, the Dolphins are experimenting with some other players snapping the ball. And there you have it right there. They're already trying to experiment with other guys snapping the ball. This, I'm telling you, the center situation, it could be an issue coming, y'all. It really can. All right. Javon Holland is the orange jersey player. He had 2 strong days, so it makes sense. Get ready for a lot of West Coast music. And I ain't gonna elaborate on Javon Holland. He been balling all camp. He been eating. He been destroying these receivers and these quarterbacks. Javon Holland is our up and coming star, y'all, and I hope it translates this year on the field. Time will tell. Y'all hit that like button, all right? We got 380 people watching and only 157 likes. Punch that like button. Tyreek Hill gets a step on X in one-on-ones. The ball is just a foot too long overthrown. Oohs and ahs on the first step. And obviously, first team ball overthrown to Tyreek from Tua. But again, one-on-ones. All right. Noah Igbenogany had a pass breakup on Preston Williams, but then Tyreek Hill got the best of Noah on a comeback route while Noah shaded over the top. So Noah got a little play in, but then Tyreek got Noah, which we expect, right? Okay, Braylon Sanders made an insane one-handed catch in one-on-ones, did the gritty afterwards. More one-on-ones, y'all. Travis Wingfield said, Tua, chants erupted among the fans here as the players come to the near field for some one-on-ones. All right. So the crowd going crazy for Tua, which we expect. Now Tua finds Mohamed Sanu for a long touchdown. QB1 cooking in these one-on-ones. So Sanu already eating. We get some deep balls by Tua in the one-on-ones again. More one-on-one. Skylar Thompson drops one in the bucket to Preston Williams for a long TD. Absolute dime. Skylar out there cooking, but again, one-on-ones. Tyreek with an incredible double move and a catch on a well-timed route coming back to Tua. Waddle with the one-handed catch with X right on him. These are all your one-on-ones, guys. Braylon Sanders just made an Odell Beckham-style one-handed grab, comes back to do the gritty with his friends. I looked over to the O-line, D-line pass rush one-on-ones in one rep and saw Jalen Phillips put someone in the spin cycle. Got him off balance, then chucked him. The O-line, y'all. And remember, they padded up. They padded up Tuesday. They did not pad up today, by the way. There was a report that this will be the first day of pads. NFL rules. They can't pad up till Tuesday. So, again, these guys out here running free in shorts. Tuesday, they'll be padded up, and we'll see what they look like when those pads are on, all right? And I'll be there for the exclusive coverage. Trill Williams, another physical rep where he disrupts the catch point for a pass breakup Same story, all camp on him. And that's probably Teddy or Tua, because Trill playing with the first team with Noah. And because, well, it depends on if it's one-on-ones. Xavier Howard been playing one-on-ones and 7-on-7s, but the 11-on-11 he hasn't as much, but I don't know what they're doing today. We'll see. All right, Dolphins fan react to every Tua completion as though it's the Super Bowl. Expected. Almost impossible to quantify his immense popularity. All right, Adam. Oh, crap. I don't went too far. Adam Butler is dealing with a slightly injury that he's trying to work through. Dieter had a little foot deal first and second day of practice, waiting through weekend to learn more. McDaniel said not sure what it will look like moving forward, waiting on more. So we got our injured player, y'all. We got an injured player. There was also a Tua overthrow of Tyreek Hill again in one-on-ones, which at least disproves the theory that Tua can't do that. Coverage by Xavier Howard on that one. I guess a lot of people said Tua can't even overthrow the ball. It's always an underthrow, but he overthrew it, and that proved that that's not right. All right, let's keep it going. Running back Sony Michel with some nice burst after a handoff from Teddy Bridgewater. Sony Michel getting some run reps, so I like that. The running game looking like something. Jerome Baker scrapes off the edge for a nice run stop. Block stacks up by Zeiler. Zeiler in there disrupting and Jerome Baker cleaning up is what that means. But I want to hear balance in that run game. Some plays made, some not. That's what I want to hear in that one. All right. Let's see here. Braylon Sanders just caught it. Oh, I already got that one. Yeah, give me a moment. I'm trying to catch up and find where I left off because I hit a button and I just shot to the top. All right, here we go. I think we're getting into the team session. First play of team. Chase Edmonds races to the edge and wins it. Cuts it up for a nice pickup of 7 or 8. Speed on display there from Miami new back. Good seal by Austin Jackson. Great to hear that. Austin Jackson sealing the corner. Run game getting off. We're going to need him. Tua with time. Connects with Tyreek Hill streaking wide open across the field to the sideline. Fans not getting chance to see left tackle Teron Armstead in 11s as he takes veterans rest, but a pair of nice runs to right side of the line from Chase Edmonds. So Tyreek wide open once again. This is why you want Byron and X, playing in 11s, but they haven't really. And Tua hits him on a crosser across the field, but no Teron Armstead. Most veterans aren't playing 11-on-11s really. So it is what it is. I hope that's not the case this week when I'm there. Loud Tua chants as they line up for one-on-ones. Oh, well, somebody behind. They tweeted that late. We already got that. All right, Edmonds is looking shifty today. He finds a cutback lane and gets through to the second level. Christian Wilkins did come off his block and tag off. Would have had to get through an arm tackle. That means Chase Edmonds made a nice cutback, but Christian Wilkins probably would have destroyed it. But again, there are no pads, so what's happening is they're just touching the guy and saying, I would have made the tackle, whether they would have or not. But when they touch him, and it's over, all right? Michael Dieter has a foot issue, and the team is waiting to the weekend. Dolphins players are playing to the crowd. They're dancing and celebrating. This is a hell of a lot of fun, which I figured. They're good. They're putting on a show in Miami right now, and they just better make sure none of it is scripted. Chase Edmonds turned the corner on the right side, outside run during the first snap on 11-on-11s. Christian Wilkins with a could-be sack on Tua on a throw that was completed. So Christian Wilkins would have – see, these are the ones where I appreciate Omar Kelly being honest, because a lot of people just going to talk about the completion. But Christian Wilkins is eating right now on a would-be sack. But once they run past the quarterback, they put their hand up for the sack. The quarterback still throws it for the rep, and it was completed. But the O-line need to tighten up because that's an opportunity, a completed pass. that is gone because of a sack, pretty much. Fans really treated to a wide array of what the Dolphins offense can be under Mike McDaniels. A variety of runs, the intermediate and deep balls, including the big one from Tua to Tyreek off play action, which I'm gonna have to show that on screen once I get the video. Guys are following their words and actions. They are caring about their teammates and approaching each day with professionalism, Mike McDaniel said. Holy crap, a Tua play action pass to Tyreek for 65-yard touchdown. I can't wait to see that one. That's the thing of beauty. That's what we need. Well, maybe this is it. Oh, that's beautiful. Jesus. Let me pull that up for y'all. I ain't seen that in 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. Let me pull this up for y'all. I ain't seen this in 3 years. Woo, Jesus. And it's a dime, finally. Y'all give me a second. Let me retweet it so I put it at the top. Oh my Jesus. Man, I'm getting butterflies. Oh my gosh. All right, let me expand this. Oh my gosh. Let me share screen. Okay, share screen. Window. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. Oh my gosh. Hey, okay, here y'all go. I want y'all to look at this, man. I don't know who on the coverage. I don't care. I just like it anyway. I don't even care if it's a bum out there. Let's see. Oh my gosh. And this is Tua. Play action. Back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Loads a deep one. And he catches it at about the 9-yard line. Touchdown. Now, I don't know who the corner is, but oh my gosh. I got to see where it starts at, y'all. Hold on. Oh my God, did Tua throw the ball 60 yards? Hold on, let me see. Hold on. It went it went to the 9-yard line. This is gonna be a beautiful day, baby. Let's see where it is. All right, hold on. Oh, I'm tripping. Y'all know I gotta investigate everything. Did this man just have a 60-yard pass? Hold on. Dang, what's wrong with my toggle? All right, 10, 20. So that's the 50. All right, so that's 20. This man threw the ball 61 yards, y'all. If my calculation is correct, that's 61 yards. In stride, everything he got. I don't know who that is chasing. Let me see who this is chasing. Who this is getting burnt. Stop right here. And the sad thing is stride for stride, and he just get beat at the end. Tyreek goes and tracks it down. This is the difference Tyreek can make, y'all. But, and again, I ain't trying to make it unfortunate. The only unfortunate part to this is, let me show y'all something. This is the only unfortunate part to this. No safeties on the play. No safeties on the play. Nobody gonna play us like this. Nobody's gonna play us with no safeties. I want y'all to see this. No safeties on the play. Nobody's gonna play us like this. Nobody. They will shade help on Tyreek's side every time. But it's in our repertoire, baby. It's in our repertoire. So if we ever get this look, can we translate this into the regular season? I'm sorry, y'all. I just got to watch it a few more times, man. I didn't know this was possible. Oh, Tua is there Yeah, that's Noah because Tyreek was in motion. That's Noah because Tyreek was in motion at the beginning of the play. That is an excellent throw, a teardrop. Everything he got into it, puts it up in front, led. I ain't seen that in forever, man. That looked more like 5 yards. That's a noodle. Nah, sir. That's some real true live hating right there. That's a dime, baby. That's real life right there, baby. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop playing in a little bit. I gotta watch it a few more times, man. Look at Nick Needham on the sideline. I can see Nick Needham's on the side. Eric Rowe on the side. Crowd going crazy. Noah out there getting toasted. I'm sorry, y'all. Just 2 more times. Y'all give me 2 more times. Extra, that's max protection. If y'all notice, both tight ends on both sides, max protection. Tight end blocking, fullback blocking. Ah, nice. We got to see that in a live game. I know I said 2 more times. Just one more, y'all. And then I'll continue. Jesus. Oh my gosh. We might have hope. We might have hope. There's hope. I'm sorry, y'all. There's hope. I'm sorry. There's hope. There's hope. Lord, there's hope. Lord, there's hope. There is hope. There is hope. Oh my gosh, that's all I've been begging for 2 years. Hope. Hope. Just hope. Like, y'all be honest. Dolphin fans, be honest. Have we seen something like that in 2 years, even for practices? Have we seen that in 2 years? Have you seen a single play like that in 2 years? Let that sink in. Have you, like, be honest, put it in the comment section. Have we seen a single play? Just one play like that in 2 years? Not one. Like, yeah, but remember that one where no, not one. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give y'all another one, but this is, again, these are the one-on-ones. I'm going to give y'all another one, all right? These are the one-on-ones, though. Jesus, like, we need to see this. That's why I can't wait to go to camp. If I could see a consistent level of this type of stuff, man, there's hope. True hope. All the last few days I've been talking about, oh, well, I'm not liking this and I'm like that. Bruh, it's training camp. I bet you them same people be posting these clips. And then if you say it's training camp, they're going to be like, oh, you hating. No. But this is hope. I give y'all another one. One-on-one, man. These corners getting toasted. This corner was dead on arrival. That was Nick Needham. Nick Needham was dead on arrival. Waddle, dead on arrival. Noah and Nick Needham. Perfect dime, though. I know it's one-on-ones. Tua, throws a perfect dime. Money. Money. Context matters. No safety help. If the safety was there, that's a pass breakup or an interception. We don't know. I mean, let's just give it what it is. I mean, we'll recognize that element, but let's just give it what it is. We got another play. I'm gonna give y'all video as we go. Tyreek changes direction. I'm gonna keep giving y'all video, all right, as they come in. Tyreek changes direction on a route against Igmonogamy, creating a good deal of separation. Tua lays it out for a big run after the catch. Another explosive play. I mean, at the end of the day, we all recognize Noah Igmonogamy and those other guys getting toasted. But you know, it's still good. It's still good to see. Tua all play action, beautiful deep ball to Tyreek Hill for a touchdown over Noah. Let me see here. Man, everybody is tweeting that same play. Edmonds gets another 10 on a shifty inside zone run. Nobody touches him for a first 10 yards before Javon Holland came up. Edmonds out there eating. Come on, man. Y'all told me it was another good one. Where is it? I have. Y'all give me a second. Travis Wingfield trying to say it's 55 air yards on that pass. No, that was 61. If my calculations are correct, that's 61 air yards. It's a 65. I think it's 61. Maybe I was wrong, but I'll recheck it. Let me see here. Oh wow, that's funny. Somebody tweeted how the corners are looking at the safety as they nowhere to be found. Chase Edmonds is running like he wants the fastest ball carrier crown from Raheem Mostert. I told y'all, remember when y'all said who do I think gonna be the starter? I told y'all I think it might be Chase Edmonds, but Chase Edmonds out there making plays today. But they both good backs. Again, it's by committee. I don't think that's much gonna matter. Okay. Edmonds with another quick rip right up the middle, comes through quickly, and it's one-on-one in the second level with Holland. No pad, so they probably stopped it right there. Javon Holland can get to the ball so quickly, even when the play is designed to go nowhere near him. Tremendous range and instincts. Waddle gets on top of the DB, but the ball from Teddy is just long off the fingertips of a diving Waddle. Overthrows by Teddy. I don't know if y'all saw this. The current favorites to end up with Jimmy Garoppolo is Seattle, Miami, and Houston. They keep on saying that. Andrew Van Ginkel looks faster this summer, gets the edge easily, and sacks Bridgewater. So that's a sack on the quarterback. The O-line still tripping. Let's see here. Jared Dokes drops a pass in the flat from Skylar Thompson. Okay. Jared Dokes look like that doesn't seal the deal. He's off the team. Y'all hit the like button. We got 560 people watching. Make sure you punch the like button. Jared Dokes probably out of there anyway. Tua finds Kraft over the middle. A little pump displaced coverage. Then he got it out quickly after for a chunk gain. So Tua's still cooking right now. Let's see here. Tua hits the best looking deep ball to Tyreek Hill you will ever see. I hope not. I hope that's constant. Give me a second. Hold on. Y'all bear with me because a lot of duplicate stuff coming through. I think we might have caught up. We might have caught up. Y'all bear with me. Let me see. All right, here we go. Durham Smythe and Preston Williams have back-to-back catches for 7 or 8 yards from Teddy Bridgewater. Ben Steele and Cameron Good closed down for a run stop. Nice work getting down the line for both. So Teddy's making a few plays. Tyreek Hill, an outstanding snag near sideline from Tua, contorting his body perfectly. Gosh. Bear with me. All right, we might have another video. We might have another video here. Tua to Cedric Wilson in one-on-ones. Looks like a nice throw. Hey, mods, man, make sure y'all not blocking people for no reason, mods. This is another throw from Tua in one-on-ones. Nice route, beat him. Perfect throw. Nice. He put that right on the money. Out, in, out, excuse me. Nice. Again, if a safety's there, we don't know what to expect. These some nice throws, man. This is a good sign today. I'm liking what we're seeing today. Let me play that a few more times while I find the next one. All right, real quick. Duke Riley pressure forces Teddy Bridgewater to throw the ball away deep. Teddy also missed Lynn Bowden on an earlier deep pass where there could have been a miscommunication. Darius Hodges just ran through a block to force errant throw. 4th straight day he's in the notes during team period. So Darius Hodges been making some plays, y'all. Let's see here. What else do we have? Man, the practice is packed, by the way, y'all. Just so you know, like every seat is packed. It ain't gonna be like that during the week because most people go to work and stuff. Lord, I hope that we can build off of this. Yeah, give me a second. Tua shoots one to Cedric Wilson for a gain of 10 or so. Nice location away from the defense on a ball to the outside. Right? Tua comes back the other way to Wilson again, who makes the catch. But I think we would have had ourselves a vintage Javon Holland hit highlight if it were live. Yeah, a lot of these plays, y'all, the problem is it's not live, so they're just running past each other. But guess what? Tuesday, they'll be padded up. Tuesday, they'll be live. They will be live Tuesday. Dolphins practice is over. Clocked in at 100 minutes today. Great atmosphere. Tua had an excellent day. Observation to come. All right. So I believe that was it. Dang, that went by fast, it feels like. Let me take this off the screen. All right, so I have to let everything digest. Also speak to the people I speak to get their thoughts, and then I'll probably be back with y'all later to give y'all my final. But early on, man, what I'm hearing right now and what I'm seeing, this is the first time we can say it was a great day. It was a great day. This was a great day for the Miami Dolphins. This was a great day. You had top tier play by your first string quarterback. You had the receivers on full display. You got a few things happening in the run game. You had a few things happening on the D-line. Secondary had their worst day. Secondary didn't do anything today. Or we can say the secondary was trash today. But again, Noah and them guys, but whatever. But at the end of the day, we got to talk about Tua because that's all that matters. I mean, I keep telling y'all that's all that matters. Tua had a great day today, an excellent day so far from what we saw. Because that's too little of tweets to have a full practice. I gotta, like I said, when I go to camp, I end up tweeting out 3 times more than everybody else about every single practice. I'm gonna drop the link for you, by the way. I'm gonna drop the link for you because I know you just hit me up that you wanted to come up. But we got to talk about Tua. This is what we're going to need on a regular basis. And I do understand the naysayers are going to be like, well, this is training camp. The safeties weren't there, and then the corners were bummed. It doesn't matter. Did the quarterback place the ball where he needed to place it? Absolutely. And I saw dimes. I saw perfect passes. Regardless of the circumstance, I saw perfect passes. And at a bare minimum, this is what you're going to need from Tua. You're going to need this level of play. We're going to need this high level of play from him. This was an excellent day. This is like a rare time where we can say that. Now, what's going to blow my mind and make me go crazy is if we can have this level of play on Tuesday. Because when you start stacking these up and having back-to-back, now there's starting to be a consistency to it. And that's what we're looking for. Hold on, y'all. I dropped the link. That's what we're looking for. What's up, homie?
Oh, here we go. Tua dropping dimes, baby.
Do we have our
Here we go.
Do we have our franchise quarterback?
Here we go. Man.
No, you heard what I asked you. Oh, you know I got to hit you when you come in the door. Do we got our franchise quarterback?
First, was my audio fine?
You great.
Okay, cool. Well, you can't answer. You can't, the answer to that question can't be solved after the third training camp practice, obviously. But with that being said, this is refreshing to hear because, again, we just touched on yesterday about, what has been previously reported, the first practice, the second practice, even going back to OTAs and mandatory minicamp, that, he's been inconsistent. And we talked about, these are similar reports we've heard in 2020 and also last year, 2021. So, but again, it's refreshing to hear that Tua's out here making big boy throws, making big boy plays. And hopefully, it's not about having one good practice, one tremendous practice out of 5. It's about having 3 practice, consistently stacking up good practice after good practice after good practice. So hopefully this is a step in the right direction.
Look at the swag coming out.
Yeah, for sure.
Ain't it? He felt it today, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure.
He got the swag coming out, baby.
Yeah, his arm, man. Like I saw 3 clips of those deep balls that he threw. I mean, and again, it's not the air yards that impressed me the most. It's the fact that Tua anticipated. Where, like, if you look at that Tyreek throw, if you look exactly when Tua released the ball and where Tyreek was in terms of the route development, Tyreek wasn't even open when Tua released the football.
No, he wasn't. He had
so that's that again. And again, I've highlighted, that's one of the areas in Tua's game where I want to see improvement. And again, he's anticipating where the route is going to develop. That tells you two things, right? He knows the playbook, that particular route concept. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And again, he's anticipating his receivers. He's not waiting to see them get open. He's throwing them open. So this is definitely refreshing. It's one practice. It's training camp. It's, the pads aren't on and the bullets aren't flying yet, but it's refreshing to see and hear, and hopefully he can build upon what we saw today.
And this is a nice little max protection play. And I don't know what's up. Like everybody was at the line of scrimmage. You had 4 DBs in the backfield, no safety help. How you feel about the secondary just getting roasted the entire day? Because look at this play. I want to show you something on this play. Let's disregard Tyreek. Even across the middle, looking across the middle, you see the guy coming across the underneath route.
He's open.
Everybody wide open. You see what I mean? Like everybody.
Yeah.
Like the secondary just had a day, but it's weird because only 4 was in the secondary. Was it like were we talking about a blitz? I know it was max protection.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what that's what play action. And apparently we had a good day on the ground as well. They were gashing the defense all day. Now that's concerning for me. We all know how I feel about that.
Austin Jackson setting the edge.
Yeah, they were gashing the defense. Yeah, and see, that's the benefits of play action right there. That's why that's why it was so much. You had receivers open, because I think when Tua when he came under center, he it was a play action, and I think they all committed to the run, and that I think contributed to why those receivers. So why it was so many wide open wide receivers on that particular play. So, but that's the benefits of play action. And again, hopefully we can build upon that as well, bro.
But are we going to get these looks this year? This is the pre-snap. This is right at snap. We got single high safety. Are we going to get these looks? Because Holland takes the crosser. Holland, as the single high safety, he takes the crosser on this. You see he come down? Are we going to get these looks where we disregard, I guess what I'm saying is, first of all, is our offense going to get these looks? Second off, is our defense going to be doing this that much against great receivers? Are we going to take the crosser and disregard the best receiver going deep?
Well, in terms of your first question about are we going to see this look, that single high shell look? Absolutely. I think the strategy of teams early on, they're going to force Tua to do exactly what he did on that play, because Tua hadn't put, that type, he hadn't put this on film consistent enough for defensive coordinators to really respect him, making a play like this. You know what I'm saying? So I think early on, and I think that'll be a challenge for Tua early on, is that they're going to box him in and put him in a situation like that, and he's going to have to make those type of big boy throws. And if he does that, okay, well then that'll force teams to scheme and strategize against him differently. They would consistently have to bring that safety out of the box and give him that too high shell illusion. And then again, that's when the run game comes in. If we can get consistency on the ground, because obviously you taking one less guy out of the box and you keeping that too high shell look format. Well, that benefits the run game. Now the matchups on the first and second level against the defense are favorable to the offense. So, but I think to answer your question, I think teams will force Tua early on to make this type of throw consistently. And if he does, I think we could be in for a lot of success this year.
Now, I'm always playing devil's advocate in some regards, right? Breaking stuff down, like on this play, and tell me what your thoughts are. So here we are right here, right? Like you said, Tua's anticipating where the guy will go. We're going to need him to anticipate, right? But are you anticipating, or are you reading a defense? Because this is where it gets scary. Right now, Holland isn't out of the picture yet, and the ball is already gone. And if Holland's dropping back to cover this, it could easily be picked, but the ball is already gone. And you don't know if Holland's dropping back or not.
Right.
Because on a play like this, if Hollins is dropping back, you're supposed to hit the second guy coming across, right?
Right. But I think Tua's doing both. I think he's reading where Hollins is and him knowing.
You think so?
Hang on one sec, TD. Yeah. Hang on one sec. Hang on. I'm getting a call. Hang on.
All right, cool.
So I think Tua's doing both on this particular play. He's realizing who he's throwing to. Nobody's going to catch Tyreek Hill in this situation. I don't care any safety in the league. And then two, look at where Hollins is. Look at where he is right now. There's no way he's going to be able to catch up to Tyreek Hill. Well,
he doesn't have to catch up. He's already 10 yards behind him. He's back there. You don't see him in the frame.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Tua is reading this. He's reading the safety. There's no chance for him to make a play on the football. I'm just answering your question. Is he reading or is he just anticipate or whatever? I forget exactly what your question was, but I think Tua's doing both here.
My question is this: we're saying Tua's reading the safety, right? We're saying that Tua's reading the safety. So if the safety's breaking back to go help on Tyreek right now, then the safety is in a good position. But the ball is already gone. And now,
that's what I'm saying.
So right now,
that's what I'm saying, TD.
He's reading that Holland can't go back there.
Absolutely. And he's putting enough distance on the football, right, to where he put it only where Tyreek can get it. Nobody's going to outrun Tyreek to the football. So Tua put it, he read the safety initially. Like if Hollins has more depth on this play, where Tua, where if Tua does make a throw, it be a more realistic possibility of him, making a play on the football. Yeah. But look at the depth where he is. There's just no way him to be able to flip his hips and catch Tyreek. So Tua, again, he reads the safety and then he puts enough distance on the football to where, again, nobody's outrunning Tyreek to the football. And he anticipated where the route was going to develop, put enough distance on it, and let his receiver run underneath it.
And that's exactly what he did on that play. And if Hollins was deeper, he would have came with that crosser wide open coming across, right?
Right.
Got it, man.
The protection, look at the protection held up. It was max protection.
Play action, fullback, tight ends.
That's positivity, bro.
Absolutely. And the beautiful part about this, when you saw the pre-snap motion, I don't know, let me go back to it. It's they didn't get it in this frame. When you saw the pre-snap motion of Tyreek coming across the line, him knowing that it's man coverage with a single high safety, pre-snap, you got to know that this is where you go. You got the max protection, the run game been cooking. This is what the offense could look like. But at the end of the day, we're going to need this on a consistent level because, bro, this is the first time I've seen this in 2 years. 2 years I ain't seen this, and now it make you feel like there's hope.
This, again, exactly. From a mental and physical standpoint, a lot of people said that Tua didn't have the physical, ability to make that type of throw. And, especially to a guy like Tyreek, and Tyreek, I mean, look at the distance and look at the placement. I mean, that's impressive. That's like a Patrick Mahomes type throw. And again, I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes. Come on now. But that's a Patrick Mahomes type throw. We've seen him make Patrick Mahomes make that same play to Tyreek how many times over the years? So this is definitely a from a physical and mental standpoint, this is a step in the right direction for Tua.
Hey man, I got somebody want to come on and talk to you real quick, man.
Who is that?
Hey, you know who it is, man. Don't act crazy now. Bro.
Who is this guy? I've been
looking for you too. I've been looking for you too.
Who is this guy, man?
Check your DMs, bro. Check your DMs, bro. I've been hitting you all day. What's up?
Man, who is this guy? I've never met this guy before. Hey, man, nice to meet you, bro. Nice to meet you.
Flashes. That's what it is. He see the flashes of Tua now.
Well, this what we
CB, what's good, man? What's good?
What's up with you, man? Hey, I saw how you got amnesia the other day. You ain't know who I was, but I'm gonna still rock with you. I ain't gonna take it against you, bro.
So
I ain't gonna hold it against you. You be trolling and acting fake, but it's all good.
So CB, what you think about today, man?
So far so good, man. I'm hearing good reports, man. I like the play. I mean, I've seen him make that throw before in Miami, so nothing new to me, you know.
When you seen that play made,
you can pull it up on YouTube. You can search Jakeem Grant drop, and it'll come up. If you want to pull it up.
No. I'm talking about a successful play from start to finish.
Oh yeah, the receiver just dropped it. That's
no. I'm talking about a holistic successful play.
Oh yeah. That we had a play. He made a throw like that, same exact throw actually.
No, a successful completed play. We're not talking about.
I totally get what you're saying. I just if the guy would have made the play on the ball and caught it.
This would have been the second one, right? In 2 years.
This would have been the second one that we've seen like that. Yep, for sure.
So does this give us hope?
I mean, I've always had hope with the kid. I just know he needed some players around him. So that's always been my position. So, I mean, I've always had hope, and that's what you've always got from me is that the kid has the ability. You just need to surround him with some talent, put some players around him, and he'll make some plays, man. You see, I got on my Tua jersey. I'm repping. I ain't scared.
Oh, Lord. Let me see here. Give y'all another
I ain't
one.
Never scared.
Hey, Ian, what's up with your boy Nick Needham, man?
He can't guard Waddle one-on-one.
That's Waddle. Damn. That's Waddle. What you mean? What's up? That's Waddle.
Guard him.
That's what's up with him.
Needham don't even belong
dude. There's no DB.
There's
no DB in a league in that scenario can sit up and run 40 yards down the field, stride for stride with Jalen Waddle. No DB in the league, bro.
I don't even expect him to.
So no, don't kill Nick Needham on that. That's Waddle.
I'm just asking, bro. Dang, I'm just asking. What's up
Nick
with your
Needham
boy
can't.
Man, you trying to kill him? Hey, ease up off the homie now. Come on, Needham. That's the homie right there. Come on now.
You know, I've grown to love Nick Needham, and he's gonna be in the slot guarding the second or third best guy on the team, and he gonna hold it down. I just was like, man, but look at the throw though.
Run that play again. Run it back, TD. Run that play back real quick.
Well, it ain't perfect, CB. He had to reach back. He had to reach back for it, but it's all good.
Where did he reach back for that? I can't.
Well,
see
now
it.
where I'm
right
critical
of
Needham is
I'm on the screen, so I can't see it.
Right here, or whatever. But it's all good, man.
Yeah.
Now where I'm really if I may be critical of Needham, I mean, what kind of jam is that? I mean, look at that weak ass jam.
That wasn't, you know what I mean? Jam. He just
come on, man.
Run.
You got to put you got to get both hands up there in his chest.
I don't agree, EM. Waddle first step was like wide outside. He didn't come at him. He literally here. Look at that. Waddle raced.
But that's what I'm saying. Needham has to read that. Needham has to read that.
Bro,
he has to read that.
Hey, look. So Needham is trying to take away that. So he's trying to take away the.
What do you
right?
mean you can't read it?
But he ain't got no help.
Stop. They won on, bro.
No, and I think Needham is.
Bro,
and I think Needham is shading more on the inside. He needs to be parallel with Waddle, bro.
They're one-on-one. They're one-on-one at the hash.
He's shading more on the inside.
Bro, they're one-on-one at the hash.
He need to be parallel with Waddle.
Waddle gets out like 2 yards immediately, bro.
He made it too easy on him, man. Needham need to get out of
again. He's shading inside. If he's parallel with Waddle and he gets his hands in his chest, Waddle can't make that move.
Hey, man. Hey, you got.
That's where if you're gonna be critical, that's where that weak ass jam Needham. Come on, homie. I know he's Jalen Waddle, and that's your teammate and all, but damn, come on. But again, this is whatever. It's practice, bro. I'm not killing. Needham is the homie, but
ain't nobody guarding that dude like that, man.
Look at him. He clearly shaded inside. He need to be parallel with him, bro.
I gotta give Waddle some props. Look at the hand techniques by Waddle. Watch this.
Oh yeah, he out of there.
So hold on. The first one, he already creating separation. You get your hand on me, I get my hand on you. I'm gonna keep the separation. He gets low. You see how Waddle drops the helmet so that he can do another swim move. Look at that swim coming. He swims his hand off. That's technique.
It's a wrap, right? It was over. It was over within 3 yards, though.
Waddle hit him with the double. There. Waddle hit him with the double swim.
Again. if Needham is parallel with him and he gets both hands up in his chest and reroutes him, Waddle's move is not a possible. It'll make it much more difficult for Waddle to make a move like that, and more likely, it'll slow the route down. He will impede his route, and at that time, I'm sure the pass rush would have gotten to Tua at that time. Route, play over, move to the next one. No, he was shading it, and again, I don't know what the play call was. I don't know. It might have been called. They might have told they might have instructed Needham to shade inside. I don't know, but I'm just saying, based off this route. Right, just mano a mano. He needs to be parallel with that man. That way, and once the ball is snapped, you get both hands up in that man's chest and you reroute him.
Bro, you could have been straight up parallel. You could have been man to man parallel. It would have been a W by Waddle either way. He hit him with a double swim move.
But Cedric Wilson said something.
Maybe, but it wouldn't have been as easy as it was. It looked effortless on Waddle's part.
Yeah,
it might have been the case, but bro, listen, it looks effortless. Look at that weak ass jam. Needham, one hand on him on his right shoulder.
Bro,
come on, man.
Bro, you're a Needham hater.
No, I need to see. But again, that's one rep in practice. That's what it is.
Cedric Wilson said something interesting the other day. He in his interview, he was like, what's kind of a key point that Wes Welker has taught you so far? And he was like, get your shoulders past the defender so you could get out your route and get into your route and make a play. And I thought that was key because,
CB, I don't know if it's CB. I don't know if it's me or you. Can you turn your volume up a little bit? It might be on my end.
Is it?
But can you turn your volume up just so I can barely hear you, bro? Seriously. Yeah, you better now. You better now.
I'm better now. Can you hear me now?
Hold on.
Yeah. You sound much better now.
I can adjust your volume on my end too. So you should be.
Yeah.
All right, I just turned you up.
Yeah, so Cedric Wilson said, he was like, the key point Wes Welker was telling me was like, get my shoulders past the defender. So be able to make a play. So I think that was kind of key too. And what he's teaching the receivers, like, bro, get out your break and get into your route so you can, make a move, like be able to make a play on the football. And I feel like a lot of guys last year, it was just a lot of hand wrestling and a lot of tugging with corners. Man, get into your route so you could catch the ball, man. And I think that'll be the difference between the receivers we had last year and this year, just better talent, and they'll be better coached too. So I think that's going to be key.
Here we got another one, y'all. Nice throw. Tua.
What got my attention? What got my attention? From what Cedric Wilson, when he was during his media session, what stood out to me was that he said that in the huddle, in particular in the huddle, that Tua is a
different guy.
What did he say? He said a calming presence in the huddle. And we had never heard that previously in his first 2 years. We had never heard that. And I told Reason this the other day. I said, man, that says a lot for him to come out and make a statement like that he's a calm. That tells me Tua has command. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's what he was.
He has more command of the overall operation of things.
And that was,
and I said,
that was
a
my
major
take on
step
it too.
in the right direction, in my opinion.
Yeah. And then they were asking him about, hey, can Tua get everybody lined up? And he was like, yeah, Tua knows everybody's assignment. He knows everybody's alignment, where people should be. So I thought that was a real good take too, because we haven't heard that in the past. Like, we haven't heard, hey, he has command of the offense. He knows where guys should be.
So one day practice is in where we finally get a great practice by Tua, at least so far. This is the first time we can say we got a great practice. I personally feel like it's going to be very important for him on Tuesday to back this up when the pads come on. It'll be the first day that they really get nitty-gritty physical. Tuesday is going to mean everything, man. What do y'all look forward to coming Tuesday?
Run game for sure.
Consistency.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, CB. Go ahead.
So I'm just looking forward to the trench play. Like, Tuesday, we'll be able to assess the trenches and see where they are. I think that's important. Like, you can assess guys early on, the DBs and the secondary and linebackers and stuff like that in coverage. but you really can't assess anybody in the trenches until the pads get on. That's my take on it. And, you know, once the big dudes start flying around and, you know, getting in gaps and hitting dudes, you'll be able to see, hey, are we going to be able to run the ball, or are we going to struggle running the ball? Are we going to be able to stop the run, or are we going to be able to contain it? And I think that's going to be the difference in us winning a lot of games and winning a little bit of games, for sure.
See, I just had an instant level of nervousness come over me when you said that, CB83, because I want to see what happened today on Tuesday, just period, man. Give me a good feeling going into the regular season, because I think everybody would just be going crazy and ecstatic if they could do this when the pads come on Tuesday. But if you get one of these lackluster, the D-line is killing the O-line, the receivers aren't getting as much separation, the balls aren't, you know, having the best placement and all of that, bro, it's just going to be so freaking demoralizing. Like, at what point can we get a level of consistency like this?
I think it's hard for us to say that. So I understand what you're saying. You want to see it Tuesday when the pads come on. Now, you got to understand also that defenses are going to be ahead of offenses coming into camp. That's just to me, that's always been the way it is. That's my history in coaching. Offenses are going to be a little bit behind because guys are always thinking. They're thinking about their assignments, thinking about what they got to do, thinking about where they need to be. So that's always been my thing. So it's always been like, hey, I'm going to give these guys a little bit of time to catch up mentally so they can understand where they need to be, play as a unit. So I expect to see I think they may struggle Tuesday, but I think Wednesday and Thursday.
I mean, the defense, they weren't behind the defense today.
Because it's the first day in pads, though. It's a different level of physicality.
There's no physicality involved, TD.
Yeah, but
it's a different level of physicality.
I can't believe I'm doing this, but I got to somewhat agree with
here you go.
This guy named CB83 just for a moment.
For my kids real quick. I'll be right back.
I got to somewhat agree with this guy I met for the first time on this stream, CB83. But yeah, I agree with somewhat what he, you know, for the most part, what he said. Yeah, man, the defense generally is always ahead of the offense. Again, like
so when their physicality Tuesday, they're just supposed to be ahead of them.
Well, I mean, you know, not only physicality, but again, they're still learning. They're still in the process of learning, you know, the overall offensive application. And for the most part, defenses, they're just reacting. You know what I'm saying? It's more reacting from their standpoint to the offense. The offense are always, they got to, you know, they like CB pointed out, you know, they have to figure out, they're always thinking about their assignments, where they have to be, you know, when they have to be there. And again, it's always reactionary from the defense, and that's an easier process. But me personally, I just want to look for consistency. You know, I want to see Tua specifically continue to stack these good practices on top of one another and develop that consistency going into the season from a mental standpoint. Again, my biggest issue with Tua, I've been consistent about this, is from a mental perspective. If he continue to read the field like he did today, he's able to anticipate, he's able to make these type of big boy throws. That's a big step in the right direction for him. And again, it's not about one practice, it's about multiple practices. And if he does that, you know, again, I am, you know, I gotta scale down my eagerness, but you know, Tua might be, you know, he might be poised for a much better year than a lot of people anticipate.
Well, I will say this, man. Today, I just keep it for what it is, okay? If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. And today, Tua shows something that we haven't seen, and I'm impressed by what I saw today. Now, don't get me wrong, 11 on 11s, we got one deep ball, and they say there's some other ones. But at the end of the day, the fashion in which the plays that I did see happen in, I'm highly impressed. But, you know, we got to get to this level where we're talking about this on a consistent basis, like other good quarterbacks. So today was a day where Tua won the battle. And we need him to start winning more battles so we can start seeing him in the light of about to win the war. So ball game, what's up, man?
Is that ball game?
What up?
Is that
hey, hold on, ball game. You only come out to play when Tua do something?
Nah, bro, it ain't got nothing to do with it. I
Don't
didn't
do it
like
like
the,
that.
I just didn't like the fact that what I saw on film was a little different. I took into context. I saw them bringing the guy across in motion, the cornerback, instead of squeezing the route, widened out, looking for the inside third help, and Holland bit on the deep outcut, and that left him one-on-one. So you know what I mean? That's what I saw. That's what my eyes.
Honestly, it was. Well, I don't know, ball game. Let me give you my take on it, because I think that was the coverage. Let me tell you why. The guy that was following the deep end. You said out.
That's an out route. He was
no. That wasn't an out. He came from the opposite side.
It's a dig, right?
Yes, it's a dig.
He's coming across the field. Once he crosses to the other hash, it's an out route
out.
At that point, to where the safety was. I'm talking in terms of where the safety was.
Got you. But here's the deal.
Yeah.
The guy that was following him across dropped off. It wasn't like he got beat and said, "Oh, let me catch up." He actually swayed off like it was this zone or something. And Holland came up. Like it was almost like a man-to-man, one-on-one, everything stay in the box, but we run. I don't know what the coverage was.
Yeah.
Because the back corner dropped off.
It looked like they had man. They had man on the outside, and they were running some type of zone underneath. And I think that, again, let's point out. Remember, the play was established off play action, and I think that's what sucked and drew the defense, the zone underneath, up closer to the line of scrimmage.
Basically,
if the play action was not in play, they could have just sat back in their zone, and he would have been open. They would have been in a better position to make a play on the ball and take whoever that receiver was out of the play. That's what I think is what happened.
It was a bad defensive play call for what the offense ran. Basically, you got caught. Basically. You got caught in your hand in the cookie jar.
Right, and that's what happens. The DB's looking in the backfield trying to peek.
Right.
No, I don't think it has something to do with the secondary. I truly feel like everybody followed their assignment, because that guy on the outside dropped back. Holland came up.
But the biggest threat on the field, you're not going to leave one-on-one with a guy.
I don't see it. I don't see it either.
Not even in position to squeeze. He's not even squeezed. If you look at how Noah turned, that's not even a man turn that he did. That's a zone turn. His back was to the sideline. That is a zone turn. He's looking for inside help. You see what I'm saying?
That's why I told you, EM, when I said I got to play devil's advocate. Something is up with that safety play on that, because we're going to leave Tyreek one-on-one in that situation. That's why I said something was off about that play from a defensive standpoint.
So
maybe,
but sometimes that's how they play. That's how they play it. Sometimes, right?
I mean, nobody knows what the play call was.
No, you only had 4 players in the secondary.
Right, they could have been up in the box.
They might be
TD freezing.
Listen,
freezing a little bit on mine.
Yeah.
So what
this
came
is delayed,
after that play? That was the last play before they moved to the next. That was the last play before they moved to the next phase, right?
I don't know if that was the last play.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I didn't peep that.
I thought that was actually one of the first plays. Ball game.
I don't know, but I don't know. I know what our practices. When my coach used to piss me off, but we used to always design wins for the offense. Just because the defense is always listen. No. I'm not insinuating that. Hold on.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying though is that if you're specifically
ball game, I'm leaving that alone.
Hold on. If you're working on something, but the defense already knows what's coming, you can't successfully get that off if they know what's coming. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel that.
So in some instances, you give them the win.
Yeah. TD, you breaking up, man.
Our defense is 3 seasons ahead of these guys, bro. So
they are.
What they have to do, which speaks to what EM talked about, they have to string together positive plays and positive practices to build confidence and continuity. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have to, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, but you can't get that on a consistent basis if your defense is kicking your tail every practice. You feel me?
I know, but even our defense get beat, and that's what I want you to understand about our defense. Though they get beat all the time, so it's not like if you have a good scheme, but if you have a good scheme and you come in and call against us, they still gonna make plays, and that's what Omar was saying too. Omar was saying, this guy's running wide open in the secondary for the most part, and he was concerned about that. So,
one thing, Byron and X aren't out there. You didn't see Xavier Howard getting turned around like that. That was that was the fourth or fifth guy on the depth chart. So I fully anticipate that we will not see this type of leakage that we've seen in the first three practices once the secondary is intact. So
now putting this into context, even if X was there, he still gets beat. Like it is what it is.
Nobody's winning a foot race with Tyreek.
Nobody.
So, even
I think
it's ball out there. If he just put it out in front of him, the guy's gonna run away from everybody.
This isn't
a play. Don't have a secondary player fast enough to run.
This isn't a play on the corner. I think Tyreek would have been out there like that regardless. Because remember, they were stride for stride when the ball first hit the air. Tyreek hawked that ball down and put the Jets on to go get it.
Well, they brought him across the formation in motion, right?
Exactly. But ball game, when the ball was gone out of Tua's hand, they were stride for stride. This is a case where Tyreek, I'm going to get it, and now who's faster? So Tyreek would have beat 99% of the corners.
He would have beat Xavier Howard. That's what he
would have beat Xavier Howard.
He would have beat Xavier Howard on that play.
This is this play is solely on a safety, depending on what your assignment is.
There's gonna be plays, and that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for play action, safeties peeking in the backfield, trying to make a play, and we're gonna be able to bomb guys. It's just gonna happen with a good run game.
From this defense, I want to see less zero. More zone concepts.
From who?
From us?
No. Yeah, why not? That's where you get more interceptions. If it looks like man.
I don't want our guys playing zone.
No ball game. Listen, I don't know ball game. I personally
you can statistically look at.
I don't want to see
about that ball game. I love the level of aggression.
Hey,
I think the scheme.
I'm not saying go 100% away from it. I'm saying you can add more zone in. You can add more zone looks in. It can make man.
I like a cover. I like cover one. I like a cover one look with like a linebacker blitz or something like that. Yeah. Cover one is cool. I don't want a zero all the time. I don't want zero coverage.
No. I mean, no team lines up in one scheme 100% of the time. You want to be multiple. So I can somewhat agree. I'm glad you clarified that ball game because I thought maybe you wanted to like slightly move away from that zero approach and then be more of a zone-based team.
I actually agree with you, ball game. If we could show a level of exexecuting it.
Yeah, we struggle with it.
No. If the pass rush gets better when you're rushing four, well, yeah, you would see obviously that benefits the defense. That's what if you're gonna take a zone approach, you better have four guys that can consistently impact the quarterback.
I mean, Ingram, Agba, Davis, and Wilkins need to get at it.
If they do that. That zone format could be tremendous. And you combine that with the zeros and the exotic looks that they have. That's just another wrinkle you can throw at offenses.
Hey,
that would be tremendous for the overall application, defensive application.
I
think we got that figured out, but we need to be able to add another wrinkle to this defense to be able to be. I say to push us to what could we consider the elite level.
I'm not saying we're a bad zone team. I just think we struggle in it. Like we let guys in gaps. And and I understand that. You got to practice it in order to execute it in the game.
You remember when we played New England last year, ball game, we talked about this, after the game on Reason Show on the post game show about how you remember how they were running a lot of zone in that game, and obviously the pass rush from a front four perspective wasn't getting there, and then you had guys on top of that. They looked out of place. Nick Needham in particular, they weren't matching receivers when they were coming in their areas. Right. They were just sitting there. They looked out of place. They looked confused. And am I supposed to be here? Am I supposed to be there? So, but yeah, if they can do that, and again, if they can adopt a more, sprinkle in more, zone, zone looks, and again, it's all predicated on if you can get home with 4, that makes that zone approach absolutely devastating. We saw that with San Francisco a couple of years ago when they had a historic front 4 in their zone. I mean, they had a #1 defense in the league that year, and it was a historic, it was a historically good defense. I'm not expecting our defense to have that type of production, but you can get guys that can get home. If Jalen Phillips for me is a wild card. If he becomes that dominant force opposite Emmanuel Ogbah, to where you don't have to, where the offenses have to account for him, and
moves to a totally different level.
Exactly. Now you got Ogbah. Now you can't chip and slide the protection towards his, towards his side of the line. Yeah. Now you have to pick and choose, pick your poison. If you're from an offensive standpoint, if you leave Ogbah 1-on-1, 9 times out of 10 he's going to win that matchup. So, but again, you can't, you have to have another player on the opposite side of him to command more of attention and draw some of the attention away from him. That way you can get those favorable 1-on-1 matchups with him and a tackle or a tight end or whatnot. So, but Jalen Phillips can provide that. He's got everything. He was picked 18th overall. He's got the athleticism. We all know that his athleticism is off the charts. But if he can be that consistent player that can beat his guy 1-on-1 more consistently, the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
The sky's the limit.
Y'all can't forget about Ingram. He's a dog, man. And I was actually just watching.
The whole point, right? They brought him in to provide this,
that support, man. Piece. Yeah. And I think honestly, if we could play zone, right? And maybe send one of the backers, send Ingram or send somebody else, send Jerome Baker and just mix it up. It'll really mess teams up, but we got to be able to get to them in time. And that's been our problem. Like even when we send a blitz, it takes time.
Pressure.
Yeah. Just all it. Yeah, and you got to mix it up.
And I want to see when you don't have to bring additional, you bring that 5th, 6th, 7th guy. I want to see the sack totals go up. I love pressures. I understand the importance of pressuring a quarterback. Getting them off their initial launch point, force them to reset, get out, try to get outside the pocket. I get all of that. That's very important. But sacks, from a sack perspective, that just decimates. That changes the outcomes. That it flips the field. It just devastates. It can have the potential to just absolutely devastate an offense. You know what I mean?
Because
and I want to see the sack totals go up from an organic standpoint. And again, ball game, to your point, if they're able to do that, this defense could be truly devastating, bro. Yeah. Truly. So, but Jalen Phillips,
we have the
talent.
Jalen Phillips the key.
Jalen Phillips, if he takes a massive leap this year, you can book it because we know we're gonna get from Ogbah. Right. We already know that. So now you have not one, but now you have two upper echelon pass rushers that you can deploy on a week in, week out basis. And again, Jalen Phillips takes a massive leap. I guarantee you this defense will be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, but that has to happen first, and that's the problem. I know we talk about the ideas and what we can do, but again, we're talking about an area that they haven't been proven to be able to do. We saw a disaster 2 years in a row trying to run zone, and at the end of the day, are we, like, when they're in the zone out there in practice now, are we seeing anything?
I don't know. We haven't. I can't say that. We haven't really seen it like that, so it's tough to call. But
if you go by what Omar Kelly said,
them ain't even on the field, so it's difficult to assess anything.
If you going by what Omar Kelly said, what his eyes have shown him, he said he thinks 12, 13 sacks for Jalen Phillips is. He said he's booking it. He's booking it, and he said also, two players that really stood out, and I'm going by not just one interview. I'm talking about, since every interview that Big O has had with Omar, he's been consistent about the players that has flashed the most to him. Going back to OTAs, he said Christian Wilkins, Jalen Phillips.
I can see.
He said Christian Wilkins is absolutely unblockable, no matter who you put on him. And he said Jalen Phillips as well. He said he looks phenomenal as well.
Wilkins is in his grown man groove now. It just took him a minute to get there, He gave him 3 years to get his body right and get his grown man strength to kick in, and he was already a phenomenal talent. That's why you took him in the first round. He was probably one of the best D linemen to ever come out of Clemson anyway. But the game from playing with boys to playing with grown men in the trenches, it take you a couple seasons to get there. And Now he's here. So
well, there's an elephant in the room that we're not talking about.
That contract.
No. I'm not worried about Christian Wilkins. He's gonna be great. The contract situation. They got to figure that out later. You know, we're gonna come to that point, but we got to get to the center situation. That can mess us up really bad this year. That whole situation. From my understanding, Connor wasn't even getting a lot of reps at center as much as people think either.
Right.
Which is crazy. You think he's the center now, but he hadn't been getting all reps at center. But Dieter hadn't even been there. So and then Mike McDaniel confirmed today he's been working as many people as possible out at center. What in the heck is the plan?
And
then
Raekwon,
you got on one of the first plays of the day.
Raekwon destroyed him apparently today.
Put Connor Williams on his back in one-on-ones. Not on no team stunt, not on no stunt or anything. One-on-one, you got to hold this man up and you get put on your back. Come on.
Omar said that's Connor Williams' experiment is very concerning.
Yeah.
That's all he said. But Raekwon is a beast, though. I mean, let's not, kill Connor Williams just yet. Raekwon is a beast. Absolute. I mean in the literal sense. I don't think the man is human. I think he's a Nephilim. I think he's a human. Angelic hybrid is what he is. I've been saying that. Ain't no human being is supposed to be that big and have that size and be able to move like he does. But anyway, with that being said, let's not kill Connor Williams yet. Raekwon is a monster, bro. And again, he's poised for take a massive step this year as well, health permitting. And but let's just wait. Let's just wait.
Not the only monster in the NFL at that position.
I understand, TD. I get that, but again, it's early. Again, it's Raekwon Davis, right? And it's early. Let's see. Again, if we hearing this, the next practice after that one, or practice after that one, okay, well then that's when we need to. Okay, all right, man. We need to really start. Okay, But as of right now, it was one rep. It was, one-on-one. And again, Raekwon puts everybody on their behind, bro. Everybody. So we'll see. We'll see.
Was today like a perfect practice? Did anything go wrong?
I mean,
silence of the lamb.
Well, I would say this, the run defense, because if you're going, again, I'm just going off what has been tweeted out. I was not at practice.
They made some plays in the run defense, but they also made some plays in the run offense.
No, they was giving up, bro. From what Mostert had. I'm sorry. It appears now. Again, it appears from what the tweets that I read, they were getting gashed every other play, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Chase Edmonds out there looking like Marshall Faulk. Oh, you know what I mean? So that's concerning for me. And again, that second level. You know what I mean? That this linebacker unit, if a running back is consistently getting to the second level, bro, where are the linebackers at? And he, and again, they said Omar was like, man, he was really, he was praising Chase Edmonds, talking about how, stating how good he looks. And man, you gashing this defense now, who this is supposed to be the strength of the team right now. And you gashing them like that in the run game? Okay, I get us without pass. Again, I'm not going, it's not concerning for me now. Wait till the pads come on. If we see this next week and they're in all, and they have pads on and they're gashing a defense like that, like we saw today and yesterday, okay, well then that's when we need to, okay, well it'll be concerning at that time for me. But right now, if there's anything that went wrong today, I would say, that run defense.
This is why zone basically works to their advantage though, because now the running backs get the freedom to either slide and glide or press inside, and when you got a guy, when you give him a running back the ability to cut back on his own without having to worry about it being a design cutback, that's just, and these guys, all the running backs that they brought in are phenomenal at that. So it's, we'll see. I want to see what happens when the real pads come on, because
that's Tuesday, man.
When if they can gash us then then that spells a lot of success for them in terms of where they are and their growth towards continuity as an offense. But then we got to figure out what's going on with the defense then at that point. And generally, the front seven ain't gonna really show up for you until they get the pads on. So, in my opinion.
Wait, hang on real quick. TD. I don't know if CB83. I don't know if he's worthy to be up on this panel. He up here with royalty right now. He ain't earned a damn thing in this community, bro. You need to drop him off, bro. He don't deserve to be up on this panel. It's royalty up here.
Okay.
You ain't done nothing in this community, CB, to warrant being able to have the honor to be up on a panel such as this one. So I don't know, TD. I'm not telling you how to run your show, bro, but I just thought I'd put that out there.
Well, let me pause you. Let me pause you for a second, EM. CB83 is still up here for one reason, and the reason is, has he said anything foolish yet?
It's not yet, but it's
he
coming.
Actually on.
This dude, he stay with my name in his mouth, man. You know how, when you younger, you got a crush on somebody and you just always talk bad about him. I feel like you really like me, don't you, man?
That reminded me of that Tua dream.
You really like me, bro.
That reminded me of that Tua dream you had, EM. I don't know why, but I'll leave it alone.
All I did.
What was the Tua dream? Tell me about the Tua dream.
He made me promise him that I'll keep that confident, but I told him I'd at least tell people he had one. So we'll leave it at that.
Oh no, I heard about this. I feel like I heard this dream before.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll talk about it another time, man.
Man, this dude really.
Or was it a nightmare?
This dude. I thought Color was up here. What happened to Color commentary?
I don't know. He dropped off, man.
Color saw me and dropped off. That's what he did.
Damn, listen, Color, you hear him? You hear him bumping? Color, you need to get up here and address this, man.
If you have a real platform, make sure you come up, man. We want to get your thoughts. But I agree with this comment by Raphael. He said, dude, no contact. Practices builds confidence, bro, at TDPHINSTALK. I actually agree with you, bro. Today is a confidence builder, and there's no better practice to have going into padded practices than this one. This was a good sign going into padded practices, because I showed that video with Tua coming out of the inside.
A little swaggy, field. Huh?
Yeah, a little swagged out, like, hey, let's get it today. I don't know what it is, and maybe it is the fact that him and Flores didn't get along, but I never saw much of the happy-go-lucky swagged out Tua.
Yeah.
But you know,
we even saw him walking out. Remember we would see him a lot walking with his head down. Going to practice with his head down.
Yeah, like walking in every day. My coach says I suck, and
he said he wish he would have drafted Mac Jones. He wish he would have drafted Mac Jones.
This is an important aspect to like bring context to as well. So when we look at last year and the way Tua was, his demeanor, the way he talked to the media, all of that. There's a lot there. There's a lot we could take from that. And when we look at him here, it looks like Mike McDaniel is building a us versus the world mentality in the locker room. Like, hey, it's us going out there and proving all the naysayers wrong. So it wasn't like that last year. It was like, I don't know if he's the guy. I'm not fully confident in him. So it's just, when your coach instills that in you, like, hey, we could get this done. I have the confidence. I feel like we can win games. It's a different type of demeanor when you're playing a game of football. Like, honestly, as a high school coach, it's really not about talent and having the best talent, having the best coaches. If your guys can build some confidence over the first few games and they feel like they can go out there and win every Friday night, guess what's going to happen? They're going to go out there and they're going to put it up and they're going to try to win games. So I think the confidence is just having that mental confidence, that mental preparation. That's more than half of the game right there. Yeah. All the dudes in the NFL are talented. All of them are superior athletes.
The problem.
So what's the difference?
CB83, here's the issue, though. That only take you but so far. Because you can have all the confidence in the world. The problem is you're going to run into several other teams that have the same confidence and probably more because they've already been successful longer. So at the end of the day, the talent does play a factor. The coaching does play a factor.
It does. Right.
At the end of the day, these guys are going to have to pull up week 1 Patriots, then go Baltimore Bengals, whatever order, and Cincinnati, all of that stuff. They're going to have to put it on the field because those other teams are going to be confident. Did y'all see them white jerseys by the Bengals that they're going to wear when we play them?
But see, I don't know if other teams are going to be confident. Like, I don't know if their defense is going to step up to us and be like, yo, we can definitely cover y'all. Like, definitely going to.
But what I'm saying
we
is
definitely going to beat y'all.
Confidence is something that at least half of the league's coaches are instilling in their team regardless, though. This isn't a new thing.
It's not. It's not. But I feel like Tua needs that, and I feel like the team needs that.
Of course.
Yeah, bro. I feel like
we
never had it. I felt like we never had the swag like we was going to go out and win a game. Like, that was never us. It was never every game we went into was like, do we have an opportunity to win?
Well,
do we think we're going to win?
The offense might not have had that swag, but the defense clearly did.
Right, but when the defense has it, but they know their offense doesn't have it, what does that mean for a team? It means you could lose any week.
Well, like, that's what it true. Means. But I'm just talking about from a confidence perspective. This defense bro, their confidence is that never was an issue with them.
So defense has the swag, offense doesn't, and it's like as a defense, every week, hey, we're going to have to come out and ball. We're going to have to play our butts off in order to get a win. And we don't know if the offense is going to show up or not. So it's different. It's different when your offense got the swag and your defense got the swag and it spills over into special teams. It's just a different football team. I mean, and your coach got it too. Oh, man. We going places this year. I'm telling you that right now. You can bet on it. Go put the money down.
So you it's happening this year, CBA.
It's happening. No,
where are we going? Where are we going? We can't just say we going places.
We're deep in the playoffs.
What does that mean? No,
that means AFC Championship, Super Bowl opportunity. That's what that means.
That's what that means. Ball game, your thoughts?
He ain't ready to commit to that yet.
AFC game. Super Bowl in our future potentially.
Yeah, I think we're trending in the right direction. I mean, my only question is my question is always the same. How fast can they absorb these installs and be able to effectively go out and put together a polished, well, not even have necessarily the polished, but an effective game plan in the first couple of weeks. That's what's gonna matter the most. If they get a slow start, then you dig a hole deep for yourself that you gotta really work yourself out of and put more pressure on yourself. But if you can come out the gate kind of confident in your abilities of understanding where everybody needs to be and this offensive line for once doesn't, regress in the first 4 weeks, then we got just as good a shot as anyone. I believe this team is as talented or even
as
more
anybody,
talented than anyone in the league right now. But
talent
only takes you so far. They still got to be able to go out there and execute. They still got to be able to go out there and dig deep in those instances when it's just them, right? When you need the tough yards, or you need that 3rd and 6 to continue your drive. We can't come off the field anymore. We can't settle for that. We got to dig deep, find a guy sitting in the middle of the zone, or a guy got to catch it at 4 and fight to get those 3 to get the first. As opposed to getting tackled on the first. First contact. Those are the things that make good teams good teams. Those guys have a certain level of dog in them. Defense always been the ones carrying the torch of toughness, but the offense got to have have an element of toughness to them to be successful.
I'm hoping that comes with speed.
Without them having toughness up front, you're just a finesse group with a whole lot of talented players, but that can be beat every given Sunday.
Well, ball game. Can I ask you a question real quick? By the way, how is it going, everybody? Hopefully, I've worked through my technical issues. Do you think that, like, all things being equal to last year, let's say that for whatever reason we don't get any better performance out of anybody, but no less performance either than we did last year? How do you estimate that alone, the Tyreek Hill addition alone, that level of speed and capability in the secondary, just given what we had last year, all things being equal.
I
understand the other teams have gotten better, but at the same time, Tyreek Hill is Tyreek Hill. You know what I mean? So
I look at it. I look at it differently in terms of his presence on the field and what that does for defenses to have to accommodate and adjust to, and two, what he brings to the young group of receivers that we have, and just his experience. That's 2 games automatically right out with the rip that you can pretty much add to your win total.
I tend to agree with that.
This guy can bring us 2 wins right off, just off the fact of who he is and his resume.
This is supposing we get no regression anywhere else.
Yeah. If we don't regress anywhere else, Tyreek adds 2 wins right out the gate, in my opinion, just based on how I see football. That's 2 wins added to where we were from last year. That puts us in the playoffs.
The other thing I came up to say was to let and EM's gone now, but I wanted to push back a little bit on this idea that Jalen Phillips needs some kind of super leap from last year. The guy was having confidence issues, had to see a team counselor, and he still got 8.5 sacks. If he were to double his performance last year, you're talking 17 sacks. All he's got to we're not talking about we don't need a serious leap from him. We just need a little bit.
If he goes 10 to 12, if he goes 10 to 12, that's enough progression for me to consider that a really great season for him. You know what I mean? And for us as a whole, because all that does at that point is creates more issues that really and truthfully the other offense has to.
Yeah, and by all accounts, he has come out firing in training camp. Yeah. From what I've read, he's showing out.
One of the biggest things I think that we need to see, the opportunities that our defense creates for us. We need our offense to take more advantage of those opportunities. I think in 2020 and 2021, 2020 specifically, so many opportunities. How many turnovers did our defense get us that we did not capitalize on at all? If our defense is able to produce like they have in the past 2 years, I have a lot more confidence that our offense can produce up with those opportunities. And I'm curious how our stretching the field is going to differ from the last 2 years. Like we would take 10 plays to probably get all the way down the field, typically average. I'm wondering if that number is going to go down with this new scheme.
Well, I think what you're going to see more than anything is a concerted effort from the offense to entice or force people to have to come down and try to figure out how to stop this wide zone. And then at that point, you get to take full advantage of your one-on-one matchups with your 2 speedsters on the outside and your tight end being able to command a one-on-one matchup in the middle of the field. I think that's the most logical approach, because then at that point you have 3 guys that have proven that they can successfully win one-on-one matchups, and the quarterback, and also factoring in that, off the play action, the running back is probably going to leak to the flat somewhere. So you got 4 viable options with 3 of the fastest players in the NFL in one-on-one matchups, right? And, all that's predicated off the run game. The run game brings you, without a shadow of a doubt, it brings you toughness, comes right to your front door. And if you stick with it and you can successfully run the ball on downs where they expect you to pass, like New England has successfully been able to do for the last 20 years, that in itself, no one I've ever met has ever said that New England's not a tough team. And toughness is one of the primary characteristics you need to be able to play football. I don't care what the league is doing and trying to move to this passing, this full out passing, it's 5 wide, all this other foolishness. You still need a level of toughness when it matters the most. And if you can't garner that on the ground with your guys up front being able to exact their wheel up on everyone else that you're facing, you're just gonna be just another team out there willing to just throw the ball around the yard. And that's not gonna garner you much success when you need those guys to have that level of toughness the most. And I think that's what McDaniels is really trying to do. This wide zone scheme fits, like I said, it fits great with what Mosa and Edmonds bring to the table. The ability to read the blocks in front of them, not press the issue, be patient, slide, glide, and then if they have an opportunity to cut back inside on a one-on-one matchup, of course, the back is when all of the flow is going, say they're going right, stretch right, but everybody's over pursued or they got an overhanging defender to that side, and he can get, he can get in between the guard and the center, moves to the second level and walls off the middle linebacker or even the outside linebacker that's already over pursued and missed his gap. Now he's one-on-one on the backside with a safety in open field. You feel me? On one cutback. That's the beauty of what these guys, I think, going to be able to exhibit, especially with Mostert, man. I mean, they said it. They clocked him yesterday, saying once again he was the fastest dude on the field, coming off of an injury. Like,
dude, the real deal, boy. He the real deal.
Hey, ball game.
Yeah, man.
What's up, bro? Some of the stuff that you just said, when you were saying that you think that's what he wants to do, I was getting the same vibes off of what he said. I believe he said today that we got to be good enough to execute even when they know what we're gonna do. That's what playoff teams do.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So I think you're right about what you're saying. I think he's going to take the approach in the pass game as well, and as a run game. But I've always, I've said that in the past, that I wish we had that approach for the run game, but we just always sucked. You know what I mean? But go ahead, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off. I think you're on the right path.
Y'all, please don't kill me. But I haven't really watched any of the commentaries and his conversations, only because I look at. And I think and walk myself back through what we used to have to do to prepare for a season, and I want to hear what he has to say after the pads come on, because everything up to this point right now is all concepts, and him just trying to figure out the nuances of what guys can do and can't do. And I hear Tyreek and Cedric Wilson and all those guys talking about the fact that they're all out here having to learn all three positions. Right, so if you're X, you gotta also know Z. You gotta also know the slot. You know what I'm saying? And all that does is bring more creativity to what they can do when they start to moving people around. They said there's a lot of motion and all that stuff. All that's good, but I want to see how effective they're gonna be able to do it when guys actually get an opportunity now to put their hands on them, or because Welker, like I spoke in the chat, I think what Welker is offering these guys is something that they haven't had in a while, which is he's asking them to become comfortable with being touched. Wide receivers don't like to be touched. DBs are always taught to frustrate, get into the body of the receiver, have him and dictate to him where you want him to go. Well, in order to be effective as a receiver, I believe now, especially with the fact that they're trying to move to this balanced attack, our guys got to be the aggressors. Our guys got to be willing to initiate the physicality and force the DBs to have to open up when they want to, when they want to close off inside by the way they run the route, to get into the body of the DB and force the DB to have to open up and then create the space that they need. And I think that's what Welker was talking more to the Cedric about. You got to be comfortable in those tight spaces now. All of this coaching, though, that they're getting is something that we have not had for quite some time. I think that's the best part about all of this. They haven't had it. We haven't seen it. And these guys are really and truthfully taking to it, because you can tell that with Tyreek coming over from Kansas City, he's had that level of coaching. Well, Waddle had it at Bama, but I don't believe he had it the last 2 years. He was out there off raw. I believe he was just out there off of raw talent.
Ball game. I don't know. You listen. I agree with 99.9% of everything you just said, but we can't just sit here and say they didn't have any. No.
I'm not saying they didn't have any. I'm just saying
he said the level of
quality level of it, though. Like we have coaches. We had coaches. Come on, yeah, we had this conversation. We had coaches, but there were games that we actually went back and we looked at the film and we saw that these guys, like the offensive linemen, were going to the sideline, bro, and now one coach was coming over to talk to them to figure out why he just got there. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's fair.
Those type things matter especially when you got young guys, man. These guys are still, technically, most of these guys are still probably on their parents. Well, they got the money to pay for their own, but hell, most of them can still be on their parents' insurance for cars. 25, right? Like 25 is when you legitimately, you know what I'm saying? That's my gauge. 25 is like when I really consider somebody being actually an adult, because at that point then the insurance rates change.
Yeah, I mean, these guys got to grow up quick, but with
holding on that play, by the way.
with good coaching, man, it just it elevates play, and that's what that's what you guys are seeing, elevated play. Like even last year, we never heard anything about being successful in the run game at camp. Like we barely could run the ball at camp. So for us to be, showing signs of success early, it means that we're on the right track of doing things right offensively.
Let's in terms of like anointing the coaching staff, let's just pump the brakes just a little bit.
Yeah, we're not though. I don't think we're anointing them.
They got a lot to prove.
Yeah, of course.
Man, I don't know what y'all talking about, man. Tua dropped a dime today. We going to the Super Bowl. Y'all stop hating.
Oh,
he ain't lying.
He
ain't lying.
Hating.
Now he back.
Ain't nobody hating, man.
In the bucket.
Hey, TD back. Hey, TD back. TD back. PM.
Oh man. And you know what? In terms of real quick, in terms of the coaching staff, what I'm fearful of, and again, I'm rooting for this team in every way, shape, or form. Yeah. But in terms of the coaching staff, how we're so eager to say that they're so much better than what their predecessors were. Okay, I understand that, and that's fair. I'll give if that's your opinion, that's fine. But if you look at we have this new staff now, but let's not lose sight of the fact that they brought in, like if we see Tyreek Hill have a Pro Bowl year, Cedric Wilson is highly productive. These guys are already established.
High quality guys.
So these guys are already established. So what I want to see in terms of I want to see them turn a player like Mac Hollins, right? You go get him when nobody else in the league wants him, bring him in your program and you elevate his game to another level. We saw that with the Brian Flores staff.
Well, was it all right? So I got pushback on that. Was it really Mac Hollins?
Hang on. Waddle.
Can I just got a question.
Real quick, CB. Hang on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Jalen Waddle, a rookie. As much as you want to people want to take a dump on the previous coaching staff, the man had over 100. Rewrote history. He was historic last year. So again, everybody's saying, "Oh, this staff is so much better. We're going to get so much more production." But again, and I'm anticipating that. I'm hoping that is the case. But I just think what's going to happen is we see overall, if we see more production out of that group, I think the coaching staff might get just a little too much credit considering the established players that they brought in.
I think
what I mean. So you can't get credit for Tyreek Hill; he's already established.
Right.
So just to push back,
Cedric Wilson, he's already established.
Right. So just to push back,
turn Trent Sherfield, and get the level of production you got out of Mac Hollins and some of these other guys.
I get what
that we
saying,
got off the scrap heap.
So EM, I get what you're saying, but I gotta push back because you say things like bring a guy in like Mac Hollins and elevate his play like they did. Did they really elevate his play, or was he all we had in that room to help out at the time?
You're still making plays that don't matter.
But that's not. But if you're on the field, you're expected to make plays. So it's not like they elevated his game or took it to a place where it wasn't before, because he didn't go anywhere and get a big contract or anything as a result of the play.
But they got more out of him. They got more out of him than any other team than Philly got out of him.
They got more out of him because we had less talent on our roster. Our roster was dismal.
You still have to. It don't matter what's around you when your number is called. You got to make the plays. What are you talking about?
But that's a part of being a player, though.
I look at it just a little bit different. I look at it in terms of the fact that unfortunately, their success, the offensive success or lack thereof was what it was. But we have an actual offensive-minded staff now, not led by a so-called defensive guru who said he's an offensive-minded professional. You feel me? Like Flores said that he coached defense, but he said he was an offensive guy at heart, technically. But now you have an actual the guy that's running the show now is an offensive guy, not an offensive guy from a defensive background. You feel me? Like his whole objective has been score points offensively. That's the difference I look at. Like we actually have an offensive mind leading the offense.
And that's a key point.
We have ball game, but that's nothing but just the reciprocal of what the previous guy was.
No, I don't think so. And what you have to understand about coaching, right? From our perspective, from Tua's perspective, he's never had an offensive minded coach. So he's had Nick Saban. Even in high school, he had a defensive minded coach. So I think somebody who's going to nurture him and bring him along and teach him how to watch film and teach him how to prepare, I think that's going to be essential, especially if you don't have guys like that on your staff. If you have guys who are inexperienced, like Flo did,
that's a plus for all of them.
Who he was trying to figure out who his coordinator was going to be at senior week, basically, as he coached the senior camp, giving guys 1 week at a time and coaching. Like, bro, no, go get you somebody who's experienced and who's going to help these guys develop, because you're only hindering yourself, because the offense is only going to be as good as the coaches that provide the system for them. I mean, that's really how it works out in the
CB83,
NFL.
you're kind of cooking yourself there when you say he had Saban as a defensive mind coach. You're basically saying he still can have success on the defensive mind coach, but last time I checked, he was all world. Of course he can. Under that.
Well, here's the thing, though. So Nick Saban, it's a well-known fact that Nick Saban he's the heart and soul, mind and guru of the Bama secondary. That's what he does. He personally coaches that group himself. Nobody else touches those boys. That's him. So, but he has a full-fledged offensive coordinator that doesn't do anything but run the offense for him. You see what I'm saying, Crypto?
Check it.
So in this
legit
instance,
with more credentials than our NFL guys.
Huh?
Yeah. But I'm saying,
I
said as a head coach. Right.
He was saying as a head coach.
So
but
I said
he can hire offensive gurus under him. But last time I checked, Flores had Changeli, who had the most offensive production in the last 20 years.
And see, they forget to mention that. They forget to mention that. They forget to mention that.
So when we go look at Changeli's film with the Dolphins, Tua did play better. He played better than he played last year under Changeli.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
he didn't. Stop.
I'm not gonna give you that.
So he played better under these new coaching staff.
Well, he was better last year than he was this year. I mean, the year before.
Okay. So you said he was better last year than he was the year before.
No, he played better, in my opinion, as far as when we had those weak games in that stretch. He had a higher.
I think Gailey just knew he wasn't ready, bro. Like,
bro, this is where I got to push back CB83 on what you said, because you're saying
ain't nothing wrong with that. He just wasn't ready.
The offensive coach that'll give you the game plan. Here's where I think we need to not miss what's happening here. Okay. We all know that better talent is going to elevate the quarterback's play. Okay. We all know that any quarterback in the league, if they had what we had last year, they will produce a certain level versus what we have this year. Their results will go up. Now, the difference is they should go up. Now, the difference is identifying the baseline, though. So let me give you an example. If last year Tua was at a 4 and this group of weapons will put him at a 7, the difference that we got to make sure we never lose sight of is the fact that last year some quarterbacks would have been a 5 or a 6, and this weapon group will put them at an 8 or a 9. So don't lose sight of the baseline. Don't lose sight of the baseline. But I'm also not going to discount how big he can grow. He may have been a 4 last year, and this offense can make him a 10. We don't know until we see it. But to sit here and say, well, this is why you need a McDaniels, this is why I agree with EM them, pump the brakes until we see otherwise, where you need a McDaniels that can actually, get the most out of them. Let's be clear here. Tua could have been a better player last year if he was just a better player too. It's not like he didn't have opportunities. Now, See, here's the deal. You might have 10 plays in a game last year where he had an opportunity to make a play that he didn't. It might have only been 5. Let's just say he had 5. But these weapons now might change those 5 opportunities to 10. So he's going to get more. But
or it could be 5. You just don't know. You're talking about hypotheticals.
Yeah, but don't make it seem like it's because of the system. It ain't now it could play a part.
Bro, the system is gonna be the difference. I'm taking scheme. I'm taking scheme over talent.
Mike McDaniel said they're gonna run a lot of the. First of all, Mike McDaniel said we're gonna run a lot of the things they ran last year in the system.
Tua said that as well.
But
he said that as well. That came out of Tua's mouth.
We are going to run a lot of what they ran last year.
These concepts.
Do you know why? Do you know why they're going to run a lot of it?
It's football. It's a very simple game.
No, sir. You know why they're going to run? Do you know why they're going to run a lot of the concepts they ran last year?
Can't do much stuff
because some of those concepts were just fine. It's just that Tua's ball placement and things of that nature held it back in some cases.
It was just fine, but you also didn't have the talent to make those plays. There's a lot of things that go into it. There's a lot of nuance. So you can't say
now we got a run game.
Now you have
so again.
Why are you
hang on, TD. Let me get it. Hang on, TD. Let me get him real quick to address what I said earlier about the.
You ain't getting that.
Let me get him. Okay, he just said that we did not have the talent. Hang on.
Don't come up here. Don't stick your chest out because you ain't.
Hang on. Let me get him. I got him right. I got him right where I want him. To my point about listen, the point I was trying to make about again, you just said we didn't have the talent to consistent. I'm paraphrasing, but you said we did not have the talent to consistently execute. That is why what I said about the coaching staff. We are going now. If we see increased production from that room, there are. You got a lot of people, and I think CB is going to be one of them that give this coaching staff, I feel, a little too much credit because it'd be one thing if they draft if we didn't bring in Tyreek and we didn't bring in Cedric Wilson. These guys are already established. Jalen Waddle is already established.
So you're going to discredit the coaching because
I'm not discrediting. No, I'm not discrediting in any way, shape, or form. What I'm saying is I think it's going to be unfair. I think it's going to be unfair, just like I feel like a lot of our fan base unfairly criticize, the previous coaching regime in a lot of ways. Some concerns and some criticism is valid, but I think they're in a lot of ways they're unfairly criticized. So my point is point I was trying to make about this year, if we see an increase, and we should, based off the talent that we brought in, established talent, we should see an increase in production from that room. But I feel like it's going to be unfair. Like a lot of people, like CB, I think he's going to be one of them. They're going to give this coaching staff a lot more credit than they deserve right now for this year.
And you know why? Because you can have all the talent you want to, but if the scheme is bad, then you're still going to lose games.
The scheme wasn't bad, CB. You're wrong. The scheme wasn't bad, bro. It was the execution in the scheme.
The chess game, that was bad. So if you look at from a play calling standpoint, the offensive scheme was bad, and that's what y'all don't take into consideration. There's nuance. There's nuance in everything.
I'm not saying it was perfect, but there were too many opportunities where the execution was bad.
No, you got to look at play
and
calling.
It ain't just the quarterback. Of course, we talk about the O-line, we talk about receivers, we talk about quarterbacks, we're talking about the running backs. And we ain't just saying it's on the quarterback, but the scheme was not as bad as people try to make it out to seem.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree.
When you turn on every,
I wholeheartedly disagree.
When 80% of the plays, first of all, let's get something straight. If the scheme was bad, why this man having games of 80% completion? It doesn't make any sense.
It's like
that's the CB83 I know and love. That's the CB I know. That's the CB I know.
Let me finish. No. Let me finish.
That's the CB I know.
Let me finish making my point because
please stop. You still running from me, EM. I asked you to get on a panel with me and look at the Herbert versus Tua game.
Hold on, man.
You still ran from that.
Oh man,
I got your DM.
We just talked about that the other night. Yeah, go ahead and address this. Address it for the people,
I got your DM, bro. So what you want to do is you want to break down the when the Dolphins played the Chargers in their rookie year. Is that the tape? Is that the film that you have? You want to break down?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. No problem, bro. No problem.
So now I got it. So now
I got you.
All right, man. All right. So let me finish my point here, man. Listen, and I got to give a shout out to Ace of Spades 34 in the comment section because obviously he was at camp today and basically saying the difference in this offense that I'm seeing is strictly the weapons because the usual 5-yard slant turns into 15-yard gains because of the yards at the catch. Bro, the scheme was not an issue under Flores. There were other elements that were the issue. And let me give you an example. Now, let me give you the example, okay? Why do you think Mike McDaniel, number one, said we're going to run a lot of the stuff they ran last year? Because when he evaluated the film, it was just fine. And then right after he said that, you know what he backed it up with? He said, the most important thing in this offense and the main thing that I'm working on Tua with this year when he first started implementing the offense was ball placement and timing. Because in Flores' quote-unquote horrible offense, if the ball placement and the timing was there, we would have been eating. We wouldn't have been putting the ball as much. We would have had the ball placement.
1 or 2 guys on route.
We would have had the ball placement that got the yards after the catch that we would have needed. I don't care how many 1 or 2 route plays there were. There are too many on film where if the ball placement was right, we would have been an offense that was always getting to the red zone. And we showed this on, and we showed it. You can disagree all you want. We showed this on film every week. Receivers got to jump off the ground to catch the ball. The receivers got to drop down low to catch the ball. Receivers got to lean back behind.
That's a couple times a game. There were plenty of plays.
Bro, do you understand in the NFL CB83 that a couple times the couple times is the difference between a win and a loss?
Yeah.
Do you not understand that?
Now it wasn't 10 times a game.
Bro, what are you talking about?
You said it was 5 to 10 times a game. There were wide open guys. No,
there were plays. No, 5 to 10 times a game. There were plays where there was an opportunity to be made.
This will be the difference. Mike McDaniel will scheme guys wide open for Tua to make plays.
There were
that
guys
was never the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the comment section, when we went over film, ladies and gentlemen, when we went over the film in the comment section, y'all give me an answer. Every week we go over the film where guys not schemed open last year. Every week we went over the field and we saw 10 times a game. This ain't nothing new. You ain't watching the film.
Times a game, TD, you're tripping. Put on the film right now. We'll go through
it. Bro,
there's no 10 times a game. Dudes were wide open.
CB83, we've done this a million times, bro.
You're talking nonsense. So Tua missed 10 guys wide open a game.
First of all, see, this is where people have selective hearing, and y'all say TD got a narrative about Tua. Let me prove to y'all other people got narratives about Tua. Didn't I say 5 to 10 times a game there was opportunities to be made, and it's not just about the quarterback, the O-line, the running backs, the quarterbacks, receivers. It ain't just all Tua.
Just quarterback.
Excuse me.
You did not say
First of all, put it in the comment section. Did you just hear me 10 minutes ago saying 5 to 10 plays a game, there are opportunities to be made, and it's not just about Tua. It's about the running backs, the wide receivers.
You didn't say that. You did not provide that context.
Watch the comment section tell you what I said.
I don't care what these Tua haters talk.
Bro, you know what, CB83? See, this is what selective hearing. And y'all say I got the Tua narrative. Y'all think everything negative being said is about Tua. It's not.
Bro, that's what you said. You said there were 5 to 10 opportunities he could have made plays.
No, I was telling you about the Mike McDaniel, his approach with Tua when he can control the situation.
We can, TD, we can agree to disagree. It's cool. I think the scheme will be the difference in how we do this year.
Quick question on CB83.
You know, listen. What's
the percentage of catches that the San Francisco wide receivers had outside of Debo? Do they have a high catch radius, a high catch percentage?
I feel like, Kittle does. Yeah, I feel like Ayuk made
Kittle
plays.
Was an anomaly, but that's different. I'm talking about guys
he's a guy
came in as a rookie.
He's a guy.
They don't even really know the name of the other receivers there in San Francisco.
Brandon Ayuk.
For me,
Ayuk is the only one that anybody can name up, aside from Samuels.
But they were successful, though.
That scheme.
That was Trent Sherfield last year, was their third guy. Sherfield was the fourth guy last year.
Hey,
real quick. He was further down.
I want to address CB's comment about the scheme alone will make the difference.
I did not say scheme alone. When did I say that?
You just said the scheme is going to make the difference.
Bro.
That's what you said.
I said it's going to make a difference. I never said scheme alone. I said scheme and talent are going to, but I think the scheme will be it'll attribute a lot to what we're going to be doing and how successful we'll be. When it comes to running the ball, if we're running the ball successfully, it's going to open up the pass game a lot.
Yeah, we understand that, CB. That's one-on-one. That's
common
like
knowledge, right? Common knowledge, right? So
that's one-on-one. I mean, they teach you that the first day of football. When you're in the classroom, they teach you that the first day. My point. Let me make my point real quick. Let me make my point.
Right.
I think what's going to make the biggest impact, execution and situational play calling by Mike McDaniel. It's not going to be the same. Because see, what I agree with what I can't believe I'm agreeing with TD today.
So you said situational play calling.
CB, can I finish my point, bro? Please, man. That's disrespectful. Real talk. Listen, we let you talk. Nobody interrupted you. Nobody was trying to overtalk you, man. Just let me finish my point. That's disrespectful. So with that being said, the scheme alone is not going to make the difference because I think the scheme last year was fine. There's a lot of similarities to what we saw last year that Mike McDaniel wants to implement this year, right? But the personnel has been upgraded on offense. But I think, it was three things. The personnel, and I agree with you there, CB, but I think execution from Tua, and I think his situational play calling, because again, from a conceptual standpoint, a lot of what we will see this year is not foreign concepts. We saw it last year. The only difference is the tendency in which Mike McDaniels is going to run his plays as opposed to Brian, his predecessors. So I think it's just them three things. It's just not the scheme is going to make the difference because it's going to be very similar to what we saw last year.
Which is what I said. I said there's a lot that goes into it. So there's scheme, there's talent, there's play calling, there's situational stuff. There's a lot that goes into it. So I never said scheme alone. I feel like the scheme will have more of an effect on the offense than the talent will, but the talent really helps. We added what? We added Teron Armstead. We added Connor Williams. We added Tyreek. I mean, we added Cedric Wilson Jr. We added running backs. Of course, that's gonna. But
I think it's a combination of it. I think it's a combination.
It's gonna be a combination.
We can agree that it's gonna be a combination of all those things: coaching,
all those things,
better players at those skill positions, better players on the offensive line. All of those things coming together to create a more dynamic, more effective offense for this team. So
CB83, you getting muted right now. Because you're gonna listen. You need to learn how to listen. There were too many opportunities where the execution was bad.
No, you got to look at play
and
calling.
It ain't just the quarterback. Of course, we talk about the O-line. We talk about receivers. We talk about quarterbacks. We're talking about the running backs. And we ain't just saying this on the quarterback, but the scheme was not as bad as people try to make it out to seem. So don't tell me I ain't say that. Don't tell me I did not mention it.
You said this way before that.
No, this is, bro, look at the bar. Look at the bar down here. We're almost at the end. This was 10 minutes ago.
Go back to where you were talking. Go back to where you were talking about.
This is 10 minutes ago. This is 10 minutes ago in this conversation.
This is when we were just talking. This is when we were just talking.
I think a lot of what we had last year was a lot of, when you look back over the course of how the season went, it was a lack of execution. I think some of the
players, man.
So some of the plays. So there were a lot of plays, and Tua even said it himself. There were a lot of plays that he left on the field that could have been made, and then and unfortunately, we didn't have. I mean, we had to go with a guy that was actually able to create space for himself to get open. So, but you brought better players in now.
I would also say, for myself, just finding ways to get completions, get the ball out of my hands on third down. If you look at previous film, there's been some guys that have been open that I've missed. So
you had amazing chemistry with your receivers, Mike Gesicki, Devontae Parker coming back from injury. Is this the best connection you've had with them all season?
I think there's a lot that we can learn from today. Ball placement for me, some catches, but I think overall it's.
CB83, just be quiet.
That's not anything. Guys miss guys all the time, dude.
Exactly, but those are opportunities.
Guys.
Those are opportunities, bro. Those are opportunities. Those
all
are
fall under the category on the stat. Those all fall under the category.
So
of
you gonna argue with Tua? You gonna argue with Tua, CB?
Tell Tua lying. Tua lying, huh?
You gonna argue with?
Oh, he just humble.
You gonna argue with Tua, CB?
He dead on. He misses.
Is that what you gonna do? You go? Oh, I guess Brian Flores made him say that at his press conference. I guess Flores was like standing in the hallway telling motherfucker, this is part of my language, TD. You bet this is what you have to say. I guess that was all Brian Flores too, right? Stop.
I know players. I know players.
He's starting to give people like
and you want to get and you have the audacity to want to get on in the film session live where people can see it with me. Okay, all right.
I know you
no
call
problem.
it EM foolish talk. That's what it is. EM foolish talk.
CB got to get from next to me, man. CB got to get from next to me, man.
EM foolish talk, man.
Listen, all I was saying is this offense is going to be very similar. This offense is going to be very similar to what it was last year with a few more wrinkles with the West Coast. But at
TD, pull that. You got that clip out where you got that clip where Tua said that it was going to be very similar to what he's seen at Alabama and previously as the Miami Dolphins.
Y'all pulling out.
I didn't clip.
Hey, he pulling out all his. He pulling out all his clips right now.
You're a content creator, baby. You should have it. You the content creator now. You should have your clips ready.
Y'all see TD going in the vault. Y'all see TD going in the vault.
Why do you think I have clips in the first place, CB83? So you only make somebody have clips whenever the delusion is so overwhelming that you just don't want to respond anymore. You just play the clip
in the vault, bro.
You just play the clip
in the vault, bro.
You only go in the vault. You only go in the vault for delusion
when you need to.
When you have to. When you have to.
When you're getting punished, you go in the vault. That's when you go in the vault right there. When you're getting punished.
Listen, man, but the vault punished you just now.
I'm here, bro. I'm here. I ain't never scared.
Listen, you were doing so good, bro. 83, you came on this stream. You were doing so good. EM called you out. I stood up for you. I said he ain't said nothing crazy yet. But it was only a matter of time, bro.
It was only a matter of time.
I told you.
For y'all
that's the CB I know. That's the CB I know and love.
I know you love
that's
me.
That's the CB I know.
I'm waiting for you. Hey, I got a show for you, EM.
Bro,
I'll be patiently
it's just
waiting.
called objectivity, man. It's not negativity. It's not positivity. It's just the truth. Objectivity.
That's cool.
Just
and
call it what it was.
Down.
Hold on, real quick.
Down the middle.
Y'all out here trying to put the blame
Here we go,
on everybody else.
Here we go. Let Esther talk.
We had live games, bro. We had live games already. Ball game after every game was breaking down film with reason. TD was breaking down film. We're not going back. If you missed it last year, that's your fault, bro. We're not going back. If you haven't realized it yet, if you haven't realized it yet,
bro, you don't watch film.
Bro, what are you talking about, man? When TD was talking about, when TD was listen, bro, it's not that hard. When TD's talking about ball placement and you didn't
care, are the same person.
The ball placement was off. That's you, bro. When I'm simply telling you, you can't comprehend,
bro. I really wanted you to talk so you could just drown yourself, bro. It's a wrap. Don't even worry about it.
Listen, let's get on a more positive note. The ball placement was excellent today, and we got our franchise quarterback.
There we go. QB1.
Let's go.
QB1. QB1.
Let's go.
Man, I'm the only one willing to do that.
I was about to call clip, TD.
I was about to call Jimmy G this morning, but hey, I'm telling you, boy, I stopped dialing.
I know you stopped dialing. You stopped dialing quick.
Hey, shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Shout out to the best fans in the world when it comes to this.
Ron, what's good?
Man, I can't complain, man. Hey, you might still need to call Jimmy G to replace Teddy B. Well, I ain't talking about Teddy Pendergrass. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. You might need to call Jimmy.
The conversation.
You know what I mean? But I tell y'all this, man. You know, I listen to y'all guys, man. It's a lot to love this year with this team, man. But I'm gonna tell you, generally, when you look at a team and where they go from and where they look at making major changes, you got to identify some of the things you see. The first thing that they do. We all know the first thing this team did in the offseason, before they addressed anything else, they went and got an offensive-minded coach. Why? To support the quarterback.
Exactly.
He needs that. if you want your quarterback to grow, to find out about him, he needs an offensive-minded coach, period. So we do that.
Or a really good coordinator.
Or a very good coordinator that's on the cusp of being a head coach. You know what I mean? I agree with that.
Yeah.
Then what's the next thing the Miami Dolphins did? We going to make it where ain't no excuse for nobody. We going to go get talent because there was a deficiency at talent. Mac Hollins, I'm going to tell you, I heard y'all talking about Mac Hollins. I hated that we let him go. You know why? Because he's dependable.
He is. He made plays. He made plays.
You know what I mean? It was a lot of games last year I watched this Dolphins team, man. Wide receivers weren't getting separation. It was a lot of them games I saw too. But
a lot of them games.
But
yeah, absolutely.
The biggest blemish, I think, if this offensive line, that's like the major thing other than Tua. Because I don't care who you put back. You can put Tom Brady.
The engine.
You can
put the engine.
You can put Aaron Rodgers. I don't care any of these great young up and coming quarterbacks. If you don't have an offensive line, you are in trouble. We all know the games are won and lost in them trenches, and that's where it started. And so, I hope we make another move at that offensive line. That's what I'm concerned about the most. We need to get another offensive lineman in here. Because
we're gonna be good.
Really telling to me, and TD, I think you might have hit on.
Don't start ball game.
I'm just saying, like, legitimately, who you gonna go get?
I mean, it's not a lot. He's right. It's not a lot out there right now.
Ain't nobody gonna just hand over you a stud.
Ball game is
my biggest concern is
ball game is a JC Tretter hater.
Hey,
the man just said he doesn't want to practice, bro. He doesn't want to be down here in this Florida heat, bro.
He didn't say that. I spoke to the man, daddy, man.
He don't even practice, bro.
Ball game is a JC Tretter hater.
Dude don't even practice, bro.
Ball game
we are too young of a group up front to have this dude not even want to show up to practice and just want to show up for games, bro. Come on now.
Now, ball game.
We can't have that. We can't set the tone with that.
A player that's gonna wreck the chemistry. I ain't never been down for that. But
what did Daddy say, TD?
If that ain't the case,
his daddy said, well, the problem is money right now. His daddy say he got offers, but for teams he don't want to play for.
Man, his damn daddy a damn lie.
Hey, man, CB83, can you just let somebody talk, bro? His daddy said he's gotten offers from teams, but none that he wants to play for. But he would definitely take a call from the Miami Dolphins, but they have not called yet.
You know what that translates to me then? If we hadn't called him,
we all want it.
That means they're satisfied, comfortable with what we got in house.
Well. Remember, you heard what Mike McDaniel said the other day when they asked him specifically, "Are you open to bringing a veteran in at center at some point in camp?" He said, "Our options are open, but right now we have to see what we have, and maybe later in camp. But right now, they're just going off of what they have now." So you never know, but I know one thing.
They might be temporarily satisfied because you remember
my statement's not incorrect though. Dude don't practice.
Well, we know he don't, but ball game. It ain't like Teron Armstead is out there truly practicing. Come on,
he'll be the next Tuesday.
Man,
well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all, man, we in a good position finally, man. We got a balance. We finally got a balanced team, man. For so long, we had a team that was either or. Either the offense looking good and the defense is trash, or the defense is good and the offense is looking like trash. This is the first year that this team really has been balanced, probably in at least a decade.
Man, we're going to see on Tuesday.
And that's the difference. That's the difference right there.
That's not the
difference. That's the difference, man.
On paper, TD,
I don't care about none of it till them pads come on.
Listen, there's two things. There are two
things
I'm waiting
on. Only one game. That's only one practice, though.
No, it's not one practice. I'm waiting on two things. I'm waiting on the pads on Tuesday, and I'm waiting because guess what? The Bucs joint practices will be padded.
Yeah, so joint practices.
I'm waiting on that too. That's what I want to see. Then everything else that happened, we're going to play around with, but that's what matters.
So what's up? Hey, TD. So you got an extra ticket? Let's go. I'm trying to ride too. Let's go.
CB83, bro. Listen, first of all,
let's go, man.
Bro, I don't know if I can be in the same vicinity as you.
I know, bro. Y'all hate to hear me talk my talk, man.
CB83.
I be just dropping knowledge on y'all. That's it. I see EM got ghosts.
Some stuff just be a little too much though. Like,
yeah, CB83, 10 years ago, I used to do things that hurt my brain cells. Now I got to save every one of them. I can't have you close to me, bro.
All right, man. Come on, man. Give me an extra ticket, man.
Well, no. I might have a ticket for you because I'm dealing with some for the Bucks thing, like transportation and stuff. But if you can get there on your own, I might be able to hook you up.
Yeah, I'm there.
But I might only have one ticket, like literally
That's
just
cool.
one. If you all right with the transportation situation.
We need to help you get through the month of August, man.
Hey, man.
I'm there.
Well, you know what? But you got to be honest if you go, bro. You got to be honest with what you see when you go.
I'm going to be straight up, bro. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell it like it is now. I'm going to tell it like you tell it. I'm going to tell it like you tell it, huh?
Yo, tell it like it is.
I can't be lying to the people, man. I got to get the people what I see, man.
But you done, every time you done came up here, you've been lying to the people.
Come on, man. I just do dropping knowledge for y'all, man. Trying to help y'all out, trying to help y'all perspective. You know, you got to provide a little nuance, a little context for you boys, because y'all just get up here and to a garbage, to a trash, to a now he out there dropping dimes. I see hope. I see promise. I see we're gonna do well this year.
Hold on, CB83. Hold on, CB83. See, you just said you got to be honest for the people. So when he out there practicing like trash, if somebody say trash,
I'ma call
and then hold on, and then he out there throwing dimes, and they say there's hope, and he looks good. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
But you got to provide context. Hey, the O-line broke down, so he couldn't make a play. That's context.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And I mean, you can't say the guy's playing trash. If he's playing trash, he's playing trash.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I know that. I know what trash looks like.
Every bad practice by a quarterback means the O-line was breaking down, y'all.
That's not what that means. That's not what that means. You can have quarterbacks can have bad days.
Okay, so he have them. You report it, and when he have great ones, you do what I did today, like a grown man. You say he balled out, and you say there's hope, and you say you love what you saw, and if he can keep doing it, we might have our guy. That's what you do. You just tell the truth.
It's called being objective.
It ain't called. It ain't no flip flopping. It ain't this and that. You just give what he gives. That's it.
You do.
And
when I watch.
Exactly. He's gonna do the same thing. Mike
he's gonna do, and that's a really good. Hey, and Ron, and that's a really good point. And that's why Mike McDaniels watched the film and what he saw last year, and he said, "Hey, I can work with that guy because I see." And what he's doing on the field, that he has the ability to be a really good football player. If he watched the film, and even the organization, Chris Greer, Stephen Ross, Dan Marino, everybody involved in this process. So if anybody,
you done lost your mind if you think Dan Marino, Stephen Ross, Chris Greer, and all of them
they're not looking at Tua? They're not assessing Tua?
Oh, they're looking at him, but don't think that it's a case of they felt like they believed they could win with them because they wouldn't have been pursuing nobody else.
They're assessing Tua and his performance. They're assessing Tua and his performance.
Absolutely.
And if they felt like he wasn't good enough to get it done, guess what? He would not be our starting quarterback right now. Can y'all agree with that?
If Mike McDaniel thought he wasn't good enough to get it done, he wouldn't.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel would have had to make that call.
But isn't it a collaborative situation? Because they brought Mike McDaniel.
Ain't no more collaborative situation. Let me tell you what they did.
Prior to bringing Mike McDaniel in, they could have easily moved quarterback.
No, it's not a collaborative situation. When they fired Flores, the next thing out of Stephen Ross's mouth was simple. The next quarterback will decide the quarterback. I mean, the next coach will decide the quarterback position. The next coach will decide the position. Period.
Yeah, now, if I'm not mistaken, I remember that.
You know why he said that? Because he was tired of the conflict. He was tired of all of it. Let's take it out of our hands. Let's go hire somebody. Let them decide the next quarterback and let the chips fall where they may on him. You know why? Because there was a conflict in the front office. You know what Brian Flores' comeback probably was a lot? Well, I didn't pick him. Y'all stuck me with him. So Stephen Ross fired Flores and said, we're not going to create that situation. Bro, that's what's what, bro. Okay. Do we know that? CB83. CB83. See, this is where
Ron,
you
do we know that?
Man,
Ron,
hey,
do we
that
know
thing
that?
is well reported on all
See,
circuits. Man.
CB83, you gonna drive me crazy right now. You gonna drive me crazy. Go talk about we don't know that. You one of the main ones that would say, did Flores want Tua? Did Flores want Tua? Yes or no?
Bro.
No.
Did Flores want Tua? Yes or no?
No, he wanted Herbert.
First of all, he drafted Tua.
He probably didn't want nobody. He probably wanted a defensive guy. He probably wanted
He didn't hit no. He didn't draft Tua.
He wanted.
Tua.
He probably, if anything, he probably would have picked Simmons or Brown.
That was not a coach. That was not a coach pick. Had it been, I'm guaranteeing you, if it had been left up to Brian for that pick, Isaiah Simmons would have been on this team.
Yeah, it would have been. That's what I say. It would have been Simmons or Brown.
I don't agree with that.
Exactly.
That's hypothetical.
So Stevie 83, you're under the belief that Brian Flores said, make sure we get Tua. Make sure we draft Tua.
I think it was a collaborative effort, and he said,
and his vote was Tua.
I need it.
Okay.
He was like, I need a QB.
I think out of the three,
I gotta get him.
2-1 for Tua.
Okay.
Gray and the owner 2-1. Majority rules.
See what you started, Stevie 83.
I know, because the Tua, the Watsoneers hate me on this channel, bro. The Watsoneers hate me on this channel, bro.
But
they don't like me.
Fellas, y'all know what we failing to realize, though, something that I sat there thinking about. You know what's crazy is really how this past season finished, and we know that the coach and the quarterback wasn't getting along. That's crazy. Think about how close we were to making the playoffs. And your coach and your quarterback was feuding.
It's crazy. It is. And when you think about it, it makes me think that Tua was not into the game in Tennessee on purpose. Like he knew if he won that game for Flores, like he was stuck. He was coming back because you can't.
Y'all ain't going out there tanking games, man. Come on.
We're
not going to do that now.
Let him keep going.
I don't know.
Let him keep going, ball game. Let him hurt his own.
That's not in Tua's favor. That's not in Tua's favor. That's not me. That's not me being a Tua near.
It sounded like Flores was being sabotaged.
So CB, Tua tanked the Buffalo game in the first year, and then he tanked the Tennessee game.
I'm not saying he tanked the Buffalo game. I'm saying he played bad in Tennessee. It didn't seem like.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Flores didn't sabotage Tua. Tua sabotaged Flores now.
It could have been.
Wow.
You know it's about it.
Wow. Don't do that.
You know what? I ain't gonna lie. If y'all not subscribed to CB83, you should, because these are the best takes I've ever heard in my life. Y'all better go check the homie out.
Hey, who won that battle?
That's a good one. That's something else.
You are reaching with that one.
No.
CB83,
they say I read.
No.
You got to speak with that one.
CB83 is not getting credit for that take. Okay?
These are
we have
some
been
real
saying
receipts.
that for months at the Fins
Man,
tailgate.
you heard that from me first, Feller. You heard that from me first, bro.
Oh, I can stop it, CB83. We did an entire show about why we thought Tua might be the one sabotaging in Tennessee.
Come check out my channel so y'all can hear these takes, bro. I'm gonna give it to y'all raw.
We talked about that 2 months ago, CB. Where were you? Where were you?
The entire thought process that
come in there and
a
back
player go out there and sacrifice the hard work of another 52 players and the coaching staff just for his.
Oh, it was the whole team.
Benefit.
It was the whole team.
Oh, CB, man.
First of all, come on, man. Hey, look, a quarterback has to be good enough to be able to choose the tank.
Oh, Ian, don't come up here with this nonsense.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Y'all gotta knock it off.
Think about your channel, bro.
Come out of nowhere, bro.
Think about your channel, bro. Think about your channel, CB. Come on, man. You trying to get your channel up and running, bro. Think about your channel, bro.
Hey, come holler at me, man.
You on them gummies or you on the smoke?
CB, bro.
All you're doing is making is putting more shade on Tua by that.
Happens, guys. I know it happens. That's me. That's me being objective.
Color don't even matter now.
If that's objective. Oof.
Because if he did that,
that's objective.
If he did that, bro. If he did that, then he needs to be taking me for a ride.
I hope you're listening, Reason. I hope you Reason. I hope you're listening right now. No, I hope you're watching. I hope you somewhere watching.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Hey, CB, EM said, think about your channel, bro.
I'm really worried about EM, man. I'm waiting on EM to get. Hey, I'm waiting on EM to get on there so he could get abused on there. That's what I'm waiting on.
Listen, CB, real talk. Listen,
his truck for our next tailgate.
hey, real talk. I respect any man's hustle. If you're getting out there, you try to make things happen for you in your personal life.
I don't even want to hear this tape. I don't want to hear this tape, bro.
You worse than Tyreek.
But
me and Tyreek on the same page, bro.
I want to
know what time it is. Thank you, Dre. Shout out to my dog Andrevius. Shout out to my dog Andrevius in the chat, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, he on that foolery with you.
Do you understand what you're
we already know what time it is with Andrevius, bro. We already know that. We don't even want to go there.
What you go there, EM?
We already know what time.
Go there, bro.
No, this not the play. This not the play for it. Andrevius know what it is.
I got time today.
Does CB understand
can we wait until the pads get on to start?
GG is terrible. GG, get GG off the panel, man. Get this dude off the panel, man. Get this Browns fan off the panel.
Let him have it, GG.
Hold on.
Let him have it, GG.
Browns don't have a quarterback.
Slide on this fool real quick. Go on and slide on him real quick, bro.
Can we wait till the pads come on?
What's up, fellas?
And the safety help come over, like we making all these predictions. Well, CB83 is making all these predictions. There's no pass rush, no pads, and there's no safety over the top. Like, be realistic, bro. I mean,
a safety not gonna be over the top all the time. What are you talking about, bro? They play without safety sometimes. Do you understand that?
They were last year.
You understand that? GG just be talking. Hey, GG don't know football. He said safety not over the top. Like they don't play man-to-man coverage or cover zero.
Over the top.
Come on, dog. Get out of here, dude. Bro, get off the panel. Hey, get him off the panel. He don't know football, man.
Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Get him off the panel, bro.
Whatever coach plays cover zero against Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill doesn't know football. Who's not going to play cover two?
Bro.
Like, come on.
They're going to have to play cover.
So you think they're going to line up cover two?
You don't have to play cover two. You just got to have a safety.
You better get somebody in the box to stop that run.
Look at the film the defenses did.
No. Hold on, everybody. We ain't going to get past the fact that this man justified Tua's Tennessee game by saying sabotage.
Hey, here come TD trolling.
I really he understands the implications of that, bro. Like seriously,
what I heard him say was
something like that, then he robbed us.
Clean it up for him, ball game.
He said Tua tank. He said Tua tank and sabotage Flores. That's what he said.
Wow.
That's basically what I said.
That's basically what he said.
I think he sabotaged when that game got to the playoffs. Flores still would have got fired.
Took too much.
Wow.
Hey, you said Flores. Hey, Ron, Flores would not have got fired.
And you're okay with that, CB?
Yeah,
CB, you're okay with you okay with your quarterback throwing games, bro?
But I'm not. And what I want you to realize is that Flores did this to himself, right? So Flores held Tua out of games and wanted to throw games to show he wasn't the guy. So he wanted to hold him out of games.
He didn't want to lose.
Tua did not need to go to IR. He did not need to go to IR for what? He didn't need to go there.
I don't know. Are you a medical doctor now? Are you a medical doctor?
Broken in 9 different places.
Tua didn't have to go to IR.
Are you a medical doctor?
9 broken ribs?
Where did these credentials come from?
When did he have 9 broken ribs, Crypto? Making up stuff. When did he have 9 broken ribs?
9 fractured.
When did he have 9 broken ribs, bro? You're just talking out of your butt right now. Shut up.
No,
dude.
he had 9 broken in 9 different places.
Bro, no, stop talking, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You didn't have 9 broken ribs.
Right,
bro.
Get him, Crypto. Get him,
All right,
Crypto.
Come on,
Get him.
dude. The dude talking reckless, bro.
Look at the injury. This is
Bro,
the report.
The reports are Tua felt like he was good to go, and it didn't happen.
Of course he is, because every night he gonna want to be a superhero.
Yeah. So
what player
he
don't
didn't
want
need
to
to
go and play fractured?
He didn't need to go to IR. He could have
Name me one
played.
player that was injured.
Flores
felt like they could be on the field.
Flores wanted
Unless they was
Watson,
in
and
the
he
body
wanted to
cast.
sit him out and
Turn
prove
up,
the
Crypto.
point.
Go on and turn up
Unless
real
they
quick.
was in the body
Let him
cast,
have it.
every
Let him have
NFL player is gonna feel like they
Size him
want
all
to
you
go
want to.
because they want to be a
Size him all you want to.
superhero.
He's getting gassed right
If
now.
Flores wanted Watson, then why isn't Watson Pittsburgh's quarterback?
Because he couldn't get him there. You can't make that happen
really?
when you got
Oh,
salary
really? You got
cap
the
and
job
stuff
in
like
45 minutes.
And he's not the head coach, man.
Yeah,
He's
that's
not
right. The
controlling
head
that.
coach hired him in 45 minutes. You don't see that coach?
All right. Enough of CB's crazy.
Golly, boy, I gotta straighten y'all out today.
We got a lot of new
on a
people on here
Saturday
right now.
Got me hot. Got my blood pressure up on a Saturday.
We got a lot of new people on here right now. We got to talk about these dimes that were dropped today. Tua actually had a great day. There's no
There we go.
There's no taking nothing away from that. He actually had a great day. We're all going to be looking for consistency, but staying in this moment right now, seeing something that we haven't seen really in 2 years, kind of tells you it's there. Now, I understand people are going to argue, especially GG, no safety and man-to-man, all of that type of stuff. But at the same token, we know the guy can make some throws. You know,
he can make a throw.
He can make some throws. So, like, if we can keep getting the level of this, is this something that can? Because some of y'all don't believe in him, and I find myself in that room as well, more often than none. So, with that being said, if he can continue to be consistent with this, is that something that would actually start to change your thought process of the long-term projection for him?
Hell yeah, it should.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, because I have to see it with a
absolutely
defense. I got to see it with a pass rush.
Wait.
Hang on.
Hold on, one at a time. All right, let's start one at a time.
Hang on. Absolutely. Listen, consistency is a requirement at this level. And, we've seen, again, I've had this conversation with TD multiplying with a lot of people. Tua has flashed, right? Franchise level quarterback plays, throws. He's done that.
That's a good take, EM.
Hang on, CB. Let me finish.
That's a good take. Go ahead.
Hang on, let me finish. He's flashed that, but at this level, the greats, it's not about flashing, bro. Josh Rosen made throws that took your breath away at times, right?
Whoa.
But at the end of the day, bro, it's about consistency. And Tua, again, this is one practice. This is the first practice, I think, since Tua has been the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, where you can say, well, Tua, because all indications that he absolutely lit up practice today. This is the first one, to my knowledge.
Say what you want to say. He looked the part today.
He did. And so, again, he has to continue to get better and to stack good practices on a good practice. And hopefully that translates to the field come the first game against New England. So if he continues, absolutely, we'll feel a lot more comfortable about his long-term projections if he's able to be consistent.
Look the part, right? You have to do it once the lingerie come off, you have to do it consistently.
Yeah.
By the way, I just wanted to clarify something about what I said about Pittsburgh. My point, I understand Pittsburgh couldn't afford it. My point was, even when Flores wasn't there, you don't think for a second Mike Tomlin turned his eye, talked to the owner about Watson? Okay.
Yeah, they wasn't giving up those picks.
And secondly, do you think for a second he cared about what Ben Roethlisberger or Mitchell Trubisky or Mason Rudolph had to think about it or how it affected their emotions? No, not one iota.
I disagree.
Yeah, Big Ben was on his way out the door too.
It's neither here nor there.
And let's keep it on here, though. I know GG has something to say.
Competition now, CB. He brought in Mitchell Trubisky, but all accounts are that Mason Rudolph might take the starting job.
I just don't think they could have. I don't think they could have made that happen.
For what, 3 years? My only thing is,
he's been in that for 3 years.
One at a time, guys. Anybody caring about Mitchell Trubisky's feelings right now? No.
My only thing is, I want to see Tua do it when there's a defense with a pass rush. Like, yeah, he can make most of the throws. Like, he was doing good last year in practice, but when people put pressure on him, the offensive line is not looking good, and when it comes down to crunch time, is he going to be that guy that gets Miami over the hump? Like, yeah, I'm a Watson fan, but I want to see Miami do good too. Like, but I just don't think he's that guy. Like we thinking, yeah, Tua is getting better, but what about Mac Jones and
what?
Zach Wilson?
We don't care about no Mac Jones. Get this
got
dude
to
off the
because
panel,
they're
man.
in your division. How can you
Bro,
not
I don't care
worry
about them,
the
bro.
other
I'm worried about
quarterbacks?
my guy.
I get his point,
I'm worried
though. I
about
get his
my
point, what
guy.
he's saying.
I get his point, but I'm worried about my guy. I
You
can't
don't want to be
control
left
what
behind.
Mac Jones doing. I'm not
But
trying to
we're-
control what Mac
We're
Jones
acting
doing.
like they're not
I know where
getting
my
better.
guy is.
That was their first year. Zach
So-
Wilson was looking good at the end of last year.
Bro, you
Okay,
talking
then,
about?
CB, if you only care about our guy,
kept
then I'm going
up.
to say something about our guy along those lines. How about this?
Okay.
How about I would like our guy to have 3 games where he scored over 45 points in one season to break Mac Jones's record last year.
I don't care about scoring 45 points. I care
Mac
about
Jones
winning
had
games, guys.
it wasn't a record; it was the most in the NFL last year.
Hey,
Mac
but
Jones,
see, it's
3
not
games
about
over 45 points a ball game.
And who was Mac Jones doing the
That
ball
was
to?
top in the NFL
He
last
actually
year.
did one of
That's a
Nobody.
team-
He wasn't
That's
throwing
a
the ball
team
to
that
anybody.
Exactly.
Buffalo without even throwing the ball. So
He
this
had
man-
he had a great
Buffalo fans
offensive.
is
He had
anybody
a
else.
he had a
it ain't
great
us you
offensive
gotta worry
coach.
about. You haven't
Hey,
even
look,
gotten
look.
through New England yet, Buffalo.
So here we go. So we had a great
It's
offensive
Cleveland,
coach
Tennessee, and what's the other
and
team
Josh
that was?
McDaniel.
Hey, make no mistake, New England still owns this division. Make no mistake about it. If you make that
Who?
mistake, we're gonna
Bro,
lose.
you talking, no, Color, stop, man, stop. Now you talking reckless.
Y'all realize how huge week 1 is gonna be?
No,
Just
Color got a
that-
point because it's an anomaly. Buffalo won in the COVID year, and
Hey,
then
you
last
put-
year. So really,
you put
last
your
year was the
money
only
against
time they
Bill
could go to the
Belichick. I'll
division.
save mine.
Did they go to the playoffs last year?
New
Yeah,
England,
they
yes,
still got
Yeah,
in
they
the
did.
Yes.
New England went to the playoffs.
Yeah, they went
One
to the playoffs
game
last
behind
year.
the Bills. One
Yeah,
game.
there was only one game. Yeah, one game
Hey,
separated.
I don't see nobody in the division. Don't worry about it. We'll beat
Hey,
them.
if
I'm
the
not worried
Patriots
about it.
followed up their first win by sweeping the Bills, the Patriots would have won the division last year.
If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Well,
so.
yeah.
I mean, if you want to go with probabilities,
If Buffalo wins against the Patriots, we'd be talking about a 2-game stretch.
If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
going to take his spot?
That's right. That's right.
Come on, man.
So what
All
you're
right,
saying
so we
is,
just talking
if the Patriots
hey,
ain't
guys.
the king of the division,
not
then
talking
you're going on
hypotheticals
the
if he
big
gets
if.
hurt
Bro,
every year.
so what I'm saying, you guys are
I
talking
want to answer your question
hypotheticals.
on
Go ahead, Ron.
on Tua, man, because we starting to get off topic.
Exactly.
When it come to me with Tua, he flashes, and man, he looks like he can be that guy. But then he had them games, and you just like, what in the world just happened? You know what I mean? And we all know in this league, man, consistencies keep a quarterback employed, and inconsistent quarterbacks, they get out of this league. You know what I mean? Or be on that sideline holding that clipboard. You know what I mean? Emergency quarterback. So when it comes to me with Tua, I got to see more from Tua, man. And my thing is, we all know there's no game that your offensive line is going to just be perfectly blocking. You're gonna have times when you're gonna have to take the bulls by the horns because it's gonna be chaos around you. That pocket is gonna explode. And for me personally, it's too many times when I see that with Tua, where it looked like Tua panic, like he get happy feet. I don't know if Tua is a quarterback that can really handle pressure. What is Tua's percentage against the blitz? Or
Wait a minute, we had that
when
number.
the pocket explodes. Somebody got some kind of statistic on that?
I think we had that against
Ron,
pressure.
I have a similar
49.
number.
I think it was 49%.
Ron,
He's
terrible
against pressure.
I have a
He's terrible
similar
against
number
pressure.
that will still back up your point. The pressure percentage.
She's terrible
for Tua-
against pressure.
Damn, do you
Go ahead,
ever
Colin.
let
Against
anybody
pressure,
finish what you're
49%,
saying,
I
bro?
Go ahead.
I was just asking a question. I think EM said
Well,
he
why
was
don't you
terrible
ask
against
it after I'm
pressure.
done saying what I'm saying?
No,
Hold
we
on,
have
hold on.
numbers. I think it was 49%.
Y'all give me a.
Well,
y'all
we'll
do
never
me a-
know now
hold on.
because you won't let me finish.
Y'all do me a favor. Just I'm gonna come to color, all right, and let him finish. But I just gotta ask a quick ball game. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You really think that?
Think what?
I'm read between the lines what I'm asking you right now.
Hey man, I do
see,
know that you have.
you know I'm not allowed. You know that.
Yeah,
I would be murdered today, bro.
Hey, man.
But I want your thoughts because it means something.
What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about?
I watched it back, bro, and I'm watching everything. And there's so many things.
I saw it from the beginning, ball game. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
There's so many things that just don't sit well with me with that whole process. Right. So yeah.
All right, I'll leave it alone.
What are you,
all right.
bro? What are you talking about?
What the hell going on?
You know what they're talking about. You know what they're talking about.
Okay,
I know what they're talking about.
Bro, what are y'all talking? I have no idea what y'all talking about, really.
Man, I want.
Go ahead.
They know
it's on color.
It wasn't for you.
They know what. I know what they talk about. That's that Illuminati talk.
Illuminati. Go ahead, color.
Okay, so to Ron's point, I know what question he asked, but I don't know the number on that, but the number I do know will still back up your point, and that's pressure percentage.
Yeah.
Tua was I forget the exact number, 27th in the league last year in pressure percentage. Okay, he was pressured 20% of the time. That is 1 out of every 5 dropbacks. Okay, the top most pressured quarterback last year by percentage in the league, the guy who was pressured the most times dropping back, 1 out of every 3 dropbacks, was Zach Wilson. So what my question is, at 20 points per ball game, what was Tua doing on all 4 of those other dropbacks that we couldn't put more than 20 points per ball game on the board? That's a fair question, and it needs to be answered.
He was missing wide open guys and throwing picks.
Yeah, that's a good point, because there were games where people was open and he was missing them, either a high pass.
And that directly is backed up by that pressure percentage number.
He was missing.
It may not actually be the case, but it correlates. And so people that want to throw stats out and be like, oh, whenever they don't fit the narrative, it's stats are not anything. No, that's a valid stat for this debate that we're having right now.
Color, I really have a hard color.
5 times to a drop back, he was pressured 1 time.
I have a hard time agreeing with that because I can't watch
agree
film.
or disagree.
No, so
it happened, bro. It happened.
Okay, so like
I
was saying,
matter whether you agree with it or not.
So, like I said, I have a hard time
whether you agree with it or not.
Cool, color. Okay, get in your feelings, buddy. What I'm saying
in my
is,
feelings. You're in your feelings. Talk about
so
you
what
don't
I'm
believe
saying.
Stuff like you calling me a liar.
Basically, I'm saying is when I put on the film.
You call me a liar. Okay, let's pull up the numbers, T. Go to Pro Football Reference right now.
What is this dude talking about?
On the whole,
color, get your panties out of a bunch, man. Get your panties out of a bunch, man. Saturday.
You're calling me a liar.
Have a beer. Go have a beer or something, bro.
You're calling me a liar.
Go have a beer, man. Chill out.
Don't call
me.
CB,
what makes you not believe in that stat that's given out by Pro?
Because I made up the stat or something.
When I put on the film, I don't see that. I don't see 4 clean dropbacks for
every. But these are paid statisticians. That's their job. They get a living. They earn a living.
Watch those stats. You sat there and watched those dropbacks with TD.
Hey,
I witnessed.
Both of y'all got your panties in a bunch now, bro. Chill out. All I said was
you're the liar because you're the liar, not me.
Okay, cool color.
Wait a minute.
You always in your feelings, bro.
Aren't these paid statisticians?
Maybe that's your perspective.
I think I just riled.
You're gonna tell a grown man that I'm in my feelings, like you know what I'm thinking right now.
I just rile you up. It's okay.
Get on his ass, color. Don't let him up. Don't let up.
It's okay.
Put your foot on his neck. Get it.
I'm an excitable person. I'm always in my feelings.
Keep your foot on his neck. Get him.
Also, another thing to the whole public out there, I'm going to say this as a generalized statement, not to me, not about me or anybody else. If you don't want a person to give you an emotional answer, don't ask them about their feelings. Feelings are emotions. When you ask somebody about their feelings, you're going to get an emotional answer.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the insight, color. We appreciate it on this great Saturday.
Just saying. That's my wisdom,
man. Bro. If y'all gonna keep on fighting and y'all ain't gonna talk about the greatness of Tua, then why you here, man?
Stop.
I actually thought without having to be
I want to address
a backpedaler or a flip.
I really want to address that, bro. I really do.
Address what?
Let's address this throw. Let's address this 61-yard throw.
To your original question to the panel, I used the word encouraged. That's all. What we saw today was encouraging.
Absolutely.
We can say that without flip-flopping.
That's beyond fair.
That wouldn't be flip-flopping, color.
Yeah.
It's encouraging.
The word should be encouraging.
And to ball game's point, wait till Tuesday when the pads come on, because I've seen for 21 consecutive years encouraging throws in preseason.
We've seen
in the
less.
lingerie.
That's why that's all we can say. That's why that's all we can say is encouraging.
Right.
We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to translate to the games. Nobody does. We can go by what we've seen in the past and make a prediction.
I know
that's how you'd make a prediction.
We're gonna be good. Don't worry about it. We're
gonna be good.
Dimes today.
I seen Tannehill make that same throw to Mike Wallace in practice. So neither here nor there.
He made it to him in the game too.
Tua did it today. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
At the end of the day, I feel when it happened and I saw the highlight, I had butterflies that I ain't had in 2 years.
Hey, Lewis, you been quiet, man.
Y'all got to say at the end of the day, this is the moment where real Dolphin fans should be on their knees begging and pleading for a level of consistency, so that even the
I don't get on my knees.
Tell them ball game. Ain't nobody getting no fit.
Hold on, ball game like the defense today. All right. Anyway.
Whoa. All right.
By the way, just so everybody knows,
I'm not there coaching them.
Just so everybody knows, there's no animosity.
You know why I say that,
real quick. I gotta get this out, TD. I gotta get this out. Just so everybody knows, there's no animosity. I actually disagree with most on who have said it today. I think CB's first show was absolutely out of the park, man.
Thanks, Color. I appreciate it. Bro, Color,
I didn't disagree with much. I didn't agree with much you said, but you absolutely hit it out of the park.
See, now you really lying, Color. Now you really lying. No.
Damn.
Don't start EM.
Here come EM. He is, bro. That's all he do. He the dude on the sideline, just be talking.
Stay on his neck.
Yeah.
Now, I'll make the same. I'll make the same point to you, CB. That I make to Tua. I want to see you repeat that.
Something real quick.
I want to see you repeat that every show. I want to see more of that.
I'm gonna try to be consistent. That's what I'm gonna try to do.
That's all we're talking about here.
And I need Tua to do the same. That's it.
CB, real talk, bro. The overall presentation. I didn't get. I had the audio turned off, because I can only listen to you for like 2 seconds. But as far as the overall presentation, spot on, bro. Salute to you. Real talk. Real talk,
bro. Appreciate it.
Breaking news: the 49ers secondary. The 49ers secondary had 6 interceptions yesterday in camp versus Trey Lance on their shoulder. So don't forget we own their draft pick.
I wasn't a big Trey Lance guy, man.
Hey, I'm not surprised.
Hey, can I chime in real quick?
That's what they need to do.
Yeah, what's up? Is that Robert?
Yeah, man.
What's up, homie?
Just wanted to hit up on the crowning coaches before they actually prove it. Generally agree with you guys, especially your take on it, Ian. But the other factor that you guys aren't talking about is the individuals that come to play, their choice is influenced by the coach. So when we make that decision and we make that determination at the end of the season, that should play a part in it. Because if players don't want to play for him, then what kind of coach are they?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay,
I like it.
Hold on, say that one more time.
If players don't want to play for him, what kind of coach are they?
Well, here's the deal. It don't matter what you want. It's your job. I don't understand this notion. At the end of the day, you think Herbert wanted to play for his coach, but he still went out there and did his job for a coach that didn't even want him to play, didn't even want him to start.
But they're professionals though, too, though.
Exactly.
So there's a level of there has to be a level of respect, though.
Compare the last Flores Patriots game with the last Adam Gase Buffalo game.
Facts.
That's Robert's point.
And stop saying it's about respect. Flores ain't disrespect Tua until he went out there in the Tennessee game.
But
how do you know that?
Recruit?
He ain't disrespect that man until he customized.
Man,
didn't
he have people sign like non-disclosure agreements, NDAs and stuff?
Oh my God, bro!
It's illegal to force somebody to sign any.
I know who you been listening. I know who you be listening.
We're not in Vietnam.
Bro, didn't y'all hear? Y'all didn't hear about that? About the Parker situation?
Oh yeah, I heard about it. Now I know who you listening to getting that information.
But you didn't. You didn't think it was true or what?
Ain't no non-disclosure agreements. Ain't no sub freaking contracts by a coach, man. What are you talking about?
It can't happen.
There ain't no sub coach contracts.
All I did was ask a question.
There
bro.
ain't
That's
in
all I
the
did.
internet. Well, I'm animated because I'm tired of these crazy narratives people be putting.
The point I'm trying to get at that crap, anyways.
All right, the point I'm trying to get at.
I'm lost. NDA for what?
Well, you're not allowed to talk about how Flores
for some
treats
things
you.
that were said. Yeah. For some things that were said.
You know, Flores. That was
they're
another
saying
thing.
enough,
Flores
so obviously there was no
NDAs.
NDAs.
Man,
so
it's all good. I know where that came from, though. It's all good.
The point of it is the free agency acquisitions that should also factor into the quality of the coach, because it would be a determining factor for anybody that's worth spit and has options of who do they want to play.
Offering somebody $150 million, I don't care who.
But if I can get $150 million from another team,
well, I'm sorry, Robert. What was the problem? Why are you saying Flores had a problem in that area?
He can get all the coordinators that he wanted. Not all the players like playing under him, and it's not an attack on Flores. My point is, when we evaluate McDaniels at the end of the year,
evidence just doesn't
it's
support
just
that.
something to take into account.
Yeah, but
evidence just doesn't support that.
That's just a fly on the wall because let's go with players and coaches.
I'm not attacking Flores or calling Flores.
Guys, Robert's not attacking Flores. He's just saying.
Well, let me say,
I don't think he is either. But the evidence doesn't support what he's saying. The
I don't know who that is with that background.
Hold on, guys. Who is that with the background when somebody screaming?
Oh, that's Robert.
It's my kid. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, no, you're good, Robert. I just wanted to know so I can mute you and bring you on, and also it's not interrupting. But I
sound like Robert need to get that belt out. He need to get that belt.
Talk to him, man.
My kid's autistic and nonverbal. Whatever noise I get from him, I'll take.
Yeah, and I wanted to respond to what you said, Robert. So my thing is, this is what people need to understand. They paint Flores in a negative light in this area. I want to talk about players and coaches. First, I want to talk about players, okay? Let's not say Flores couldn't get great players to come to Miami and play. Don't forget, his first year, they only had one objective: get rid of great players to load up assets. Year number 2, you're not trying to bring in great players. You're just trying to bring in certain veterans that can help with the culture for your new players because you're trying to draft. Tyreek Hill could have been available year 2 for Flores. They wouldn't have been going after Tyreek then. In year 3 last year, they were finishing the process with the draft picks. They were building this team from scratch. You don't go get top players in Flores' tenure. This would have been the first time that you tried to go get players.
I don't agree with. And
TD, I want to talk. If I may, for a minute.
Year 3
Listen,
of his
this
outline.
narrative that great players, good players, like I saw somebody put in the chat that Ingram could have came here last year, but he didn't because of flow. Damn all that. The most important position, you had one of the top 5 guys was willing, told everybody else in the league, I don't want to come to you. I want to go there to play for that coach. So to me,
was here last year, if Deshaun
that
Watson
speaks more volumes than these other players. Any other player.
Say there was never a scandal. Hold on, CB. Say there was never a scandal about the whole Deshaun Watson women thing. If Deshaun Watson was a Miami Dolphin last year, do you think that this roster would be the way it is now?
Absolutely not.
Veterans would have been flocking here. Period.
Discount.
And
with Greer's ability to manipulate the contracts, they would have been coming here in droves.
That's right. And they all would have been bidding down. And all of them would have been bidding down.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a step from the coaching side of it about, well, he didn't get nobody who wanted to coach or whatever it may be. First and foremost, for new coaches, it is so hard to get coaches to come. Everybody you get to come, you're basically giving them their first promotion most of the time. And when you really think about it, who in the heck did Mike McDaniel get to come that wasn't so much of a promotion that he didn't already know in-house? He brought in half the guys in-house, San Francisco guys, the guys he knew, college people, and then anybody else worth anything, you had to promote them to bring them. So stop making it seem like, hold on.
His staff is much more credentialed than Flores.
But it was a group of people he already knew that he was bringing.
That's a key part.
Flores not bringing any
that's
any
a key aspect. So you said his network. Your network is your net worth. So if he has a network of good coaches that wants to work with him, that's on him. That's his personality. People want to work with him. They feel like it's a collaborative effort, a good atmosphere.
First off,
and
First off, let's get something straight. We don't even know if this is a good coaching staff yet. We sitting around here.
We can look at their credentials.
What are their credentials? What credentials?
Plays for a minute.
Do we really have to go through what these coaches have accomplished?
Show me the credentials. Plays for a minute.
What are the credentials? You two, how about you go through and tell everybody right now what the credentials are?
They don't have any because most of them.
He don't know. He's just talking.
So they haven't. So the offensive coaches haven't. The offensive coaches haven't played in one.
CB83.
Like 5 minutes.
When you look at some of these coaches' credentials, they've been in the same position for 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Is that a bad thing?
Yes,
that's where they want to be.
Well, when
that's where they want to be, is that a bad thing?
No. First of all, none of them want to be there. All of them trying to move up. Stop that.
Yeah, you don't believe
all of them trying to move up.
Yeah,
man, everybody not trying to move
on a little secret real quick.
Don't think that we don't have one or two gems that I recognize. I like the tight ends coach, but again, I'm looking for him to do something with Hunter Long, and we'll see how that goes.
That's gotta work out.
Can I let you guys in on a little secret real quick?
The Gesicki situation. Yeah. You know and you know who the other most accomplished coach is that nobody really realized is our DB coach, who we all should know. Up with the Chiefs. When you look at, forget the name, forget we know him and we love him, but when you look at his resume, he's actually been an impressive coach.
26.
I've studied everybody on this, all these coaches. Trust me when I tell you. Mike McDaniel brought his guys in, and all of them have something to prove. There ain't many on this roster solidified at all, bro.
My problem. Why wouldn't Flo do this? Why wouldn't he bring in guys like Madison and Surtain? I don't understand it.
Because they're just making their name and
he just got picked up. He just got hired by KC, bro. Come on.
You know Madison made his name.
Why don't we go get Mac Jones right now?
Yeah, Madison made his name the last 2 years.
You have You're the football network, the network of coaches. You're connected to a lot of guys, so it doesn't matter if he went to KC or not. Flo, I'm sure, had talked to.
Not
Pat
if he just got there.
I'm sure
nothing's
coming. Talking to a guy doesn't make that
Are we going to go get Watson now? He just got to
make his name.
He just got to Cleveland. Are we going to actually go get Watson now? No, that's. Come on, man.
No, that doesn't make sense, Color. But okay.
A lot of these guys, listen, even though these guys are in the NFL in a small group, a lot of these guys don't necessarily know each other. They know of each other, but they don't know each other. Madison being in KC, that was the best thing that ever happened to him because he has now tangible evidence to prove that he took a secondary that was really and truthfully, if you ever thought about it, everybody was like, well, as long as the Kansas City defense can just get maybe one stop a game, it's the offense that carries them. You feel what I'm saying? But he took a group that didn't just evolve around the Honey Badger and help make them better. You see what I'm saying? That in itself.
He moved the ball game. They went from like a 20-something to a top 10.
So that's not a bad thing. So what I'm saying is Flores probably had an opportunity to pick him up as well before he got to KC. He could have turned us from a.
Flores picked this guy. He went with Alexander instead.
Alexander was a great coach.
I'm just saying there is an opportunity.
We already had a great coach in the secondary.
Let me
and truth be told, he should still be here, but the problem is he's a Flores guy.
He's a Flores guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to point out, I just care to use it as an evaluation aspect when
that was a Boyer
evaluating
choice though too.
Josh
Boyer's still
McDaniels.
here.
Exactly, but you also got to recognize, truthfully, Alexander wanted that job though.
On the job that Boyer has, yeah.
So that was going to be too conflicting.
Right.
So,
TD, you think anybody's going to sign him, Alexander?
I mean,
he'll get an opportunity.
He'll get opportunity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he'll get
he's
opportunity.
got a good enough resume to be able
He's
to
one
be
of the
signed.
smartest DB coaches, man.
As soon as he came out and
Why
said
isn't
that
he
he
employed?
because he came out and said that he can verify what Flores is talking about.
Yeah,
It's just-
so he's
So they
attached
said
to
it-
that
so
right
they
now.
blackballed him?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
I
so-
wouldn't even be surprised to see him somewhere in New York, like with the Jets, with Sauce Gardner up there.
And that dude is so smart, man.
Listen, I don't think that unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that he's really going to get a shot.
Nope.
Because they low key, Flores got a job because but let's keep that. I think low key until Flores get back on his feet in that regard, and trust me, I bet you his first call is Alexander.
He'd probably be a great college DC.
So he gonna have to wait it out or go. We'll see. I don't know. He might get a job
Yeah.
tomorrow, but y'all get my point.
Yeah.
But all y'all talking about Embry. I told y'all I like Embry. He's one of the good coaches too with the tight ends. But remember, when you look at resume, you got to look at resume. You like to see like the great coaches, they moving up fast, y'all. They going from a little assistant, then they're a positions coach, then they're another positions coach, then they're talked about as the coordinator. And when I did my research on Embry, he did a long stint in college, got some good experience. He was an assistant. He moved up in college. He went to Kansas City, tight end coach for 3 years. He went to Washington for a year as a tight end coach, but then he went back to college. And then he came back to the NFL, not for the promotion, because most guys go to college, get that head coach experience, then finally get that NFL first shot or, offensive coordinator. But he came back as a tight end coach again. Then for the Bucs, a tight end coach. Then for San Francisco, he was an assistant head coach / tight end coach. But once you've done 10 years in the league, a lot of those guys get that title, assistant head coach and position. That's a given. And now he's a Miami Dolphins assistant head coach, tight ends coach. There hadn't been a high level of growth. And a lot of the reason why is because you had a dog at the position. You get credit for helping him, but you need a guy on your resume that went from like a Hunter Long and you made him a guy.
Yeah, from nothing to something.
You need that. You getting Gesicki. Nobody's going to really give you much credit for that either. Unless Gesicki come out there and have a 1,400-yard season.
He's got to make Hunter Long pop.
So that's why I'm saying we got a lot of guys like that on this roster. Good experience at their position, but they couldn't get over the hump to get that next promotion. And then Miami is going to be their shot. O-line coach, you just took a disaster and made it something. Running backs, you just took a disaster. That's why it's appealing. Especially, and a lot of people get nervous. Right? Quarterback coach, you take him from nothing and make him something. That's why Mike McDaniel was able to bring the people he brought in, but they still ain't the top of the line. We got a bottom echelon of coach. Mike McDaniel himself is a bottom echelon coach. When you stack it up, they have to earn their name, and this is the opportunity they get. And you know where they mess up? If they blunder this, now they go back in the dust. If Mike McDaniel don't make it in a year or 2 or 3 and he get fired, it's going to be hard for him to get his next opportunity. I mean, almost impossible.
Yeah, because you got the talent.
Well, it's going to be even harder because he's got a team full of weapons and all this. He's not starting in the dugout. He's starting on third base.
A lot of guys are literally right now in Miami from a coaching staff standpoint. It has to work or we will forever be stuck at a height of where we are now.
Yeah,
yep. And Crypto keeps making that point, and it doesn't seem to be getting a lot of weight, but it's an excellent point. Mike McDaniel is starting on third base. He ain't starting in the batter box like Flores did. He's starting on third base with an entire table set, bases loaded, and the best hitter at the plate. Tyreek Hill's at the plate. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Hey,
I got a roll real quick.
Go ahead, CB.
Yeah. I got to roll. I got a birthday party to go to.
Appreciate you coming through, CB.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey,
Man.
hit me up this evening. I wanted to chat something.
Sabotage
With you,
Kenny, huh?
No, stop it, man.
Man, you said it, bro.
Ball game that started something. Ball game that started something.
No, you
right,
said
man,
it, bro. I can't let it go, man. You said it. You said you was sabotage, bro.
Hey, think about it now. Think about it. Think about it. Ponder on it a little bit.
Come on, hold you to that one.
Ponder on it. All right, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all boys.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
So real quick, somebody in the chat had asked TD. I wanted to address it, kind of, sort of on quasi on your behalf, but they had asked why isn't anybody flocking to Cleveland? And I just wanted to say, TD wasn't saying that process would happen overnight.
Hold on.
What
do you mean? Color. Whoever said, why are people not flocking to Cleveland? Because they had already flocked there. Do you not realize Cleveland has a top 3 roster in the NFL right now? Do people not know that? Do they not know what they have on defense and offense collectively? Cleveland has a top 3 roster right now on paper, but they already loaded. And a lot of y'all don't realize that's why they moved on from Baker, because you can't miss this Rams-like opportunity.
The time is now.
Ready now.
They went and got the quarterback, and they said we ain't got to get nothing else. That's all they were short of.
All they need one other little secret I want to tell people. I want to tell people a little dark secret real quick.
Am I tripping ball game about their roster?
No, that roster's filthy, bro.
You're not. We sing their accolades every year.
People don't realize how great the Browns roster is because of what they did the last 2 years. They've been a blush. Like, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
So real quick, I got a dark little secret to tell everybody.
To the playoffs, Baker.
I got a dark little secret to tell everybody. Okay, about credentials. Okay, they the network, whoever it was at the time, probably CBS or somebody, during a Ravens game back when they still had Ray Lewis and all that. I forget who their quarterback was, but I think Alec Ingold was on their team at that time, if I remember correctly. It might not have been him, but they had that one guy, Gus, that did the ballet and all that, did the expose on how he does ballet and how it helps him. And he was I forget who the coach was, but he was actually doing ballet with the coach's daughter. Like they were having he was learning from her. Like he'd go to her training sessions and all that. So he was a friend of the coach's family. Okay. And there was a guy, they did this expose that year because the Ravens were on fire. Okay. Where the head coach knew this kid, like a teenager or something, that drew up this really cool play that he, whatever, and emailed them or whatever. And he, as a charity case, like to honor this kid, ran the play and it scored a touchdown and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So look, we're talking about a guy that's called a couple plays for a couple minutes. That's who we're talking about. Nothing more than a teenager was able to accomplish, as proven by the Ravens coach that year when they did the expose on it. I don't know if y'all saw that a few years back, but it just sticks in my mind. Like everybody wants to anoint, and it's like I love the guy. I think he's obviously a very intelligent person. You know what I mean? So I do have a certain amount of trust in him. You know what I mean?
I just don't like when he try to sound more than what needs to be.
Bingo. We got sure. And so calling a couple plays in San Francisco for a minute as a favor from Shanahan to get that on his record, I'm not going to hold like a whole gallon of water to that. I'm just not.
And time will tell again. Yeah, go ahead, Morgan.
Yeah, I will tell you one of the toughest things to do on anything. Out of all the stuff I've done in the military, in Afghanistan, Iraq, you name it, and in some of the national places they sent me, one of the toughest things I ever had to do was call a game from the sideline, man. That's just crazy. It is not for everyone can't do it, and the guys that do it well, they are special.
And Mike McDaniel is the truest form of a rookie this year in that area.
It got asked, what was the dark little secret? The dark little secret was that the Ravens ran a play, scored a touchdown that was drawn up by a teenager. That's the dark secret.
Right.
So you telling me you guys aren't impressed by that one deep pass they keep on sharing on social media all
I'm
day?
trying to tell him, KP.
What
You're
do you
talking
mean,
about the
KP?
wrong thing.
KP, you way late, bro. That's all I've been raving about. There's hope, bro. That was a beautiful pass. It was a dime drop. It was something we ain't seen in 2 years. And at the end of the day, he got it in him. Now let's get the consistency so we can win.
Yeah, man. TD, my apologies for being late, man.
No, you good, bro.
I'm really just trying to get a ticket to practice, man. They're all sold out, man.
Which practice are you talking about?
Any of the future practices, man. If anybody got an extra ticket, please slide it my way, man.
I'll see what I got, man. Just hit me on IG, bro. I'll see if I got anything.
We'll do.
All right.
I wanted to
since
go
the
off
Dolphins
of
app is continuously
Buck
broken,
said
I don't even
earlier.
have an app to pull tickets in. So charity don't even help me at this point.
I mean, I'm actually supposed to be down there at practice today, but I decided because I knew they weren't going to pad up that I'll just start my week on Tuesday. I'll be there Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm not going to be at Saturday again because I got to fly to Dallas and then fly back the next morning, and we're all in about 12 hours. And then I'll be the Sunday's Members Day, so only the members will be there Sunday, not the general public. And then my biggest thing is Tuesday is most important, and the 2 Bucks practices, and I'll be at both of the Bucks practices because
what day is the Bucks practice?
I think it's a Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday. I think
the fourth, the third.
No, the following week. It'll be the next
10th?
week, the 10th, 11th. I think.
So preseason will start to the following weekend.
Yeah, the next week. The Bucks is the first week.
Yeah, on August.
Because
the first official preseason game is the Bucks.
Yeah, and I know that they're going to be. From my understanding, I was told they will be padded in those joint practices. And the Bucks also are not letting the public in; they're only letting their members in. And I got tickets for those, so we'll see how it goes. That's what I'm waiting on because the Bucks, they got the defense. They're gritty.
They balanced.
They got the offense. So you're gonna get first team a lot. Yeah. You know, it ain't gonna be as much standing. I mean, you're gonna have team versus team, and they're gonna be really working their guys out. And that's what I'm excited about. It ain't gonna be no holdback. It ain't gonna be no sitting, no one's getting burnt all day. NFL versus NFL. So they say the Bucks got the number 1 or number 2 wide receiver core in the NFL right now.
Yeah,
that's gonna be good to see how our defense, Holland and those boys, because X will probably practice fully in that time. Hopefully, we get a surprise with Byron. We don't know, but you want to see if your defense is actually going to take a fall this year, because then you'll know how much the offense has to pick up the slack. Plus, you're going to be playing a good defense. The Bucks got a good defense. And that's where you want to see if they execute. And then they'll also be in the 3 weeks in the camp by then,
Right.
Yeah, it should be the third week.
Yeah, by 3 weeks in the camp, you should at least at a base level be ready to play, which is the first game of preseason. And then that very next week, you should be really ready to go. But I think that's what they're scheduling all the padded practices for. And then they're going to have a padded practice later on, but that's going to be versus the Eagles in joint practice. But that's the game where all the reserves are fighting for positions. So the starters, they're going to dial down. So I'm not going to be doing anything with those training camp practices with the Eagles, the third game, because they're going to dial those starters down. They're not going to have them out there trying to kill themselves.
Quick question. Did they re-sign Sue?
Huh?
Did the Bucks re-sign Sue?
No, they didn't.
No, they have not. No.
Okay.
So remember, it's teams like that where they wait to
resign him when they still got Vita
Vea.
And they wait till some of these guys, y'all got to understand, some of them are taking time off right now where they already know certain teams have already given them an offer, but they're not going to show up until the last week or something. You're going to see a lot of veterans being signed between now and then, a few every day, but some of them already have an understanding with the team. We're going to bring you in week 2 or week 3 or whatever because you got roster spots and stuff that's being held by guys that they know ain't gonna make the team, but they just working them out and want to see if you can find gems. You know, you never know what you find out of all of these. Teams want as many bodies in camp as possible. And some of these teams already know one or two players that ain't even on the roster right now that will be. Some teams, not all. I don't think we're in that situation, by the way, y'all. The Dolphins aren't really in that situation.
Bucks are really looking at JC. They doing research on JC.
Well, I'm sure Chris Greer's doing research in every center around the league and even a trade potential with a guy on another team right now. But, you know, Greer is a shrewd operator. If the deal ain't there, he ain't looking at it anyway. He just searching around and poking as always. And if something becomes dire in camp, which you'll know on Tuesday when the pads come on, if our center's getting obliterated, that's when their urgency will creep up a little. I bet the Miami Dolphins want to go to those Bucs practices knowing what they have.
Yep. Listen, bro, it's just gonna be damn near. It's gonna be a tough call. It's gonna be a tough challenge for any center in the league to deal with a Raekwon Davis firing off as big. That dude is massive, bro.
Yeah.
So
he's extra
if I got in practice just hold his own a couple times against him, that's an accomplishment because that dude is unreal. He is a freak of nature.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
In ball game, but sometimes there is levels to it. It ain't like it ain't no center in the league that ain't gonna hold their own against them though.
Oh yeah. There's definitely some neutralizers out there, but there ain't many. See, think about it. Let's think about it though. If you got 32 teams, how many of those teams actually have a stud at center?
I get it, but I think JC Tretter can hold his own.
Yeah, I mean,
he gonna be a buck.
All I had to do was show up on Sundays.
That ball game don't like JC Tretter, boy.
I believe that offensive line continuity is built when all five guys can effectively work together through everything. He won't offer that. So,
but is he a really good center?
He's above average.
I just want a veteran hand into it.
The guy that went to San Diego. That's the dude that I would have.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'd like to remind everybody too that there's multiple teams in the league that have like 4 centers on their 90-man roster.
Yeah, but we don't need no great man.
I
understand
your concerns. What I'm saying is there are teams like Minnesota who have been known for the last 15 years to really put out a good offensive line. So I'm thinking that the best guy that gets cut from them could possibly be a really serviceable center for anybody.
That's a good point there.
We have a serviceable center. We want one that's a clear upgrade to the guy that we have.
As long as maybe he could be, is what I'm saying. Ravens, Greg Mance type situation, okay?
Yeah, no.
Well, I think we had.
I mean, they did take Jesse Davis from us
on our roster, but
so is that an upgrade, Color?
I feel like they should just stick with Dieter and let him grow long term. But to be fair, he hurt right now, so we don't even know what version of him we gonna get back when he come back. That's something to worry about too. But I'm telling y'all, that is the position of worry right now. It's early, pads need to come on, but even if Connor did work out there, no depth. No depth.
What's Dieter's timetable?
So is your main concern is depth or just starting, being able to
first and foremost starter. But if you got to deal with what you got to deal with, it is what it is, then you ain't got no depth. But I want a better starter. What you saw from Tua today, right? Remember when I was trying to explain the CB83 earlier? There's 10 plays, right? And maybe 4 of them Tua had an opportunity, but there's another 4 that the offensive line had an opportunity. Maybe that's the play right there that center makes a difference. Because remember, one thing I will tell you that Tua struggles with, if a pass rusher is coming directly straight to him, he is not going to sit in that pocket more times than not and deliver and take the hit.
Right.
And
I don't want him taking hits.
I agree with that
not
too.
Not too many quarterbacks gonna do that.
And they shouldn't. Some will take the hit, but that's not put that on. It is what it is. We're not gonna talk about that with Tua. But that's the center. Give our guy that touchdown. You know, that's an opportunity right there. that we missed off the table that can cause all of us to look at him in a different light. Y'all have to realize, I know I'm very critical of Tua, but y'all also have to realize the fact that Tua missed that 15-yard crossing route. Come on, Tua. But the O-line missed that touchdown deep. And that would put him in a more positive light. So all we get to criticize Tua on is the things he can control. There are a lot of quarterbacks in this league that look decent, but they could be worse if they didn't have what they had around them. I've always acknowledged that. So, but from a coaching standpoint, and Ball Game can contest to this, from a coaching standpoint, all you can do is worry about what you can control.
That's it.
So at the end of the day, when I
last year that was 4 out of every 5 dropbacks.
Yeah, when I criticize Tua, I'm only talking about what he can control. But that doesn't mean he couldn't put up better stats and look better if the other people could control what they could control around them.
Yeah, right.
So at the end of the day, we know what we have in Tua. Therefore, let's fix the things around him so that we can maximize who he is regardless. And that's where I'm a little messed up with the center position. I don't like it right now. It might turn out to be great, but I just don't like it. I don't like it. Let's make it amazing. Let's do something special.
Points of record. It took us 4.5 years to get Tannehill to stand in and deliver, and we won a ball game because of it.
3.5, color 3.5. You know,
3.5. Okay, but we ended up winning a ball game because of it. Now we don't want him to do that all the time. But man, Tannehill was a Christmas tree. Let's be honest.
All it takes is one of those a game. All it takes is one of those a game to get 11 wins.
Right.
One a game.
And listen, if you go back and reflect on like the highlight packages of all the greats, more than often the highlight plays that they are remembered for are those where they can stand in the pocket and deliver and take a hit. I just looked at Elway, and I mean Elway's career was built off of, a guy coming to smash him, and he delivered the ball, and it's a touchdown. And we have the kind of weapons on the outside that need that extra second, that extra half second to break past the DB on a deep route. So if we can get that with an improved center, that extra second, it may be well worth the investment.
Please find that guy then. Find him.
Yeah,
exactly.
Find him.
Let's get him. Ball game. Tell me I'm wrong. If you truly believe in Tua in that building, then you could go get one now with one of them first round picks, can't you?
You could.
You see what I mean? If you truly believe, and this is why I'm mad. This is why I went on my rant the other day. If y'all truly believe, and this is what y'all telling the fans, then go spend one of them first round picks. You might can go get it with a second rounder.
Yeah, third round even.
Yeah, probably a second or third, knowing Greer.
You see that's telling you that you know how many people on expiring contracts and teams will take a second, and I'm sitting here talking about a first. But if you truly believe, let's make this team great. If you believe. And this is why I don't like their wishy-washiness. Show us you truly believe. But once again, Chris Greer, when the fans are all raving and they good with what we got, then that's all I need to do. And then I'll have me a backup and get them excited again because I got assets to keep them excited. Y'all people got to stop falling for that. Chris Greer keep on hoarding assets so that if he fail, he got money in the bank to get you back excited.
Well, maybe that's the game plan all along.
But no. If you believe, you go after it. You can't sit here and keep playing these games. Because while you're playing these games, trying this and trying that, now your two corners going and you got to figure that out. And now you're trying this and trying that. Now your left tackle need to be replaced because Armstead ain't going to be there forever. And you're trying this and trying that. No more Tyreek. Now you got to figure that out. No, we're in a window now. This team is built. So, I mean, I think that we're literally 2 pieces away. I truly feel like we're 2 pieces away. I feel like we are like an elite linebacker and an elite offensive lineman away. In whatever order.
No matter what you offer, they're not giving them away.
I get it. The ball game. Maybe you'll go get an above average player at both of them to at least bring the overall, value of the team up.
Well, cause you could have got Wagner. You could have got him. He was out there.
Yeah, Wagner was available at the time.
Yeah, but that was a pretty penny though too.
Yeah.
Just a draft pick, but I'm talking about
he was available.
See, but Jerome Baker contract just scratches my head.
not that bad.
Well, now it ain't because
compared to what them other guys got.
Get paid 17 to 20 million.
I guess it ain't that bad because you can move off of it next year if you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I just feel like if you're gonna be this close and you believe in Tua, when you see stuff like what you saw today, go for it.
Baker got rewarded a contract for being a guy that was willing to go out there and do things that were completely out of his element.
And it was a team player. He was basically he was the coach's guy, and he actually played that role well. It wasn't indicative of just the skill on the field.
Right.
He got his extra $3 to $4 million on top of what he should have because he was the perfect role model and face of the team, and you know at the time
we need those guys. Yeah, you need guys like that, guys that are willing to just say, you know what, I'm not good at this, but this ain't my strong set. But whatever you need me to do, coach, I got you.
And he did it. And he did it with his mouth shut and had no complaints about it.
And then when you see those other contracts, the other guys signed that are even more ridiculous than the one that we said he got, then
it makes it into context. It puts it into perspective.
Yeah.
Because at the time,
they got it done early and out of the way, so they didn't have to fool with all of that. Because if he'd have got a $17-18 million one, then everybody would have lost their shit, right?
Yeah.
I think it was genius that they signed them early. Get it out of the way.
That's the scary part about the Christian Wilkins situation to me.
Yeah, I'm going to sign him early too.
Well,
they might get it done in the first 4 weeks of the season.
Yeah, they're going to sign him early because they won't lock him up.
They have to. He's been dominating.
But that is securing the fact that Byron is probably gone.
Which is fine.
Like next year.
Yeah, I mean,
you could draft
has he ever started the season healthy, not on PUP? Since he been there? Has Byron ever started a season not on PUP? Wasn't he on PUP?
He has, but it hasn't been great productivity. When like last year, we knew he was hurt.
Yeah, if he ain't healthy, if he ain't healthy, it's bad. So but that's gonna hold true for pretty much any of the guys, any secondary player that's you know what I'm saying, that's labored or dealing with a knee or you know what I'm saying, hamstring or any type of injury that's lower body is going to be less than who they are. So you know, but
especially at that position,
there has to be a time somewhere in this process though that the young guys behind them just got to step in and step up.
Like you look at that pass from Tua today ball game. If that was I'm just saying if that was Byron, right?
He getting burnt too.
No. Well, hold on, ball game. But I think he would have had himself in a better position early on. He would have got beat on a comeback or something. But Byron was already going to flex out ahead of that a little more.
Well, see, the thing was, if you look at the play for when it starts, Noah is clearly lined up inside, right, anticipating the tight end release. The tight end never releases. So when Tyreek comes across the formation, to his credit, he widens out because then at that point he can't give up outside leverage because of the coverage that they run. I'm arguing. Well, that's not even an argument. I'm saying clearly that he was anticipating inside help because you don't widen up and put your back to the sideline, giving that much inside go and post capabilities if you're not anticipating some help. Problem is that I believe that they've seen that route combination before, and if you watch Holland, he went down to jump that dig route. And the post was wide outside the numbers enough that he couldn't get back to it, and it was over after that.
He was supposed to come downhill to
but
that.
No. You never, under any circumstance, jump the underneath route and leave the one-on-one matchup to the post butt naked. That's never, no coach is ever going to teach that.
We'll briefly discuss it now then, ball game. But was that not the play call? Look at what the far side corner did.
I was going to ask that question.
Far side corner backed out because he's in zone.
If I could ask that question.
Well, Hollins is supposed to take that.
I know Hollins. Listen, if that's a three, that's a rolling coverage of three. He's never supposed to jump down underneath.
Sorry, there. What in the heck? I was going to say hell, but what in the hell is why did we run a rolling coverage of three on that?
No, you roll a cover three. It's the backside. So when they had the twins over there, right? They had doubles, right? And Tyreek left, that leaves one. So now at that point, that puts the other corner far side. He has that whole
one.
third to himself. No, he had that third. He has that third of the field. Hollins rolls over. If you watch where he starts at in the play, right, he slides and moves over. The dig now comes, right, and instead of him staying over the top of it, which you got linebackers underneath, and you can rally to the dig. The dig's not going to kill us for the score. You never give up. You never vacate the perch, ever.
I get what
they're not giving him man coverage on that dig.
Well, that was going to be my question to Mr. Ballgame.
Exactly. We're talking about a wide open dig in the middle.
He blew the coverage. The linebacker's supposed to be stemming too. If you watch Van Ginkel, they have an 8 to 12 yard drop that they're supposed to maintain. Right? Even Van Ginkel, he rushes. Listen, watch Van Ginkel on the play. Watch what Van Ginkel does on the play. He likes like he's rushing, and he backs up into zone coverage. Right? So that dig comes across at 12 to 15. Wherever Waddle stabbed his foot in the ground at that point, he's coming across the field. Holland, his eyes was already on the dig route, and he didn't even look at the one-on-one matchup. But you got inside support.
The ball game. Don't forget this. What is Holland playing on it? FS or SS?
He playing the safety. He playing the free safety.
He sees the linebacker blowing it and a guy coming across. He gotta do it.
I don't know. No, you rally.
That's going to be my question.
You can rally. You can always rally to the dig, bro. You never give up that.
Was Noah supposed to expect help or not? Is what?
Yes. If you watch the film, TD run it back, bro.
I'm about to pull it up, but my thing ball game is the only reason I'm not going to be as hard on Holland is because I think he's earned the free reins now, and that's why he's basically because okay. Let me ask you this.
If that was cover 4, I'd give you that. If that was cover 4, I'd give you that.
Hold on, but if that was X and Byron,
hold on, no, I'm still gonna say the same thing. That's what I said. They both. He still got inside. He got inside support.
Hollins made that play last year, bro. When you got X and Byron out there, if they get beat, that's what they getting paid
and
for.
And so has other teams against our offense. So maybe they were designed it to
actually. Conceptually, you understand.
Fundamentally, you are 1,000,000,000% correct.
Oh, okay. We agree on that.
Same page. Fundamentally, football 101. But when you consider who was on the boundary. Versus what we just think about last year's offense. Last year's offense, you would have got those looks, and they would have left Byron on the island. They would have left X on the island, and Noah would and Javon would have been there to lay that smackdown on that crosser, and he's done it. But
is it possible?
The person who really messed up the coverage is the linebacking core, because if they had the early on depth, Holland wouldn't have never came up.
Right.
He wouldn't have had to come down and clear the
he's playing free safety, and I think they giving him the freedom to be the roamer, to say, hey, wherever you see they falling short, you got the green light now. And
what he had to do in that play, in my opinion, he had to do threat assessment, and the biggest threat was not the dig. The dig only gives you maybe at best that 15 yards and the first. That touchdown.
But Noah was trying to stride at the moment. I think he made an executive decision because at the moment when that ball, Noah was stride for stride. Yeah, Noah was in a good position at first.
I get all that, but I'm looking at the fundamentals of what he did. He had his own turn. He turned his back to the sideline, and he gave the receiver inside leverage. You don't give up inside leverage unless you're anticipating help inside. Otherwise, he could have stayed outside and made Tyreek run around him to get to the post. He gave up the post.
TD, I've seen in all the film you ran through with us. I had seen other teams doing that to us last year, which is why we saw some of those. We saw so much meat left on the field. Is it possible that our coaching staff is telling the defense, "Hey, we want to replicate that to see if Tua can recognize that and make you understand what I'm saying, like make those reads that he was missing last year on those wide open post routes."
But it could be staged, you know.
Not staged like maliciously, but staged for a learning purpose. Like can Tua make defenses that were doing that to us last year? Can he make the next step and make them pay for that stuff?
Yeah. All of that. Listen, we've done. Listen, bro. I've been a part of doing this, bro. I've been a part of
if it's possible.
To give wins to the offense so that we can get looks also. right, for our guys and give them different looks that teams have given us previously that gave us problems. So we can see what it looks like in real time. Like that happens conceptually, but that's why I'm saying, like, over the course of it, it's not a bad thing. It's just that I'm recognizing for myself, and I looked at the play, I'm thinking he gave up. There's no way Javon Holland has to know that you don't just vacate the perch like that and come down on the underneath route. You can rally to that.
To back up my hypothesis,
that's all I'm saying.
It's not odd that Noah was the guy to be doing that, because obviously they're gonna want to make somebody. You understand what I'm saying? If they're purposely staging something to gauge Tua's state, then it's possible that that's precisely why Noah was in the play, because obviously he's, the youngest guy. He's the guy that already is seen to have some issues. So they weren't going to put,
Can I say
another guy in that spot to take that fall. You know what I mean?
Right. Can I say something?
Well, he gotta learn. He gotta learn that process too, though. Like, and I think he did everything. He did everything. If I'm looking at it, I'm going into the DB room. I'm telling him then at that point, you did everything you were supposed to do, with the exception of squeeze the route, right? Because you look, Holland's way back there, and then Holland. We need the other version of it where you can see Holland.
Best view.
Well, right there you can see he's not beat.
Yeah, exactly. But if you watch his body language, he was. See, look how Holland's at.
Right.
The dig is not the threat. Right, watch him as he comes across. He's winding out. He's winding out. Now he's got his ass to the sideline. That is a zone turn. That is not man.
Yes,
that's a zone turn. And X is doing the exact same thing on the other side, which tells me that's cover 3, which means Holland should have had his ass on the perch,
and
not
Noah
coming out here.
Right away. And Noah knew it right away because he immediately broke down with him. He didn't. You know what I mean?
Look.
Look at the linebackers.
This is your
That's the problem right there. The linebackers bit.
This is your indication. This is your indication right here. X points at it too. Look at X on the far side. You see his hand out.
At him, yeah. There it is.
This guy is about to cross, but who is he talking to?
He can't be talking to Holland because Holland's still gaining depth at that point. He should have been, because the threat. You gotta number the threats, right? And the threat, he had already freed the threat. The threat was the guy that was coming in motion, because you can't touch him. You can't disrupt this route. You got to just widen out and give it space for it to develop. That's the problem. So he's telling them then at that point, he's coming across. He's coming. He's leaving. I can't follow him across because X can't leave his third.
Yeah.
So he's supposed to point him out. He did exactly what he's supposed to be. The problem was that all the linebackers took too big of a read step. And then they're still looking in the backfield as opposed to taking the read and then getting out to locate where the threat is. None of them even looked behind him to see where it was. They just backing up.
Here come another view.
Yeah, let's see the one where Holland is. Here we go. See, look at it. That's cover 3, bro. I'm sorry.
Now look at the line. It is
zone turns.
You got 8 in the box, and all of them committed.
All of them came up.
It's 3-on-3 right now.
Now Noah is in perfect position right here, but even then, he's still not committed fully because he's still looking back, waiting to see what the quarterback is doing, because that's what you do in zone. But he's anticipating inside help.
And Noah is actually past Tyreek. Look at him.
Yes, that's my point. Yes. And Holland is still out of the frame. And then watch what Holland does. Go a little bit further. Holland stops his road, and there, bam, right there. He's got his eyes back down here when he should be still on the perch, gaining depth.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. So Noah, he's not in a position to even. He ain't even supposed to be there. He's just supposed to be there to help break that up. But he's supposed to be rerouting that dude to the free safety. That's supposed to be a free safety pick in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
But the free safety jumped the dig route. The free safety jump. It's a beautiful pass. I'm not that dispels the entire notion that Tua don't have an arm. Let's be clear about that. So people can get away.
Didn't gain one in the offseason, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but here's the thing: all zone turns, linebackers.
We already knew he could make all the throws.
Yeah, look at that. That's Holland, bro.
Yeah, it's true.
This guy do
now, if I'm looking at it, and I'm just saying, if I'm looking at it from a coaching standpoint, my free safety blew that for me.
And here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing.
It's cover 3 all day right out the rip.
The benefit that Tyreek was giving to Mahomes. This is a case where Tyreek probably has talked to Tua and said, hey, bro, just go with it. I'll get there. And Mahomes enjoyed that in Kansas City, where it was like he didn't even have to have Tyreek in his peripheral. He just knew if he threw a bomb to an open piece of grass, Tyreek would get there and get it.
The only thing I would have told, the coaching points at this point for me would be, I'd tell Noah, as soon as you see the motion man coming, you can go ahead and start moving out, widen out, and start gaining depth. Right? Sure. If it's an underneath throw, you can rally back down to that, but don't let the speed guy get on top. If the speed guy gets even with you,
he can just use all his mechanics and get that ball as far down the field as he can because he knows Tyreek's going to get there.
If there's a speed guy, and that speed guy is arguably way faster than you, you can't let him get even with you, because if he's even with you, he is gone.
Why is people saying, it's Tyreek, Holland would have got burnt too? Y'all don't understand.
No.
You see Holland right now?
Look where he's at. He's 15 yards.
When this play snaps, he backpedaling. He should never stop backpedaling.
Should have never stopped backpedaling.
As long as you got somebody continuing to move your way, he should.
That's it.
Matter of fact, he's supposed to be 10 yards in front of them right now. But where is he? He's literally stopped. He stopped dead flat.
Okay, look at X. X did exactly what he was supposed to do. Once the dig route, which Waddle is on, is gone from him, he squeezed. He's to give support.
Plus, look who you got coming underneath, heading that direction to cover the dig.
The problem is you had this is a 3-4.
He didn't even need to cover the dig.
Hold on, this is a 3-4.
They sucked in too much.
The linebackers screwed this process.
Look at how much the linebackers.
Both middle linebackers.
You were thinking, look, pre-snap, you got 5 on the line and 3 linebackers. Watch what all of them do.
Who is that next to him?
They already coming up.
Who's that right there?
All the linebackers.
I want to know who that is. He go up there and touch the line. He go up there and touch the center. He got so sucked in, he touched the center before he got out.
The linebackers all in there. Now they panic. Yeah. Look at them.
Yeah, Jerome.
All 3 of them in the same area in the middle, panicking.
Yeah.
But one of them still
That's Roberts. So that's Atlanta Roberts.
The angle on the dig, though. So the dig didn't need to be covered by Holland.
That's my whole point.
Right. I just think that Holland, I agree, but I think Holland saw that it was blown by the linebackers and came up. He'd rather have one guy on Tyreek than a dig wide open.
And who is that?
Listen. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. Here's what I'm gonna tell you, and you can reference this as much as you want, but I'm gonna tell you right now: any secondary coach with any freaking merit or any salt to him is gonna tell you we are never under any circumstance gonna give up the long ball to rally down we're gonna give up the whole continuity of the defense to rally down to a dig. Right? We're not gonna do it. Because we can rally to the dig. We can rally to the dig. Can't nobody help you when that monster get loose over the top.
And dig is and that's Waddle on the dig.
Yeah, I agree.
Waddle on the dig. They could have rallied to that. You can rally back down and stop Waddle from scoring.
See, here's the difference, ball game. You can rally to the dig, but if the ball placement is where it need to be, that's still a huge game.
No. Yeah, it's still a huge game, but it's not a touchdown.
It's better than giving up a touchdown, though.
You're playing for the next set of downs if he throw that dig because you can rally and make that tackle.
Yeah, I agree.
We going to the sideline, everybody pointing fingers at each other, pissed off with each other at the point because he just scored.
On a positive note, can we identify if that's Van Ginkel that recovered?
There's Van Ginkel's right here on the side closest to us, right here.
Stride, man. He's
here's the real question, ball game.
Yes.
Here's the real question, ball game. And I already asked EM. He had his take, but I don't know if Holland would have did what he was supposed to do. Would the ball have still been thrown?
Picked. No. He would have dig. He would have thrown the dig.
He would just throw the dig.
Right here, but the ball is already going.
Huh? Yeah, that's the play fake. He's throwing the dig. He's throwing the dig. If Holland stays home, Holland stays on the perch, he's throwing the dig. He's taking that 20-some odd yards, and whatever Waddle can get after that, and you move on to the next play.
That's why I told you, TD.
What you're saying is right now, he already said, okay, Holland ain't going back for it. Right here.
What I'm saying is that based on what I'm seeing here, right? This is not a foreign concept for them, right? So he's already anticipating one of these guys, and he just said to himself, okay, Holland stopped his feet. Coaches teach quarterbacks, right, when they come out of the play action, if the free safety is flat-footed, let it rip.
Yeah.
That's what I told you earlier. That's the point. That's exactly the point that I made.
He had already broke down and started coming down on the dig, bro. It was over.
That's exactly what I said earlier.
It's still an assumption, EM. Otherwise, would have been like the other days in camp saying, why would he have thrown it? Remember all the reports doing double coverage, almost picked? So that's all I'm saying.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not following you. What's that?
This one worked out and Holland came up, right?
Right.
But in the previous camps, didn't we have some throws deep like this that were double coverage that shouldn't have just been thrown, that was almost picked, but it was dropped?
Well, yeah, I was just about to say that. The dig ends up being double coverage.
We're making an assumption that he would have hit the dig.
Right. Well, look, right. And what to your point, the dig ends up being double covered.
But TD,
look how wide open that dig is.
Exactly.
But not really. Look, it's double coverage right here.
Again,
look at that.
That's not double coverage.
That ain't double coverage.
What I'm saying is there's way more coverage on that dig than there is the bomb.
Yeah, but he still got the hole from the hash to the sideline to fit that ball in.
But it would have been
you got to make one hell of a play to get to that.
Here's what I'm saying.
Real quick.
Tua just made the decision right here. Noah is in good position. He know he got Tyreek, but
Noah's in horrible position now at this point because he's outside of leverage with Tariq running to the post with nobody.
But to reform and throw that dig, it would have been a later throw. The linebacker would have been there. Because it would have been a slower throw, because it would have been a more finesse throw that Van Ginkel would have gotten there.
So look, hold on. So we're looking at so you're looking where so he's right now on the 36-yard line, right? And Van Ginkel's he's on the what's that though? 44-yard line. Waddle is coming across on this dig, and Van Ginkel is still on the opposite side of the 50.
Right, but what I'm saying
that's plenty of space for him to drop that into the sideline.
No. I think what he's saying is this ball game. What he's saying is right now, if Holland would have did what he was supposed to do, Tua would have just been recognizing that. Then he would have had to reset. In that time to reset, Van Ginkel would have been able to catch up.
Right. The dig ends up being double covered.
Because if he doesn't throw the go route, he's not throwing the dig until now. The ball ain't here.
Double coverage.
It's
about
already thrown the ball. It's a shot anyway because you only had
two routes. Already having thrown that ball, that's double coverage in the NFL. If he would have reset and thrown the dig, that would have been double covered.
I'm trying to figure out what we're debating.
No. I think there's what we're talking about is the fundamental difference. A lot of people like to make, in my opinion, they like to make assumptions on what was being thought of and what he was doing during this time. We will automatically assume he processed this.
He made the right play. No. He made the right play. What are you talking about?
He throws the ball right away. TD.
What I'm saying to you is if he gets 4 throws, right, and it's the exact same play, and 2 of them you say, what in the heck did you throw that for? And the other 2, it works out and he makes the quote-unquote right play. That doesn't mean he processed any of them. It just means he threw it anyway on all 4, and the defense did it right on 2, and the defense didn't do it right on 2.
Can we not agree? Hang on. Can we not agree? Can we not agree?
Drop back and throw.
We always say it's being processed, and then we see something very similar, like, oh, the defense did it right this time, and he did it anyway. So did he process the first time?
Hang on. It
was a good hold on just a sec. It was a good read in the respect that maybe he knew that's what they were going to do, but he knows where he's going from the jump. He doesn't twitch his shoulders.
I agree with that.
He knows where he's going based off the looks that the defense gives him. Can we not agree that he made the right play?
Hold on. The difference, EM, is do you know right now pre-snap where he's going? Did he know where he was going pre-snap? That's the difference. I believe he already knows pre-snap where he's going. But if Holland backs out and does the right thing,
I think on this play, I agree. I tend to agree more with ball game. I think he knows where he wants to go based off what the look the defense gives him. This is a 2-man route. This is a 2-man route right here.
No, I'm asking you pre-snap. But
yeah,
he may have already seen Holland.
It's a
do it
two-man
before.
route.
So
He
what
may
I
have already seen Holland do it before.
I agree with you. I agree with you. He knows where he's going on this pre-snap. But is that the smart thing? Like, if you know where you're going to Tyreek, period, right?
No, I'm not going to Tyreek. No, I'm not going to Tyreek. I'm not going to Tyreek if Holland has shown that he's going to stay true to the coverage and
exactly.
and come down and
bails. If Holland bails and gets
like
more
this?
depth,
if he bails like this,
more depth and takes away the throwing lane to
Holland's
Tyreek,
bailing.
You have the second option. You got which is the dig. It's a two-man route. You acting like this is some complex,
that's not what I'm saying. Look, Holland is bailing. Holland's bailing. Right here.
That ain't a real bail.
He's not bailing enough. He didn't get enough depth, bro.
That's more poaching than anything. That ain't even, he didn't even get into it. He didn't even really get into a true backpedal. He just kind of hopscotch and just, you know what I'm saying, just watching.
Was this
as soon as Waddle cut, he drops down to it. Like, why would you leave?
He said, "Was this
TD, you're saying that he's
or just poor defense?"
You're saying this play was predetermined, TD. You're saying pre-snap.
This
and
was
obviously post-snap.
That
Tua had in his mind 100%. I'm gonna throw this ball to the post, no matter what the coverage was.
I'm going deep to Tyreek. I'm going deep to Tyreek.
That's a horrible choice, then.
It could have been, and it could have been.
If you ask ball game, the coaches, and if you ask ball game, the coaches told Holland to make sure he take the crosses so we can have fans cheer.
And even if he didn't, if Tua was deciding, if Tua was deciding pre-snap to throw, it's likely Tyreek would have burned both of them.
I don't know why people are sitting here. I don't know why people are sitting here being critical. The man made the right play. He made the right play. He made the right throw. Everything on that, the whole process, the play development, the timing, everything was spot on. I don't know what we're being critical about.
You're taking this the wrong way. We're not being critical of him actually on this play. We were talking about it earlier with the defensive coverage on it. It was solely that. But we just basically start playing around and saying, because we broke down the far end coverage with Xavier Howard and how he let the man go and he pointed, and we was talking about Holland's assignment. Then I asked the question, but what if Holland would have bailed and basically y'all saying, hey, he would have hit the crosser? And you know my evaluation of Tua Tagovailoa, when he know where he wants to go with the ball, he's going whether it's open. And you had LSU secondary tell you that. You had Clemson secondary tell you that. You had players in the freaking NFL tell you that. So what I'm saying is these are some of the things that I personally keep an eye on with Tua, is whether or not he already predetermined and he went with it, whether it was a good call or not, because we've already gotten reports out of camp where it was like that ball was almost picked in double coverage. I don't even know why he threw it.
I just wanted to dispel the notion that it was man coverage because it looked like zone from the beginning to me.
It was and I don't want anybody to confuse what I said. I don't think it's a bad thing if they staged a play for the fans. I mean, come on, the fan base needed to see that.
More than that. It was more staged.
They're still showing us that he has the ability to do what we saw with our eyes. That's what a lot of people are questioning that. So there's nothing wrong with doing this here. I'm saying that regardless of whether Holland bailed, Tua was going to throw that ball and make that gamble. And Tyreek Hill likely would have still burned them both.
Well, what these gentlemen are saying, he wouldn't have made that throw. He would have hit the crosser. And that's what this conversation was about, EM. It wasn't bothering him. At the end of the day, that was an excellent throw, perfect placement, good. The ball got down there, beautiful spiral, and on the money in stride.
And something we ain't seen in 2 years. So early, I don't think Holland would have had a chance, even if it was double covered.
It was just a matter of the decision making, because we've seen where if Holland did drop, that ball still might have been going out there. Because what did we see on film last year? Man, look at this guy coming across wide open. And why did he take the shot deep? Remember those last year? Matter of fact, me and you did a film study together, EM, on an exact play like that on a deep in route.
And the running back was wide open, and
it was a deep post in the in route, and he went into double coverage regardless on the deep, and the same situation was wide open in the middle. We've seen it. So that's the decision making that I'm personally looking for Tua. Great job connecting this, but I hope that if that safety did drop, you would have hit the crosser instead of.
This is also a message to the other teams. Okay, look, if you think you're going to bite because you don't respect Tua, you better respect Tyreek, because all he's got to do is get it way out in front of him beyond the deepest safety, and we got a touchdown. We could do this at will.
Listen, man, when the regular season starts, we'll see how this transforms at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, this is a win for Tua today.
Beautiful throw, beautiful catch, touchdown. But I'm in the film.
Like I said, I'm in the film room. Like I said, a message to the other team.
Does concern you.
You're going to be jumping routes.
Plays like this concerns you with the secondary.
Yeah,
big time.
Stay on the perch, man. You can always rally back down to the stuff underneath, but free
and
safety
I don't get this notion, people saying that if Holland would have stayed back there and kept backpedaling, that he would have still got beat. Y'all don't understand.
Listen.
The safety is supposed to remain deeper than anybody anyway by at least 10 yards until somebody makes the break.
But that's precisely my point about sending a message to the other teams. If you think you're going to jump routes on Tua, think again.
It's a shot play. So a shot play, you either have two choices. You either give up, you have to give up all the goods, or you take the gouging and then you go back and you replay.
And here's the thing, though:
when you get the touchdown, you don't get to give up. You get sent to the sideline.
What's the worst thing that could happen, Mr. Ballgame? What's the worst thing that could happen though if Tyreek doesn't beat him because Holland gets back there? What? It's a punt.
In ball game, who in the heck is gonna play cover 3 on us?
Man, there's gonna be plenty of teams that have to try to figure out something, bro. You can't play
cover 3, but cover 3.
You can't play too high because too high.
Just one weapon.
Too high unless you're running one of these exotics where you got enough DBs to be able to match up. You can put these guys can go trips.
Ball game, they'll go too high because we got 5 on the D line.
Listen,
the 4-3 defenses will run cover 2 all day on this.
And then we can split the seam between the two safeties. It's
a 2-man route.
That's all Casey's been doing against everybody for the last 3 years. That's all they've been doing.
What I'm saying though is that with this type of speed, it don't really matter what you put out there. You gotta be 100% sound in the technique of the defense. And at this point, free safety let this down because you got a zone turn corner looking for inside support, and the wide receiver just ran completely out of his zone. But if Holland stays true to his third in the middle, he's running right to him, and now they got to make a play on it. Now, if Tyreek still come down with it, then we different. But in too high, let me finish. But in these too high schemes that a lot of teams are probably going to try to employ, you're going to have a mismatch because one of these two dudes, either Waddle or Tyreek, is still going to be on a mismatch inside against a linebacker or a safety running up the seam. You're gonna have the big. You're gonna have the deep bend. You're gonna have the guy that's in the seam probably running a runoff route, or he could be running on the street too. And then you have an outside route to push the corner completely out of the process. So you got a linebacker or a guy that's not as adept from the slot running with your top guy. So either way, it's still the deep.
I don't know, man. The cover 2 all day versus this team is what we're
cover two gonna get you hurt, bro.
No, but they're gonna force Tua because cover 2 is gonna force Tua to have to make the.
All he gotta do, all he has to do is be able to be throws. All he has to do is be able to be better than the middle linebacker running the buck drop.
Yeah, but when you in cover 2 ball game, what part of the field is open?
What you mean? The middle of the field.
The middle.
Thank you. And where does he struggle the most?
Well, I don't know how much you can struggle if you got to get running 4.25.
No. But those guys running. See, that's the difference. Ball game. If those guys are taking it deep, because remember, ball game. Don't forget, we're in a cover 2, right on this play. This play ain't going down like this, right?
But TD, the outside areas. Listen, so they're running traditional Tampa 2. Right, yeah. with flat zones. I mean, with flat zone responsibilities out there, the outside receivers in those areas before the linebacker, before the safeties get off the hashes to get to the sidelines are open too. I mean, cover 2 is a good defense because you got everybody compacting at the line of scrimmage, and the linebacker, the corners are redirecting wide receivers at the line of scrimmage and sending them into soft areas of the zone, and you can still play good sound
run defense. None of these, and you can't have none of these though.
Well, yeah, you can't.
Right, but what Mr. Ballgame was saying is that precision that he was saying that the defense has to have. What Tyreek showed last year was that you have to have that precision even with 13 seconds left in the game.
And what I'm saying is, in a cover 2, they're going to take this away and they're going to make him one after another and after another. Throw the ball. Yeah, think about it. That's what Tennessee did. We're going to give you all this little stuff, but and then on occasions, you know that they're going to play around and then hit you with one of these disguises.
So that transitions to the question of, since that's what's going to happen, that transitions to the question of what do we do in the red zone?
It comes. You got to be able to run the ball.
I'm going to kill you on the ground then. I'm going to force you. Because see, this type of athleticism and speed that this team has, they can't be passive. They have to be the aggressor. They have to go out and say, you know what? We're going to impose our will upon you. We're going to force you to have to make some changes. We know what you want to do to defend us, but that's not going to work. And we're going to make sure that you understand that. So if they don't come out with that mentality, then, yeah, we're playing into the hands of defenses that could actually stifle all of this speed and athleticism that we have. But
depending on what we can do
the run game is a catalyst of that, though.
They're going to have to be able to run the ball, and they're going to have to be able to hit the intermediate throws in the middle of the field through traffic.
Yep.
And I'd rather put my money on the running the ball because that's going to get the biggest bang for the buck. Yeah. In that way, that's the only way you're going to force them to come out of that.
Bring an extra guy. Yeah, you're going to bring an extra guy into the box too, especially if you're gashing them with it.
Yeah, I already know we're going to see a lot of cover 2. People don't get that. We are going to see a lot of. Remember what they did to Mahomes last year at the beginning of the season where it got rough?
Or you can see some cover 4 because cover 4 is the only defense that has true run fits for the safety.
I don't disagree with you, TD. I'm just wondering that it leads into the question again. What are we going to do in the red zone this year? You know what I mean? We got to really look at that.
I think we're really good in the red zone. I think Tua is good in the red zone. We just didn't get in there enough. Yep. Tua's really strong in the red zone. That's one of his positive traits.
So it's going to be up to Tua to diagnose in real time what those defenses are deciding to do. Are they going to let us have the deep, or are they going to make us dink and dunk and rely on our red zone?
Nobody's going to want to give up the deep. They're all going to be guarding the long ball. So we're going to have to make them bleed in the intermediate areas of the field.
Supposing Tua can diagnose properly and keep them on their toes. Supposing Tua can diagnose properly and keep them on their toes, to TD's point.
Well, I think early on teams are going to force Tua to make that play. Yeah. And I think you're going to see
this one.
Yeah, or plays similar to that. I think that single high shell look. I think teams are going to force Tua to push the ball down the field, in my opinion. And if he does that'll completely change how defenses have to scheme against us every week, which, you have to bring that additional guy back in coverage. And if you do that, that's where his play calling, situational play calling, and that's where the run game comes in to play at that point.
I can't wait to see that because that's where I disagree. I think that teams are going to start out in cover 2 and they're going to make the Miami Dolphins. You got to prove to us you can run the football and you got to prove to us you can hit the intermediate through traffic.
Well, Belichick certainly will.
I think they're certainly going to do that and they're going to cover 2 all day.
Belichick certainly will.
That's the fundamental
choice.
My thing is, if you are a defensive coordinator playing this offense, which would you be more favorable? Which do you think you're have a bigger bang for your buck?
Well, if it was the exact same personnel on the O-line, I would agree with you, but it's not. You made 2 big additions. You made 2 big offseason additions through free agency. But they are proven. Those players are proven. So me personally, they are more proven in their craft as opposed to Tua being a more established guy in terms of pushing the ball down the field. So if you're going to play those averages, I'm going to bet on. And again, I'm not saying I would do that, but I think that's going to be the strategy of the defensive coordinators early on. Now, if Tua comes out there and he, he's making these type of throws consistently, well, that'll change. That completely flips that. And teams have to alter how they strategize against us. But I think early on,
week one,
they are gonna force Tua.
Week one Patriots cover 2, bro.
A heavy set, no running back threat, fullback.
And when have you ever known Bill Belichick to be a cover 2 guy? Stop it, TD.
Week one,
Bill Belichick takes out your
week
best
one
weapon.
Patriots. Watch what happens.
He's not going to let Tyreek have that.
Watch what happens, EM. Week one Patriots.
No tight ends league. The only thing I don't understand. I just don't understand
Belichick always going to take out the best defensive player.
I don't understand what Roberts was doing on this play, bro. Like, really.
You landing Roberts?
Him or Van Ginkel? I really don't.
Van Ginkel is the one who messed this up, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
to his credit,
that's the benefit of play action. That's the benefit of play action. And according to the tweets, they had gassed him like what? Like the previous 2 to 3 plays, they had made big runs, apparently.
But that's just because of the defense we run. We put 5 guys on the D line. A traditional 4-man D line wouldn't have had Van Ginkel starting at the line of scrimmage. And that's where that's where it was screwed up on this play. Van Ginkel starting at the line of scrimmage too.
Is the defense basing here, or I mean, I can't tell the personnel grouping.
Yeah, they're basing. He's on the edge.
I'm thinking that it was like half staged. I'm thinking the defense was told to be aggressive.
They look to be an overfront.
Yeah,
he's an overhang. He's an overhang here on the tight end. And the tight end.
Oh, he on the edge. He on the edge. Everybody else 3-point stand except the 2 edge. He's out on the edge.
It's an overfront, and the fullback comes up and then leaks out to the flat. But by that point in time, Waddle obviously, and then that's the problem I have too. There's no redirect. There's no redirect of the slot. The backside blitzer, the strong safety is down in the box. He's blitzing backside, right? He's blitzing to his weak side, but there's no redirection. At the very least, they can fix this by having Jerome at least touch Waddle to slow him up, to have him have to run around him.
In ball game, you wonder why I hate zone with this team.
Well, you know, the smarter they get, I mean,
but I don't understand the defensive concept on this. You asking Van Ginkel, who's starting at the line of scrimmage, to be in coverage 20 yards behind?
No, I'm not asking it. No, because he has read and react. He's the only one because he has a threat right there in front of him at the line of scrimmage that's free to release. The only thing is that the tight end can't release before Hill, because Hill came in motion, which made him at that point then he can't leave before Hill leaves. You see what I'm saying? But he can still leak to the flats. But once he see that he didn't leak, now the fullback's coming. Robert jammed the fullback. Van Ginkel has to be on what we consider to be get the hell out of there. That's to get the hell out of there.
He recovered enough, given the two had to reset.
Hold on. You're mistaken, no ball game. Do you realize there's actually not a tight end on the left side?
No. Well, here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, right?
Van Ginkel didn't have that responsibility. Who is that? That's the left tackle.
So they don't know reason he didn't engage with him.
But that's the play call. He had the line of scrimmage.
No, that's stupid. That's stupid.
He's starting out. He's starting out in the 2. I get it. Look at him. He rushed.
Oh, he bluff blitzing basically. He bluff blitz.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they brought an all-out blitz essentially. They brought an all-out blitz. Well, look, with the strong safety coming off the back edge, but in the same sense, somebody's got to touch Waddle.
I don't think Van Ginkel's job on that play was to bluff. I think he should have just sank.
Thank you. You with me, right? You with me, right, Ian?
His eyes were he was undisciplined.
Where's the tackle going? Where's the tackle going, TD?
No. He committed, bro. Look at him.
Why? That's my question. Why?
But baby, that's the play call.
If that's the tight end and he can't leave, the tackle can't. If that's not a tight end, the tackle can't go anywhere. So why? Why even engage him? You don't have to.
Absolutely.
You don't have to. You don't have to touch him.
You're right. He made work for himself.
I'm just saying, maybe he really blundered this, but why did he come up and engage in the first place? I mean, we're making an assumption that wasn't.
Yeah, you're right. He bit off the play action. That's what he did. He bit off the play action.
But I'm gonna tell you also, you can't.
That's what he did.
You can't give. You can't ever give a. You can't ever like the safety on his way on his blitz. He can't touch the slot.
He didn't bite off the play action. He was gone before to even look back to hand it. He was coming, bro.
That's the point. Again, that's the whole point. Give the illusion like you're handing the ball off, TD.
No. But you don't know. He could have went back in a 3-step drop and threw it. You don't know. Van Ginkel, what I'm telling you is he was committed at the line pre-snap, bro. Committed.
So you don't know in this regard, but you know that Tua had already predetermined to throw to Tyreek no matter what the coverage is going to be.
What I am telling you is he is already committed. And I also just said, EM, he may have just blundered it, but why would he have commit?
Jerome has no threat to him right there other than the tight end who stayed in to block. So once he saw that, he's got to get underneath. He's got to get underneath number 1 at that point to that side now. Now, like right now. That's a hard. They all did it horribly. The linebacker core did a horrible job of getting back underneath.
I'm not
And
so
again,
sure.
That's the benefit
almost
of
like they were. It's almost like they were EM.
Ball
game.
Were they instructed to do
I'm
that?
not sure if that was
knows, man?
I'm not sure if he bit that hard. I think he was honoring the possibility of a run. I don't think he bit that hard.
The only
immediately right out.
Is that not the benefit of
he's immediately right out. He's immediately right out, and if Tua has
the benefit of the run game,
is that not the benefit of the play action ball game?
Yes.
Oh my God! And I said, this is what I said earlier. I said, bro, it looks like
right out.
It looks like zone underneath, and I think the second level of defense overcommitted because they were respecting the run game. If you go back to the tweets, they had gas to defense like previously on the previous 3 to 4 plays. Based off play action is what set this entire play development up.
Yeah. So if we fall for
this is why this is the only reason that I oppose that, EM. Because if you look at what Van Ginkel does, you really look at what he does. He was going to back out after making contact, period. He was already doing, even if they would have handed that ball off, he was backing out. He went up and made contact and was backing out right away. Even if they would have handed the ball off. I'm telling you, look at him. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. As soon as he made contact, he backed out. He wasn't even looking.
If they had been previously gassed in the run game, I think he's up there to make sure that they don't get gassed again.
Bro,
he looks to me like somebody that's saying, "Oh shit, okay, no, ain't no run. Oh, they passed it.
Exactly.
I'm telling you,
bro, he never even looked for the run.
And I'm telling you, if Tua's eyes went over to that dig,
but none of these guys
are
even looking for the. But they're not even looking for the passing through either.
No, I get that's what's crazy, ball game.
We never see
but
that.
what I'm saying, bro, if you look at what Van Ginkel does on this play, number 47, he is automatically engaging the left tackle and bailing. Look at what he does. He never looks for the run.
And TD, if Tua's eyes go over to that dig route, Van Ginkel would have been there. He had enough time to get there.
He's still on that.
Well,
I don't know how you can't see that.
He's not catching Waddle, bro. That's
Jalen Waddle now. That's Jalen Waddle now. You think he would have had?
He dropping
Van Ginkel is athletic enough?
Running full speed? No, he's not catching Waddle.
No, I'm saying he would have been there to clean up the play at the very least. We wouldn't have had a touchdown thrown to Tyreek on us.
That was the ball game point earlier. That's the point he was making earlier.
And then I'm trying to back it up.
Oh, okay.
He'd have been no man's land. See,
no.
It would have still been a completion by Waddle.
He's in no man's land because Tua's eyes never go anywhere else.
Never.
I think what Color is saying is the fact that if Holland was back there and Tua said, I can't go there, I need to go to the crosser, he's reevaluating that, which is taking another second. And Van Ginkel's hauling behind.
He's still, but if you look at all of the space that Tyreek created by going vertically up the field.
But
Waddle doesn't have to stay flat.
He's
angling that up the field and going toward the sideline at this point.
Ball game. Right. That's solely because of the coverage, though. Because the line, that's solely because of the coverage.
And the linebackers play so shallow. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the ones in the pressure position. They just gotta cut. You gotta cut that read step in half, bro. And then
DDG might be right. Maybe we can't see to his eyes, but we can only go by the direction of his helmet. But you're right. I get it. But Van Ginkel obviously didn't see to his eyes look over to the dig.
He ain't gonna ever see him because he got his eyes in the backfield all the time.
I think he saw Holland flat-footed, like they said, and I think he saw Tyreek and said, "Hey, he gonna burn Noah."
Listen, you got a guy even.
That was
if the receiver's even with the DB and the DB's got outside leverage and he's inside of him, hell yeah, I'm throwing that every time.
Hell yeah.
Because
And
then
that was an absolute.
The only way Noah makes that play, he's got to go over the back of Tyreek to get there, and he's already in a trail spot. As soon as they're even,
and credit to on the placement of the football. That's an absolute dime of a throw, bro.
Well, again, it's look how far out front it is. That is what we want to see.
And I ain't trying to knock Tua here. This is not about Tua, but I hate when people say when a quarterback throws deep balls and put it out there that like sometimes it's just putting it out there for your guy to get it. I know you say it's a dime, but bro, when you put it out in front like that, that's Tyreek's spiel that came to hawk that in.
Bingo.
Well, they go ahead, but the ball has to be there first.
Yo, I'm sorry. I got to be honest with you. That's actually easier than you think. Just throw the ball as far as you freaking can and let your receiver who got the speed. Hold on. Let me finish.
Goes TD foolish talk now.
No. That's easier. No, that's easier than you think. Throw the ball as far as you freaking can, and a guy with speed like that, all he got to do is go do his job and go get it. That's not hard. That's not hard to cock back in the pocket and throw the ball as far as you can.
That's not hard, TD. Are you kidding?
Hold on, you think that was a precision situation? I'm gonna put it right here,
Tua
bro.
to use all of his mechanics properly to get.
Bro, are you kidding me? Why people think that it's not hard to put the ball as far as you can?
Ball game, do you hear this?
I'm not going to touch it.
You hear this?
In that respect, it's easy.
I'm not going to touch it.
It's easy.
No, bro, it's not. Bro, if a quarterback,
everybody, welcome to TD Foolish Talk.
Completed pass in the league.
It was a good throw because it was incompleted. I get that. That's a good throw. But what I'm saying is y'all act like it take more skill than necessary. Any quarterback, hold on. Let me finish.
Welcome to TD Foolish Talk.
Any quarterback who, any quarterback, hold on, ball game. Let me ask you this.
I'm listening, bro.
Hold on. Any quarterback who could throw the ball 65 yards. And they said, let me put it right in the middle of the field and let my guy go get it. Tyreek would have got that 100% of the time. It's that simple. Just throw the ball as far as you can and let Tyreek go get it.
We watched it for 3 years in Kansas City.
What y'all don't realize, Tyreek, once he identified where the ball is, he had to put the burners on and go track it down.
But according to you, and a lot of Tua's.
I'm not knocking it. I love the pass. This is a completion. This is what we need.
At the mouth about then? What are you foaming at the mouth about?
You're making it seem like that was a whole new level of skill. Those are the easy ones.
You just sat here. We just agreed earlier. We said we haven't seen this level of throw from Tua. Did you not say that earlier?
Bro,
we've seen it a couple
times. Question, yes or no? Did you not say that earlier?
We've seen it a couple times.
Did you? I'm not talking to color. I'm talking to TD right now. Did you not sit up here and say that earlier, TD?
What did I say?
Scar tissue from
you
the past
said
2
you
years
have not seen this level of throw from
That's
Tua
what
earlier. We both agree.
Bro, what I'm saying, we're not disagreeing that of the past, but you're making it seem
like
the
what are you foaming at the mouth about?
Bro, you're talking about the difficulty of it. I could give you 20-yard passes that are more difficult than this.
Bro,
that's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
you're talking about this is one of the most difficult passes. It's not hard.
A lot of people in the comments. Welcome to TD Foolish Talk.
Hold on,
thank you so much for showing up. That is absolutely right. You need to stop.
Are there 20-yard passes?
That is where your hate comes in. That is where your hate comes in.
Are there 20-yard passes that are tougher to make than this?
Give the man credit for the placement, the throw of the football.
I gave him credit. Are there 20-yard passes that are more difficult than this? Yes or no?
Yes, that dig on that very play.
There are so many passes. There are 10-yard passes that's more difficult than this. I'm just talking about the difficulty of the pass. I'm not talking about what he did. It was a beautiful pass. I'm happy. I'm talking about the difficulty. You brought up the difficulty. I said that ain't hard. You just got to put the ball out in front.
Bro, first of all, I didn't even mention the word difficulty. Yes, what I said is it absolute the placement, the timing in which he had to that he had to see the play and the anticipatory throw, implementation that he had to make.
We argue about
was spot on. That's all I said.
And it was, EM. I was just talking about the difficulty.
What are you foaming at the mouth about then?
All I did is said it wasn't that difficult.
All right,
y'all act like throwing up like this is the NFL quarterback.
I want to welcome
this
y'all
is
again
what
to
they
TD
do all the
Foolish
time.
This is the easiest throw to make as a quarter. Go into your backyard and throw a football.
These are the
It is
easiest
the
throws for
easiest thing to
quarterbacks.
do.
What are you
Color,
talking
are you
about?
kidding me? Easy ball game. Are you listening to this?
I'm not gonna touch it, bro. I know for a fact it's not that
bro.
simple, man. It's not.
No, I get
No,
it.
the play is not that
Ball
simple
game.
Against the Bengals.
Statements like that. Statements like that.
Ball game.
Statements
How
like
many
that
ball game?
is
Are
why
there
I
not
always make the
ball
statement.
game?
There are more difficult
What
throws.
he
Yes.
is saying is he didn't
The
have
ball
to
game.
think to do
Are there
it.
not a lot of other shorter throws that are more difficult than this? I'm not saying that it's just easy, but what I'm saying, the difficulty
But that is
level
what you
compared
said.
to all the difficulty level compared to all.
That's what you just said, TD. You said it's not difficult at all. In color,
it is.
In color's foolishness, color just backed you up on that.
You said it's not a difficult throw.
It's not high on the difficulty scale, is what I'm saying to you.
Well, which one is the TD? Is it a hard throw or not? Now you're saying, oh yeah,
it's not. Officially, it's not on the difficulty scale. It's not.
And I vehemently disagree.
So ball game. Every throw is a difficult throw, then, right?
No, I mean, at the NFL level, they are definitely.
All
throws are difficult. So yes, it was a difficult throw.
This discussion is the fact we haven't seen this throw too many times for the past 2 years. The fact that we saw it is what's causing all this discussion.
No, hold on. Let's get something.
Is that not what I said?
I
said the exact same thing. I made the exact same statement, bro.
No. This is the different. We have seen throws like this in the last few years. No. Let's back up. We have seen throws like this in the last few years. But when you got a Tyreek who could go track down, like think about every receiver on this team.
No, I've never seen Tua. I've never seen Tua make this throw. I've never seen it.
Yeah, he ain't make it because he overthrows people usually.
Waddle said he faster. Waddle said he faster than Tyreek. So.
You're missing that point. He's made these throws, but he's over or under through it. But when you got Tyreek, he gonna get it.
You don't have to think about.
You don't have to think about the placement as much with Tyreek.
Foolish y'all sound. You in color in particular,
bro. You're just calling people foolish. You're not even listening.
Y'all are sitting. Y'all are sitting here arguing over
your argument to everything.
That's not what we're arguing. You don't have to place it. You don't have to have perfect ball placement with Tyreek because he's gonna make it look perfect. He's gonna make it look perfect. If that was freaking Cedric Wilson,
the man made a play, and y'all.
You're not gonna run that with Cedric Wilson because you're not gonna have.
But see, ball game, you can't look at it that way because if Tyreek get hurt and Cedric Wilson is out there, Tua gonna throw the ball the exact same way. Is my point.
Cedric Wilson gonna be running that dig
You're
route.
Here you go read minds again, TD.
No, that's right. I am because
here you go read minds again. TD is a mind reader now.
You guys are still confusing the play with the actual throw.
You
go in the backyard and
tell
me
that just the play.
Throwing the ball without even thinking about it is the hardest thing to do. You're lying to yourself.
You're just missing what I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to say, TD. They're just missing what you're saying.
What I am trying to say to y'all, no. EM, let me finish for once.
Color need a timeout, bro.
Let me try to finish for once. What I'm trying to say is this. I don't care who
you playing the mute game now. You playing the mute game now, really?
You won't let me speak.
Right, go ahead. Go ahead and play the mute game. Go ahead.
You won't let me speak. What I'm trying to say to you is, in ball game, it doesn't matter if Wilson wouldn't have been running that route. Just like last year, you get your starters hurt. If Cedric Wilson is out there in Tyreek's position, we've seen on film, Tua throws the exact same ball. The difference is Wilson wouldn't have caught that, but Tyreek did. So you just automatically say it's because of the placement. He put that ball out there because that's what he was going to do regardless of the receiver. And Tyreek makes it, but if it was a great throw, he going to put it where Wilson would make it too.
He doesn't have to judge.
That's why there's always been inconsistency with him because he always puts it where he puts it. And the receiver, if they can make it, they can make it. If they can't, they can't. Versus him saying, this is how I need to put it.
You hear this ball game? What sense does that make? Please explain that to me. Oh my God, TD. Y'all welcome to TD Foolish Talk. I want to welcome everybody.
This is simple logic, EM, because let me tell you this, EM. When you see on the film, when we get a game this year, and if Cedric Wilson run that, and Tua overthrows it, y'all gonna say he overthrew it.
Right.
Cedric Wilson wouldn't be running that post.
Right.
But regardless,
exactly. They would not put Cedric Wilson in a position where he got to run. He's trying to compromise the back third of the field because he don't have that type of. He don't have that.
That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. Because if
Waddle would have made that catch though.
If Will Fuller wasn't hurt last year, then those other guys wouldn't have been in that position. But it also shows you that he's putting the ball out there, but not putting it on what the receiver. The timing. This is one that Tyreek went and got. But if it was Cedric Wilson, he would have never went and got it. But y'all keep on going back there. Yeah, but Cedric Wilson wouldn't be running that route.
I consider going and getting it if he had to extend it out and pull it in. That
ball was dropped. Ball game. Look at the film.
That ball was dropped. That ball was dropped in the bucket. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, TD?
Ball game. Stop.
That ball dropped in the bucket.
Man literally reached over shoulder to get the ball.
That's where it's supposed to be. It's in the bucket.
Yeah.
Oh. He got to put his hands out to catch it. He dropped it right in the bucket, TD.
What I am saying, bro, okay. Oh, my God. Exactly. You don't have to judge that. Look at this. Tyreek turned the freaking burners on when he identified where the ball was. Right here. Right here.
That's the point, TD.
No.
That ball didn't even thrown right there. What are you talking about?
The ball in the air ball game. The ball in the air ball game. It's up here. It's been out his hand. It's been out his hand.
Watch.
Look, ball game. Look at the ball. You talk about watch. It's already in the air.
Oh, he still has it.
It's all no, he don't. Look in the air. It's in the air.
My bad, man. I'm over in the chat, bro. My bad.
No, okay,
I was on the wrong screen. I was in the wrong screen.
Air, and he literally redirects and put the burners on to go get it. And nothing's wrong with that. All I'm saying to you is this is the problem Tua's had in the past. I don't know if he's corrected that, but depending on the EM, we got a report yesterday that Tua Tagovailoa threw a deep ball and overthrew Cedric Wilson. Okay. So
that's him. He's not gauging Cedric's. He don't have Cedric's speed gauge yet.
You don't even know how that play developed. He could have had pressure in his face when he released the football.
I get it, Ian, but all I'm telling you is but the problem with y'all give the automatic benefit of the doubt like we know. And this is what I'm giving you is the concern that we've had for him. I only brought this up to say we got to keep our eyes on this situation. Will he have the right depth and timing for everybody? Or is he just putting it up saying, please try to go get it? That's all I'm saying to you. There's nothing wrong with
seriously,
this.
they're out there saying, okay, we just going to throw it deep. Please go get it.
Yeah, but I know. Ball game. If you don't have great ball placement,
y'all
what
welcome
you
to TD Foolish Talk. I don't welcome everybody coming into the building. All the new subscribers.
Here's the thing anyway.
All the Patreon members. Welcome to TD Foolish Talk.
Ball game. If you don't have great ball placement, what else are you gonna do? You gonna put it up there and hope those guys go get it?
Well, it ain't no different. It's no different than what Josh Allen relies on Diggs to do. He puts the ball. It's no different.
Guys are hitting
receivers make adjustments.
What's that Tyreek doing?
Josh Allen, that dude gonna be in jail swinging on people in practice like that.
Here's my point. The only point that I was trying to make about this whole thing is that play was specifically designed to be a shot play. So you definitely gonna put the guy that can get out and pressure the secondary to do some things differently to defend him, which is gonna open up much more space underneath. Had he not even made that throw and just made the throw to Waddle, that still would have been an impressive gain for the offense. My thing is that I don't think they would put Cedric in this position to take the top off a guy. Take the top off the defense guy.
Getting reps, game.
Exactly, bro.
When you out there getting reps, you getting reps. At the end of the day,
I just don't see them putting him in.
Listen,
that post is a defense killer.
Because whoever was number 2 last year wouldn't have been there. Will Fuller wouldn't hurt. So stop saying never.
Listen, in terms of to that point.
If Tyreek gets hurt, who the next person gonna be on the field? Who's gonna be that primary?
Okay, to your point about Cedric Wilson not being on a boundary and being asked to run this type of route. Listen, all the top 3 guys are going to interchange at some point during stretches of games. But again, at the end of the day, TD, listen, I'm still trying to debate. I'm still trying to figure out what are we debating here.
We're debating the fact that all last year, all I heard from people was this: if that was a top receiver, he would have got that. Right. If that was a this and that, he would have got. You're missing it.
He made the play, right? He made the play, right?
I'm not talking about that, bro.
Okay, what are you foaming at the mouth about? What exactly?
All last year, what I heard was if that was a top receiver, he would have got that. If that was a faster receiver, he would have got that. How about scratch that out and put it in the slower receiver's hand versus the overthrows of the pass? And that's what I'm looking for.
Have we not seen, real quick, okay, we can all agree that Gesicki is a slower receiver than what Tyreek and Waddle is, correct?
He kept overthrowing him coming across the middle.
But we've seen him. I'm not saying this exact route. We've seen Gesicki run, but we've seen him compromise this area of the field and Tua make plays. We've seen that. We've seen that on film.
When have you seen this?
We've seen that. Go put the Buffalo game on.
I seen Gesicki do a whole lot of rounding off and slowing up the routes.
Hold on. This though, what we looking at right now?
I prefaced everything when I said maybe not this exact route.
Well, we haven't. But I'm saying
I'm addressing that area of the field. We've seen him.
He still dropped Tannehill's pass.
What were you saying, Ian?
No, what I was saying is I'm talking about in that area of the field. I'm saying not the exact same route, but we've seen Tua drop the ball in, to a slower receiver to address your point. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
Durham Smythe,
what you're saying
against the Patriots.
What you're saying is if that was Cedric Wilson, you don't think Tua completes that throw?
I think Cedric Wilson would have never got to it.
Based off his speed limitations, right?
Well, no. Well, first of all, he would have never put the move with his speed that
There's only two guys that could have made that catch on this team.
I want you to don't forget this move. I want you to look at the move at the top. Look at the move that Tyreek put. He fakes outside first. Y'all don't notice this. Y'all don't notice this, and you might want to notice this too. Maybe this is what ball game. Maybe this is what Holland bid on. But watch the move Tyreek put on Noah. He actually gives us a stutter step like he going outside. Watch right when he gets to the 45. Right there. You seen that? What I'm saying, I don't think Cedric Wilson would have kept his speed after making that type of move because that move made the play on Noah. What I'm saying to you is that ball by Tua would have still been placed in the same place though.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
You can't say that, bro. That's pure speculation on your part.
EM, I never said. What I'm trying to say to you is that's what I'm looking out for.
Hold on, Color. This is why Tyreek felt that he was okay to say that Tua was more accurate than Mahomes.
But Color,
Tyreek knows that's what Mahomes is all about.
Color, can I make a statement?
Sure.
All right. Oh, by the way, thanks for having me on, TD. But TD,
salute, Vonjo. Salute to you, bro.
Same to you, EM, and Mr. Ball Game.
Yeah.
But here's what I say, TD. You're doing something that Tua might face all season, where we're saying that he didn't really get better, but the talent is better around him and is making his numbers look better. You're doing this prematurely.
No. It'll show up on the film whenever he's hitting everybody in stride.
I know, but this is this debate that we're having. This is a debate that Tua's going to be having all season.
No. If he's hitting everybody in stride and he's doing this with everybody, there ain't no debate. He's that dude.
Right. And I wanted to give EM's example of
and
what
if
he was
he's
talking
not
about.
hitting everybody in stride, then that proves the concern that I'm saying right now is that there are plays where you just put up and the talent go get it. Right. You ain't really placing the ball where it's like.
In fairness to EM, he dropped the dime. Wait a minute. In fairness to EM, he started to show signs.
He just put it out in front and saying, go get it, because he know he can win the race.
But you're saying that like that's so easy, though.
But hold on. But ball game. Here's the difference.
You asked EM for an example earlier of the type of pass he was talking about, and I'll submit one. Durham Smythe, 20 yards, New England Patriots last game of the season. You know what I mean? That was put right in the spot. Over the linebacker before the safety. You know what I mean? So there are signs. He has the ability to do it. It's just a matter of I want to see it every other play.
And that is a knock on Tua talking about low at the NFL level consistency.
On a consistent level.
But at the same time, this play is what we wanted to see, where he throws with anticipation and takes those shots. Because at the end of the day, hold on, TD.
Look at that fan. Look at
that
fan.
It does keep the defense honest.
EM wants to see the anticipation. I want to see him make the right decision.
But TD, a play like this makes the
not the right decision, TD? That's not the right decision.
No.
To TD's earlier point, if you take everybody off the field,
but if you also get plays where you throwing in the double,
that is a low.
Listen, I can't make out what two people are saying at the same time. Can we please get one at a time? Which one is it? The color or TD? Which one is it?
Whichever you choose.
Well, what I'm trying to say to you is this, EM. We're assuming he's making the right decision because it worked out. But if you're getting reports coming out of camp, him throwing in double coverage, but the crosser was open, like this one, then was it the right decision? This is all I'm saying to you. You could keep throwing those, but just because some make it, don't make it the right decision. It just worked out in your favor.
Bro, but obviously in this instance on this rep, that was the right decision to make.
It's the right, but see again, EM, it was the right decision. But again,
so what do we debate? Why are you foaming at the mouth?
Because here's the issue: quarterbacks
Those are the
like
first words I heard.
No, but EM, this is the issue: quarterbacks like Tua have. This play worked out. Holland came up. He made the right decision. Holland stays back. He throws this exact ball, and it's a bad decision. Holland comes up and he throws the deep ball and he makes a good decision. Holland stays back and he throws it and he makes a bad decision. Did he really ever make a good decision, or he just throwing it anyway?
But we don't know that, TD, so that's not fair.
At some point, I never said that we know that. Yeah. I said we have to look out for it. God knows. Why can't somebody just...
everybody?
A quarterback has to be analyzed. This is what they try to figure out. Is he making good decisions, or is he just throwing it? And I'm telling you, this is what you got to look out for. I'm not knocking him for it. Maybe it was a great decision and he's going to always make a great decision. All I'm saying is you got to look out for that. So he needs to eliminate. He needs to eliminate the bad decisions so that we know.
PD, our initial conversation, what did I say? I said this is one throw, this is one play, but I said this is growth because we haven't seen Tua do this consistently.
All I said is
I don't know what we're trying to debate here.
What we're debating, EM. Hold on, what we're debating, EM. What we're debating, we automatically say something is a good decision.
Don't come up here with that trolling, Pete. I ain't in the mood for it right now, bro. Real talk.
I'm being serious.
Can I get a statement?
Don't come up here with that nonsense, bro.
The first
you don't want to catch me right now.
Shout out to I'm being serious. Shout out to TD, 5 hours strong.
Can Josh Rosen process the field?
Skylar Thompson can make that pass.
But has he made passes like this? But at the end result, you realize he can't process the field. Y'all, all I'm saying is we gotta watch this and make sure he's doing it consistently, because it's just like the broke clock is right twice a day theory. At the end of the day, you keep throwing them, you gonna look right at sometimes.
At the end of the day, that's okay. So that's a throw that NFL quarterback.
We acknowledge that, TD.
That's all I brought up, and y'all tried to kill me for it.
But you've been foaming at the mouth for the last hour over this play.
I ain't been foaming at the mouth. Y'all disagree. Y'all disagree with what I'm saying. And now you saying you know that.
Nah, first off, we didn't know what the point you was trying to make. That's number one. That's what we were. That's all me and Ballgame was saying.
Because you automatically disagreed and tried to debunk it.
No, we didn't know what the hell the point. And honestly, I don't think you even know the point you was trying to make. What I was saying was that I said that from day one when we had our initial conversation, bro. I said this is one throw, right? This is one throw, one practice.
Yes,
this is refreshing to see because we haven't seen Tua make this level of throw with any type of consistency since he's been a Miami Dolphin. I said that. So why are you again?
And all I said after that was, well, we don't know. We don't know if this is the normal him.
Hey, TD,
you
all
up
I
here
was
trying to
trying to
play the
say.
mind reader. You saying you
TD.
can read the man's mind. He would have thrown that if it was triple coverage.
hold on.
You was gonna throw that, but
Hold on,
the
guys.
man's
Hold on.
mind.
I read
Hold
his
on.
mind saying
TD.
Tua was gonna throw that even if Holland was backing out. I do believe
TD.
that, yes. Because
TD,
that's
brother.
what we
Y'all
see.
hear him? I got him
TD,
on record.
brother,
Y'all
I
hear that?
love you.
Hold on.
TD,
Y'all
I love you.
hold on. Welcome all the new subscribers, all the
EM,
new
hold on.
Patreon members, all the new donators.
EM, hold on one
Welcome to
second.
TD Foolish Talk.
Hold
Y'all
on,
welcome.
Joe. Hold on. EM, has he not done that historically?
that.
Has he not done that historically?
What's
has
that?
he not
What's
has
that?
he not
Done what?
thrown
Done
it?
what? Done what?
Has he not
Done
thrown
what?
it anyway?
Predetermined his reads? Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
so why is that? Why you getting mad that I believe that's what he was doing? If that's all he's given us for 2 years.
No, but you try to do that on every single play, bro. He don't do that on every single play, bro.
Yes, you do it on every play until he stopped doing it.
Man,
This is
you know what?
Hey,
TD,
this
you
is
know,
what the
but you know what?
organization done to us.
You better be glad I got
Pete, give me a
2%.
second. Pete, give me a second.
Oh my God.
90% of his throws last year were predetermined, and you know it. 90 freaking percent were predetermined.
I got. Listen, I got 2% battery life. You better be glad, TD.
No, you better be glad.
Hold on, Ian, before you go.
Be glad.
Ian, before you go, Ian, don't leave yet. Let me just make one comment.
I'm gonna reserve that for our private conversation.
Ian, before you leave,
better be glad.
I just want to make one comment, TD. TD, I love you. I love your show. But for once, man, I'm going to have to say point to EM, bro. I'm sorry. You're going to have to hold the L on this one.
Bonjo, I already know EM. Bro, I already got the text message.
I have dominated TD.
Bonjo, I'm a mute. Bonjo, I already got the text messages of him sliding you money to come up here and do that. So it's all good.
I have dominated TD. Welcome to the bright side, Bonjo. You're leaving the foolish side. You're leaving the foolish side and coming to the bright side. I've dominated TD for years. It is no different. He knows I've been dominating his behind for years. He know that.
Bonjo, we always get this, and then when the regular season rolls around, and exactly
TD,
what
man.
I said,
TD, I felt conflicted saying that, brother.
Exactly what I said. If it starts happening, and I ask y'all, then EM is gonna get missing and Bonjo gonna get missing. I am telling y'all, all I'm doing is going off of history with him. We have seen him forget this throw. We've seen him make plenty throws that everybody say, look how well he read it. And I said, did he read it? Then why on the exact type of play where the defender's actually in a good position now, he still make that throw and screw up? Yeah. So did he really read it? But every time something good happened, y'all say, look how he read it. For some reason, y'all automatically look at how he read it. Look at how he blah, blah, blah.
TD, can I have the floor for a second,
until
please?
He's 1 for 1. That's how we doing it.
I'm begging.
Can I please have the floor for a second?
Until he consistently does it, at that point, you start to say, this man is reading defenses. This man is actually reading what's happening on the field and making a decision. We sit there acting like we're forgetting about the last 3 practices of throwing the ball in double coverage and stuff like that because you ain't got the video. Come on. This is the stuff we talk about. Are you truly reading defenses?
Stone-brained, and I haven't even had a chance to say anything in like 20 minutes. Can I please have the floor?
And I bet you Omar is taking my stance on this play. Because that's exactly, people rave about this. It's a beautiful play. We taking a touchdown. But we all have agreed the defense screwed up on this play, and I'm not taking that away from the execution from Tyreek or Tua. But at the same token, to get as far as is he reading the defense and doing all of that? You don't know. It's not so you don't have to read the defense to put the ball out there. You don't.
First of all, TD, that play right there was for the fans. That was all set up. If you really think about it, TD, no, day one. Hold on, check this out, TD, because that was for free, bro. That was to satisfy the fan members that were there. Because if you really think about it, TD, day one, Noah Igbenogany, he almost gets a pick. He deflected it. Day 2, he gets the interception, and now day 3, he gets burnt by Tyreek Hill on a long, deep bomb. This is all set up. You can tell that was given up.
Pete, I ain't gonna go.
They're gonna tell me.
I ain't gonna go as far as saying.
This I'm not going. I'm not gonna go for the fans because guess what, TD? What were we hearing when the practices were closed? We don't hear none of that going on.
I'm not gonna go as far as saying it's set up at all.
I'm going there.
I think that is some great execution by the offense.
It was a beautiful pass.
But here's another part.
Where's Baker?
Like you said, CD,
where's
like
Baker?
you said. Hold on.
Where's Baker, bro?
TD, bro,
where's Baker?
Hold on.
Come on, bro. Like you said, TD. Who is this talking, bro? Hey, like you said,
it's your
TD.
daddy.
Who is that? Listen, man.
Hold on, real quick. Why are we letting a Steeler fan up here?
For whoever said you don't know, that's the point I'm making. You don't either. But it's so funny how we could automatically assume that, oh, he's reading. And I don't know if he was reading. And I've humbly said, we don't know.
Hey,
I'm just saying we got to
TD,
keep our eyes on it.
I came up for that exact reason, bro. When you see the safety being burnt, is that always a good read?
And again, that's if you saw that. Again,
well, if I
you
didn't
don't
have
know.
a chance to back myself up and I'm going to be called stone brain, then yeah, I'm going to say it again. That was not near a difficult throw compared to a dig route.
No.
If you
how you try to justify that was a bad throw, man? How you going to try to justify that was a bad throw?
You're on the wrong panel.
You guys are trying to justify that a good throw was a bad throw.
You're on the wrong panel, Q. Nobody said that.
Nobody said that. And nobody said it was a bad throw at all. Nobody, and that's where these people ridiculous, where they try to twist your words. Not a single person, including myself, up here said that was a bad throw. But that's what y'all want to make it seem like you're hearing. Nobody's talking about the throw. We are talking about, was he actually processing the field and was he making the best decision because he actually saw it? Time will tell, because if tomorrow he throws the same ball, but Holland never jumps down and Holland picks it off, then it makes you question, did he read it the first time or was he just throwing it just like just now?
I got a question.
He has a history of that, and that's why I'm telling y'all we got to watch out for it. He may have corrected it 100% and we're good to go. All I said in this whole thing is we don't know. We got to keep our eyes on these and see how consistent we get them.
I got a question.
Exactly.
Anybody that thinks it takes
what
any
happened?
brains
What happened?
that ball that way. If
what
you take
happened?
everybody off
Was
the
practice
field and go
over
in your
once that
backyard,
was that the
and
last
you think
play?
it takes any brains to throw that ball, you're wrong.
Yeah, go ahead, ball game.
Was that the last play?
No, that was actually the first play in like one of the early plays in 11 on 11.
Oh, that's hype. Okay.
Huh?
Never mind.
Hell yeah.
Actually, didn't you say it? We saw the long
pass
last training camp, right?
Nerd, if you've never gone out in the backyard and thrown a football and you're going to tell me that you have to use any brains to throw that type of ball instead of a dig route and that's not a lower difficulty degree throw, then you ain't never thrown a football and you're the band nerd, not me.
Man,
that's all I'm saying. Whatever else TD's saying, I haven't even had a chance to disagree or agree on him. So stop calling me a cheerleader.
Get out of the chat, bro. Why you worried about what people say in the chat?
Yeah, hey, listen.
Don't even worry what they
I'm
say.
I'm gonna tell y'all this real quick. If you're on the panel, man, don't worry about the chat. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. What I'm saying,
I'm never in the chat, bro.
What the conversation is, I haven't had a chance to have a position.
Yeah, but again,
on what you're saying now,
they're making the conversation more combative than it needs to be, though.
Right. But there was also clarity that I needed to make about the difficulty of that throw mechanically.
Yes. Well, and just to address the chat, because I read the chat and I see it all at the end of the day, and I don't really respond to it. But just to address the chat and be done with the chat in that regard. There are some people, Color, you also have to realize they're here to make it a bad presentation and just debunk, try to go against everything you say. And at the end of the day, at the end of the day, to the chat, though, see, first of all, some people are mature and some people aren't. Some people can comprehend and some people can't comprehend. That's your business. But to say things to people that's on the panel,
why am I considered crying right now?
Color.
When I just heard that tirade went on.
Let it go, man.
Color, but hold on, Color. Just let me address them, no Color. That's the deal. So my thing is to come at people on the panel. Don't be disrespectful. Okay, all the disagreeing, that's fine. Okay, you allowed to disagree. You allowed to say, hey, you're wrong. All of that's fine. Opinions are opinions. Nobody should be tripping about somebody else's opinions. Allow that to be, even if it's against yours. You debate it. That's what we're all up here for.
I know.
Notions.
Why am I getting this? I'm not crying. I'm just saying.
This actually ain't for you. I'm addressing the comment section. It's not to you. I'm addressing the comment section. But these people with the TD always pushing his agenda. Some of y'all just don't know what transparency and neutralism, I guess, and the truth is. At the end of the day, even this argument right here, whether you agree or not, the pass was a great pass. Nothing was wrong with the pass.
It kind of floated.
Regardless, the pass was a great pass. Okay. Also, all I'm doing is telling y'all what history told y'all. We've had the same argument, what some of y'all don't realize. Some of you must be new. We had this same argument last year and the year before, because it's always been a concern. Is he really reading the defense, or is he just letting it fly, picking a guy and letting it fly? Hold on, Pete. Let me finish. We've had these same arguments, but for 2 years in a row, he's picking a guy, letting it fly regardless of the coverage. So if I'm sitting there seeing something like this, I'm clapping it on and saying, great job. And people are saying, oh, he was reading it perfectly. All I did is say, now hold on. We got to see more to make sure that's what he's doing now. And it's an agenda. Some of y'all, why is it so hard for you to just look at history and go off of the facts and everything that's been presented and go off of that versus it's an agenda because it doesn't give him his due of an elite quarterback that's going to do that all year? Because if he come out this year and do the same thing he's done the last few years, which I understand many of you all don't believe, then you're going to be right back at me next year saying the same thing. If we give him another year, you running an agenda. That's all I'm doing, saying, hold on, let's wait to see. On Tuesday, if I see some of this on Tuesday, I'm going to start to say, hey, that's a level of consistency. Maybe this is him now. And then I see it more on Wednesday. Hold on, this kid might actually be a whole new version of himself. But we want to get in day one and get mad at me because I said, hold on, let's wait to see, because we don't know if that's what's really happening. Grow up. At the end of the day, you can disagree. But I've seen some disrespectful comments, and I've left it alone. Grow up. It ain't that serious. This man ain't paying your bills. Neither am I.
TD, can I ask a question after you're done?
Go ahead.
All right. So the question is, and this is a question that probably will help everybody see everything clearly if they listen. So that play that we are raving about, that was early in practice, right?
Well, 11 on 11s, yeah.
Busted coverage.
Okay, so did we see anything else like that?
I'm gonna leave that alone. I know in my tour, what they call my tour hater mind, I was like, why was that the only thing that came out? But then I said, let me leave it alone because it's gonna be a narrative, and let's celebrate our victory.
It can't be a narrative because, again, that's where we find consistency to see if that is really him. If that was just a one play.
Well, he did throw some more deep balls.
I saw another pass.
He did throw some. Well, he threw some more deep balls. He converted a few, and then some of them he overthrew. Remember, go look at the timeline on Twitter. This is the one that he connected. He also overthrew one to Tyreek as well, and overthrew one to Waddle as well, deep like that today, according to the tweets. But I haven't brought that up yet. I'm only bringing it up because you're saying that, Bonjo. I'm trying to actually be positive about Tua today. Wow, and all I did is gave a little bit of caution. Hey, let's see if we can get this consistently. He had a few overthrows.
No, but that's the thing, T. This is being fair to you and everybody else, because at the end of the day, if you see it, right, and you know it, so you could have that pre-mindset while you're saying this, right? Mm-hmm. But nobody else knows it, so they only view it one way. So, but when we able to paint the clear picture and give context to the whole practice, okay, now it's no longer hating. This is just giving you context of what happened throughout the day. And this is for everybody that's, thinking one way or other. This is just pure context. Hey,
Well,
this is just facts and what happened.
I get that, Von Joe.
Again, how you supposed to get it out, Von Joe?
I get that, Von Joe. I just feel like a day like today, there was a lot of great things that happened, but the few overthrows, like sometimes you just ignore it, you know what I mean? And not just try to kill every little thing just to bring it up. And that's for me, not you. I'm not coming at you. I'm talking about me. So that's why I didn't talk about the overthrows. I read the tweet and kept it moving. It is what it is. It happens by all quarterbacks. My message wasn't just to give a full picture of practice and say, hey, he had a nice one, but he also overthrew a few to Tyreek and overthrew one to Waddle. It wasn't about that. It was to celebrate something that I hadn't seen in 2 years, because it was worth that pass was worth celebrating no matter who, whether you like to or not. That pass was worth celebrating. I just thought it was fair to say, hey, hold on. Let's wait to see if that's a level of consistency, because there is an argument to be made that he puts it out there and now we got a receiver that can go get it, but we also need a quarterback who isn't just putting it out there relying on the receiver to go get it instead of just putting it right where the receiver is. You see what I mean? Regardless of the speed.
No, I fully understand that. But here's the thing. We celebrated, like you said, we celebrated this before last year. The thing that we really want to celebrate is consistency. That's what we really want to celebrate.
And I also love the fact that he got the ball up and down there. That was pretty deep. I love to see that the ball can travel and have success. And that's what we're gonna need this year, man. And I think that if we had that element last year, we'd at least got into the playoffs. And and that ain't saying it was because of him we didn't or nothing. But I gotta give a quick shout out. Salute to the 44 new subscribers that we added today. I'm shocked, usually about 15 to 20 a stream, but we got 44 new subscribers today. We're at 20,000. Well, actually, 54. Sorry, because we were 10 short. So we had 20,444. All the new people that subscribe to the channel, welcome to the channel. I ain't gonna always be right. But I'll never lose a battle by EM. So I guarantee you that. All right.
Hey, TD.
But welcome to the channel, though, all y'all. Welcome to the channel.
You know what, TD? As soon as I clicked on your stream, the first words I heard was EM telling you that you're something about foaming out of the mouth, right? And as soon as I heard EM saying that, it's like, first of all, it's the two ears that are foaming out of the mouth all over again over this one play. And that's who's foaming out of the mouth, and they're really loud. I'm happy they're out of the rabbit hole, TD. I really am.
They should foam out of the mouth because the play is worth foaming out of the mouth. Even if you don't believe in Tua, I got the butterflies when I first saw it, because all of my thoughts of I don't think he the guy in this and that, it gave me a different feeling like, man, maybe
but you also,
like if I could see more of this, man.
But you also said it, TD. We saw this last year in training camp. It's almost like deja vu. Where does this go during the regular season?
Not the same, Pete. Correction. I saw a lot of short and intermediate passes like dimes all in training camp, but not this.
No, we saw the one with I think Lynn Bowden. We all got hyped up and everybody was going crazy. I can't remember the one.
Still wouldn't.
I know there's a little difference because there's one that
I'm gonna have to say that the ball even almost looked like the ball almost looked cannon-like coming out. Dare I say? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it was way out in front.
Yeah. But here's the
caviar color. It was a really good pass.
Here's the caviar color, and I'm gonna pass the toast to all of you guys right now. McGenius, right? The running back coach who's gonna fix the trenches and everything. How come all these practices, everything has been upon nothing but predicated to the pass? Tyreek Hill, Tua, Tyreek Hill, Tua. We haven't seen. We just saw Buffalo right now praising James Cook on how many times he's scoring in practice. We don't hear anything about the running game in Miami, and
the run game ain't sexy yet, and you ain't got no pads on.
Well, we'll see.
That's what's being put out, Pete, by the media. That's the only thing that's being put out by the media.
Everything is centered around this quarterback and them saying he can't pass. So that's what the narrative is on.
I have never said Tua can only throw 35 yards. How could anybody be dumb enough to say that when he's got 55 yards on film? So
Color, I never thought I'd find somebody
out of the chat, bro.
Responding to the chat, bro. You gonna get that, Color. It's normal. It's a given. They're supposed to attack you.
They gonna roast the shit out of you as long as you stay in there, bro.
And as long as you respond to them,
I know.
As long
it's my
as you
nature,
respond to
TD.
them,
I'm empathetic. I want to respond to
Don't
people.
get me wrong. EM can't control it either. It is what it is. But at the same token, Color, you up here. You know what I mean?
I've gotten a lot better, TD. Let's be honest. Wait. Let's be honest here. You can look up and see some of the comments. I haven't responded to anything, bro. I'm just trying to be educational. Like, you know what I mean? But there's been way worse than what that guy said about 35 yards that I haven't responded to, man. I'm not in the chat. Man. I'm just saying, at the end of the record, I never said Tua couldn't throw.
Color, the reason why you don't pay these people any attention, here's why. Did I drop the link or not?
Yeah,
it's posted to the top.
If they could say it on it's posted. When I post the link, I pin it to the top of the comment.
Yeah.
People can come in at any time. If they want to be disrespectful or come at people, they have a right to get on here and hold their own. But they don't.
The chat is what it is.
Has anybody gave that offensive line credit on that play? How much space Tua had?
Yeah, but again, everybody executed great on that.
Looked to me like he would have been sacked though from the safety.
Sacked. That guy had so much space in front of him to step up. Skylar
he would have ran through the block. He would have ran. Oh Lord, not Skylar.
I left that alone. I left that alone. Ball game, but you know the guy coming around on the edge, he stopped.
Bro, I'm watching. I watch everything, bro.
I left alone because the safety was coming around the edge.
Hard.
It would either been a block in the back or a potential sack, but he just stopped on the play and gave up because. No contact on the quarterback, but hey, listen, man. Stop hating on Tua. Just get a man his pass and let me keep ethering him.
I want to see it with shoulder pads on,
y'all still going? My God, man!
We know you ran.
The foolishness never ends. The foolishness never ends.
It took one training camp play to get you back on the train.
Discussion. This is the discussion.
See, Pete. See, this is why I get this is why, you know what I mean? You can't be objective in this community. You really can't. If you give Tua, again, my critique of Tua is all film based. If he plays better, if he plays well, I give him a favorable evaluation. If he doesn't, I don't.
True.
But it's like you can't be objective. If you give Tua credit for a play he makes on the practice field or in a game, you a Tua-neer. You back on the Tua train. But if you critique him in a negative fashion for plays that he's not making, you're labeled as a Tua hater. And see, Pete, like you, people like you contribute a lot in this community to that foolishness. And it needs to stop, bro.
Of course.
That's what he needs to
stop. No, I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep it going.
No, but the thing is, the reason why I agree with EM because it's that thought process that really divides the fan base where you can't give an honest critique on the team.
TD said, "What'd you do, bro?"
I want to see it on I want to see it at least in preseason. I want to see it at least in preseason. Or matter of fact, I want to hear TD. I want to hear TD tell me he did it against Tampa joint practice with shoulder pads on.
Well, they hadn't played. They hadn't played. They hadn't had that practice yet, Pete. They hadn't had that practice yet.
So why EM are the first words I hear as soon as I click the stream is you screaming at TD that he's foaming out of the mouth.
You see how stupid he is, y'all? Y'all see how dumb this man is right here.
I don't know. I don't know what went on before that.
You see how dumb the man is showing his aptitude right now.
I'm admitting I don't know what went on before that. Those are the first words
don't come up here running your mouth then. Don't come up here running your mouth if you're clueless about what actually transpired in the conversation.
There was a very heated discussion.
You're showing your attitude right now, Pete.
When I heard those words,
or lack thereof,
the first people I thought about was the Tua guys are the ones that are foaming out of the mouth because they finally have some YouTube material to scream about. This is what is going on.
Educate yourself, Pete. Listen, I'm not going to turn up on you right now. Listen, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. It's Saturday afternoon. But listen here. Don't come up here, and especially coming at me like that, bro. Don't come up here half cocked, bro. You better have some. You better have that full. You better have a full chamber.
I have a
full and one in the pipe.
You might have EM, you might have backed out and not heard my take. Listen, first day of practice, Noah Igbenogany, he gets a pass deflection. They say it was almost intercepted. Second day of practice, he actually gets the interception. And now third day, when it's open to the fan base to just congratulate the fans and give them what they want to what they paid for, they let Tua get a deep bomb. That's what I feel. It was too easy. You see how Noah Igbenogany was backpedaling? He wasn't even in good body position. They gave that up to make the fan base proud, and that's what happened.
Y'all call me a hater. See, y'all be calling me a hater, but the real haters do stuff like this on Twitter. You know what the caption to this was? Tyreek and Waddle carrying Tua into the playoffs.
Dang.
And y'all call me a hater.
It's okay.
This type of stuff.
It's okay.
That's real hate right
there.
there.
Nobody don't care about that.
In the playoffs.
Anybody with any common sense know one person gonna get there by themselves. So it don't matter whether.
Yep.
Yeah, they on Twitter and they trying to tag me, and then people coming at me talking about, see, you is a hater. I ain't put it. They just tagged me. Like, God.
So by affiliation.
The question would be why the question would be why they felt so comfortable tagging you though.
Yeah,
but
I know, right? They didn't tag me.
Ball game.
They didn't tag ball
But
game.
that goes way back though. They can, bro. Anybody can tag you that type of stuff and then make you look even worse. Because
they felt really comfortable tagging you with it though. See what I'm saying?
But ball game. Here's the problem. Once they tag me, everybody see me tagged on it, and they feel like it comes from me.
Well, maybe they just felt like it was more appropriate for them to send it to you because of your past shenanigans.
Oh my God! No, this is more like me, ball game. See, I will post something like this, ball game. I will post something from Kurt Warner that says the most deceiving stat in the new NFL is completion percentage. Tells us very little on its own. Due to the nature of so many throws in this game, really have to watch the film to understand a quarterback's accuracy. That's something I will post.
Okay, so you So what you're saying is you're maturing.
That's right. Ain't nobody maturing ball game. I always
you're maturing.
Like
no.
Always been like
do you
this,
dare
ball
say
game.
TD is exhibiting growth here?
You know I love your career.
Okay.
Is he growing ball game?
Maybe I am growing.
Has he graduated from foolish talk yet?
As long as he can throw passes like he did today, maybe I'll become a grown man. How about that?
Yo, TD and panel.
Until then, I'm a little boy in the candy store. How about that? Having fun.
TD, man, real quick, gentlemen. I just want to say thanks for having me on. I gotta head out.
Nah, Von Joe, you on the hit list now.
No, come on, man. My face. I'm in Atlanta. My face.
You done blew him head up.
Salute to your homie for just telling the truth.
I'm in Atlanta and I'm still outside. Come on, my face.
I never did this to you, Von. I never did this to you, Von
always
Joe.
wins in the long run, baby.
I
The
never
truth
did this
always
to you, Von
wins in the
Joe, but
long run.
You earned it today.
Salute to you, homie.
I'm more curious of what Charger EM's using.
Full salute to the panel. Thanks for having me on. Truly appreciate it. I'm gonna keep listening. Man, fins up, everybody.
Salute to you, homie. Hey, I'll be in touch. Von Joe, I'll be in touch real soon. Von Joe, I'll be in touch real soon.
Is anybody as curious as I am about what?
And he just get it.
Is anybody as curious as I am about what Charger EM's got? That was quick, man.
Yeah.
I want one of them.
He got that 2,000. He got that Tua super pack. He a Tua near, bro. He get charged up when he start talking about Tua.
The charge responds to foolishness. So it detects foolishness. It's got a foolishness detector in it.
He's back on it.
So when it detects foolishness on these panels, the charge automatically goes like 3 to 4 times faster. So that's what happens. That's exactly what happens.
He low-key loved Tua too.
He said that because the dead battery was alive. He said that.
Listen, man.
That's what it is.
I know I
Hey,
love Tua, but I ain't on no level like EM. He be having dreams about the man.
Here he go.
I'm sorry,
Here he
EM.
go.
You did tell
Here
me
he
that in
go.
confidence. You
TD,
did tell
quick
me that in
question.
confidence.
Here he
I'm
go.
sorry, bro.
Here he go.
Don't
Really?
let that affect our friendship, bro. You did tell me that in confidence. Please forgive me, man. I'm sorry.
Oh man, that is funny.
I've
That
learned
is funny.
to not let anything EM says affect our friendship. Otherwise, you can't be friends.
But you let the chat get to you.
They don't get to me. That's the platitude.
EM can be way more harsh on you than the chat.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, it's not getting to me. I'm just an excitable person. That's really all it is.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
Oh man, really? Color? They don't get to you, color? Really? Oh, I can't tell. I can't tell now.
Platitudes get to me. Platitudes get to me. Yeah. If you notice, the things I do call out in chat when I do are all about correcting platitudes. I can't stand platitudes.
All right.
That's all it's all about.
Okay.
I'm not really in my feels, man. People just put
Hey,
that
TD. Hey, TD.
Yeah.
Did you watch the clip of the beginning of practice today? Where Tyreek
Tua coming out?
No, Tyreek came out and hyped up the crowd and everything.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I saw it.
Tyreek is good for Miami, bro.
He the new leader, bro. Last year that was Tua on the mic, and this year's Tyreek for the first camp. He's a new leader at the end of the day, so he better lead the troops. We just need to come to that realization. He's our leader. So that's the guy.
They needed him. So they knew that they needed that. That's what they liked last year. They handled about it. It was Devontae Parker was supposed to be it.
And a lot is on Tyreek. A lot is on Tyreek now. He needs to lead this team. He needs to earn that money and show his leadership all year. Even if things get tough, be our leader and get us out of it.
And you know, TD, the thing I've also said before about Tyreek on that note is the one thing that he's bringing is, he's been with a championship organization most of his career.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows organizationally what it takes to be a championship organization. He's witnessed it firsthand. And I think he brings a lot of what we're seeing is a manifestation of that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like, I hate to say it, but it's almost like in Tyreek we trust. You know what I mean?
It's gonna have to be, bro.
On Tyreek,
I know it don't have to be.
We trust.
That's up to Tua. It really is.
It's gonna have to be a lot of changes.
The only person that's going to change perception is Tua. He'll tell you that himself.
The changes have already happened.
I guarantee you,
they already started happening. Once Mike Daniels,
I'll be seeing him, Mr. Ballgame.
The first day McDaniels took over and he started assembling his coaching staff, and they tried to figure out a direction for this offense, and they sat down and they started emailing the players PDFs of, what they were going to be running scheme wise. That's when the changes started. But he had that it's conceptually everything is perfect. But when you go out and you spend the money they spent to put the pieces out there, you can't help but at some point become giddy about the possibilities, because I can't recall, man, it's been a long time since I've seen this much talent on the offensive side of the ball for the Miami Dolphins.
On that wholeheartedly.
Let me ask you this. So are you not seeing is the running game being left out on person? What's going on, brothers? Is the running game being left out on purpose so they don't know what's coming, or
the flash?
The passing. They're trying
what's flashy right now? What's flashy? What's flashy with pads on? Without pads on, what's flashy? What can you really see?
Deep passes, just like that.
That's it. That's all you're gonna get. Right? Come Tuesday,
great point.
The physicality of this thing comes to play. The defense gets to reset some rules. Then we'll see what this offense is and see if they can actually
do is walkthroughs with running stuff.
That's
running game stuff.
But I'm saying, can it be a possibility where they're trying to leave the run game out so they don't divulge too much of what their offense is going to be like?
Listen, when he came out, and all these players will come out and exclusively said that we're going to be featuring a wide zone scheme. That pretty much tells you exactly everything you need to know. They're going to be looking to be athletic up front, get across the face of the defender, wall off the backside so there's no penetration towards that spot, and let the running backs find space. That's it. But you got to have a level of toughness to be able to do that. But it requires more athleticism than anything. And
I
our
also
guys
think it's a little early, Shake, to be
the
a
guys
little
up
bit
front.
concerned about that. You know what I mean? Not to dismiss your point, but just to say it for me, it's a little bit early to be kind of concerned about that. Like what other teams are, what we're exposing. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not concerned.
This is why it's so well. This is also why it's so hard for McDaniel, because it's hard for him to get a look at our offense and players he needs to evaluate without giving up too much. Like I got to get him in this play to see if they can do this or that, but I also don't want this play to get out there. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're going to see a lot more of that heading into the preseason, where it gets more and more difficult to ride that line.
The guy can look amazing right now, and then as soon as they put them pads on, and the defense has an opportunity to put their hands on them and grab.
Yeah, and now for
and
the passing and all that, and now is the perfect time, because right now is so early that a lot of other teams ain't looking at each other too deeply in that regard. They're thinking like me, it's too early to really garner any information. So now is precisely the time when you
won't
dial
hear
up stuff
they're
in the
not going
pass
to tell
game
you.
and, send
But they're not going
messages.
to tell you. Listen, one thing for certain, I think without a shadow of a doubt, is that he said out the gate there's going to be an emphasis on running the ball. But how they go about doing that, that's going to be left under those. But I doubt you see much of that. You might hear about a couple different things happening in the run game, just so that they keep you understanding that that's going to be that's going to be a part of this offense. But the intricacies of that you won't see. You won't hear about it, because it's the run game for most teams is it's not really hard to defend the run if you're physical and you're willing to be physical on defense. You know what I mean? It's alignment and assignment. So you give away a lot as an offense when you start talking about the intricacies of your running attack. So a lot of that I think they're gonna keep to themselves until
100%. 100%.
It's time to, what I'm saying, put it out there when it really counts.
I think Tuesday you'll get more physicality though, and being able to see what the run game is.
Are the pads coming on Tuesday?
Yeah,
Tuesday.
That's what's up.
So
Tuesday will show exactly who's willing to whose balls have dropped and who's willing to commit to the physicality.
And this is more physicality even in the secondary and everything.
Yep.
But look at the screen. This was last year. This week.
Oh man!
I went to camp every day.
Are these receipts, TD?
These are my receipts.
Oh,
my Lord looked like a top 5 quarterback today.
I love it.
This was me last year. Having hope. This was me last year. Tua Tagovailoa looked like a top 5 quarterback today. Let's discuss the details. And shockingly, it's one of my most viewed videos at the time, over almost 11,000. Yeah.
TD, hang on. You're not closing down the stream anytime soon, are you?
Not right now.
Okay, well, stand by. I just gotta hang on. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
But this was last year, and this is the same energy everybody had last year, and this is why I kind of pause sometimes and say, let's wait and see. Let's get some consistency.
Not me. I always err on the side of caution. I was the one person last year consistently out here saying they gotta figure out an identity. I don't care. They're gonna struggle early. The offense is gonna look anemic as hell. I said all of that because I understand that.
But
that's a lot.
You remember what we reported in camp though, because I was there. He was actually hitting everybody. It was zone, but he was hitting everybody. He looked.
I don't care about that though.
Remember this
that's
day.
Our guys,
He looked better than the reports today. He looked better than the reports today because he did 10 times more in that one practice.
Yeah, but I don't care. Me personally, I don't care about that though, because our guys aren't out there looking to take our guys' heads off. You see what I'm saying? I need to see him in live.
Will mean a lot.
Yeah, exactly. The joint practices is where I'm gonna gauge where we are in terms of what this growth curve and what this learning curve for them is gonna look like for the first couple of weeks out the gate, because it's brutal. It's a brutal schedule right out the gate. We can't afford to come out of that thing less than. At the very least, we need to be at least 3-3. Anything above that sets us up. That's gonna be tough because everybody gonna. No, I don't necessarily know. It just depends on who can get their foundational pieces for the offense in place faster. And some of the teams, unfortunately, that we're gonna be playing early, they already have done that. Like we we have more offensive pieces that have to gel a lot faster. New England doesn't have to face that. They only brought in a one wide receiver. Their offensive line moved a couple people around. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, you got 11 people on offense. If you only replace 3, you still had 8 guys with continuity and understanding. So having what we brought in, arguably seven new pieces.
Yeah.
So our growth, our learning curve is a little more pronounced, and which means that they got to work through a lot more than these other guys do right out the gate. But you only take it 1 week at a time, so we just got to stack ourselves up against
who's that
New England
game ball game. Who's the 6th game after the Jets?
Vikings.
Yeah.
Okay, 3-3.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
I personally feel like this team needs to be 4-2 ball game.
And I said
at
the worst.
Yeah,
I said at the worst.
And that's not a feat. That's not easy because the only guarantee that ain't even a guarantee is the Jets.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but that Minnesota game, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a little concerned about. I hope we are in our stride by the end.
Cook get busy, bro.
I mean, they got a top receiving core too, and they got a quarterback who delivered them the ball.
Yeah.
Minnesota, the Jesse Davis revenge game.
Jesse Davis over there, man. If Jesse Davis playing well, I'm gonna be. See, never mind.
Well, I don't even want to hear Jesse Davis' name.
EM, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. Yeah.
But do you remember that EM last year in training camp when I did that stream saying Tua played like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL today?
Yeah.
I remember it.
Yeah, I do.
These are those things though, y'all, that
you're not a real hater, TD. You just
I am.
Ball game. I got to push back a little bit. I don't think TD is a complete hater. I think there's a level of hate in his heart, and it all goes back to Josh Rosen. You and I know this.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't think he's a complete hater like a lot of these fans in this community.
Right.
So
that's what I'm
saying. It all goes back to Rosen, baby.
We love him to death, man. I'm just trying to give him benefit of the doubt so I don't have to, you know what I'm saying?
I embrace being a hater because everybody running cry to me when he do something well, and they don't even understand. Hey, thank you.
I don't even know
get the panel's opinion of something.
I don't even know what we up here talking about. Quarterback 1 showed up today. We going to the Super Bowl, baby. He's back.
That's what I like to hear, Lewis.
Here you go. That's
what I like to hear.
Here you go. Here we go.
Look.
You've been hanging around TD too long, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Is in the middle.
You've been hanging around TD too long.
1 week at a time, bro. 1 week at a time.
Man, Lewis, you talk your talk, Lewis.
QB1 is in the building.
Showed up today,
so
baby.
I'm sold, baby. I'm sold. Also, 2 throws. I'm sold. QB1.
Hey, Skylar Thompson balled out today, baby. QB1.
I know that's right.
Skylar Thompson.
You've been listening to Tony 2 throws too long, bro.
I need the panel's opinion on something. Do you guys think it's odd or interesting that Craycraft has been taking so many reps with the first team in Tua?
Nah, not really. They need to be able to see River, man. River Craycraft came from
a good ball handler. I mean, he really catches.
He came from River. He from out there in Cali. He played at Santa Margarita. My boys played against him. He was a good solid athlete.
Got really good catching skills, bro.
But maybe Tua is actually second team. You never know.
Talk to him, TD. Talk to him.
They keeping that Jimmy G spot warm.
Sheffield will make the roster for Craycraft will.
All I know is when TD compliments Tua, I know it ain't fluff. I know it's genuine.
I mean, I don't know how Craycraft affects the politics
missing
of
an
all
action
that.
ball game. I don't know
when has TD ever complimented Tua on anything?
I complimented something to be complimented on. I complimented him today.
About him. You sat here for 5 minutes and gave him a compliment, but you spent the next 4.5 hours, right, foaming at the mouth, critiquing the throw that you gave him credit for.
What are you talking about? You
makes
talking
no
about
sense.
A 20-minute argument between me and you with somebody lied and told you got me. What, bro? You can keep trying to go back there if that's your only saving grace.
Well, you already know. I've been dominating you for years, TD. You know that. You know this.
All right. Listen, man. When people lose in the battle, they start calling me a hater and bringing up
You
Rosen.
know
That's all I know.
You hater.
You know
Hey,
at the
what's
end of
up,
the
y'all?
day, my quarterback QB1 Tua Tagovailoa balled out today, and he gonna lead us to the Super Bowl with that type of play. All y'all haters that don't like what I just said, get over it. It is what it is. If you can't accept that,
condescending.
but if you
It sounds so
talk
condescending when you say it, though. Like, I want to believe you.
The Tuaneers actually tell me that I'm not allowed
Ballgame
anymore.
said, I want to believe you.
Hey,
I want to believe him, but he sounds so condescending, bro.
And you know how he can flip on you.
No, hold on.
He'll flip on you in a heartbeat.
Let's make sure we're clear here. Okay, TD's real. Hold on. Maybe we need to do this real quick. TD's real self. Great day by Tua. Amazing. Period. No questions asked. But that don't mean nothing. At the end of the day, great day. Didn't I just pull up for y'all what I said last year on this exact day? Tua looked like a number 5 overall, a top 5 quarterback. Did it mean anything? So I'm celebrating the victory of today. And I'm actually truly 1,000% happy about it, begging that on Tuesday we can see consistency. But this notion that, TD a believer now, like I said, week 1 to week 18, I believe it when I see it. But good job today, Tua. Good way to go out there and actually play like a legitimate quarterback, because you did, and you earned the kudos and the accolades. Let's make sure we clear here. But it means absolutely nothing, because history has meant absolutely nothing.
And
so
I
wanted to put that on record to make sure nobody knew which way I was wavering or changing.
TD, I don't. Listen,
it's okay
I don't think.
Put on
Listen,
your Tua jersey, TD. You can put it on
and
right
look
now.
at them eyes.
TD.
You guys accuse me of being in my feels. Look at them eyes on that man.
No, I don't think nobody's saying no. I don't think nobody's expectation is based off this practice and off one throw.
Yeah.
The expectation is that Tua is gonna, he's gonna take. He's going to be a top 5 quarterback this year. Nobody's saying. I don't think nobody's saying that.
Nobody said that. I was just giving where I stand right now. My official
stand. Backpedaling, Stop the backpedaling.
Did he have that good of a day, or is it all about that one throw? I didn't hear about the practice yet.
Well, he had a whole bunch of good throws in the one-on-ones, and then that was a good 11-on-11 throw.
TD, I got a question for you. So, I don't know if you guys remember last year when Tua had a similar pass to Albert Wilson, but there wasn't fans there. There was nobody there to record it, and the Dolphins media did the weird thing where they zoom in on the football all the way. So, do you think if that pass would have had like the whole somebody recording it, fans there, it would have been just as much like craziness as the pass today? Because he did the similar thing last year.
Yeah, that would have been raved about regardless, because again, we say the similar thing, but I don't remember it, which there you have it. I don't remember it, but
yeah,
this would have still been, if nobody was at practice and they would have released that on film, even if they showed from one clip to another, of course you'd have had the people saying, oh, they clipped that or whatever, that's fake. But it would have been raved about, because this is different. You literally
earlier.
It's like in stride. I mean, man's arms are out. The guy, you see what I mean? Think about underthrown would have been picked. All of that stuff. This was like perfect. You saw protection from the line. You saw Tua step up from the rush coming around the edge. You saw, this would have been raved about on the same level.
And let's face it, the fans needed it. If I was in that crowd with the fans today, I would have jumped up and thrown my arms up just like the rest of them did. That was gorgeous.
Not me.
Well, I wouldn't have threw mine up no more, because last year
I get what you're saying, Mr. Ballgame, but I'm not. I don't.
No, he does that in the game. That's when I'm throwing. When it's game time, when the bullets are live, when we're in the foxhole and he makes a play like that, that's when I'll be jumping up and down.
I ain't gonna jump up and down. I'm gonna say good job.
I'll clap, but I'm not doing that at practice.
If we got fans jumping out of the damn practice stadium when a man does it in practice,
they already ready to put him in the Hall of Fame after that throw.
You understand what I mean? Like, I forgot on average, and we talking about practice.
They ready to put him in the Hall of Fame after that throw.
What are you drooling over, EM? It was a good throw, though, bro. Stop.
Hey,
Fins for life. Fins for life. We're calling the appetizer for the main
Why
course.
y'all hating at the end of the day?
You gotta eat it.
Victory. This man threw
You know,
a dime to
I still gotta eat my
Tyree.
appetizer.
That's 7 points. Y'all
We
gotta
haven't
stop,
seen that since
Talk to him,
Alabama.
TD.
Really,
QB1.
really.
Now y'all really being haters, bro. No.
I tell you what, TD, if there were commentators calling that pass, they would have said, "What a perfect pitch and catch." It's just a standard throw that every quarterback knows how to do. It's not a difficult throw like you were saying.
Don't tell him
High school quarterbacks could throw that.
Don't tell
Thank you.
Damn.
That's all he originally said. Was that if you
he
go in the
belongs-
backyard and
for the
throw a
EM,
football,
he belongs in the
it's
Hall of
less
Fame after that
difficult.
one.
degree
Yeah,
of
I know.
difficulty.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
At the end of the day, y'all
Put him in the
real
Hall of
talk.
Fame right now. Get his
Real
bust.
talk.
Get his
All-
jacket ready. Get
all
him fitted
jokes-
already.
Get them fitted.
All jokes aside, though, man, at the end of the day, I think for all Dolphin fans, this was a positive day. It was a positive day. It was a great day, one that we need to build upon, you know. And when them pads go on, I just hope that we don't get kicked right back down. You see what I mean? So,
Well,
so
yeah. I mean, we want all of our players to continue on their development on an upward trajectory. But listen, we got to give them the opportunity to at least put the tape out there, put it on film. And again, we just got to take it on a game by game, repetition by repetition basis. If you do that, you take emotion out of the evaluation and just let the film do the talking. It lessens the disappointment. You know what I mean? At least from my perspective, I've learned that over the years. So
EM, you weren't here when Ball Game said this, but I'm gonna ask you before we tell you. First 6 games, what does the record have to be?
First 6 games, okay. Record have to be for what? What in terms of like, okay, obviously making the playoffs perspective, or Tua being the guy perspective.
Tua being the guy. That's a little different from the question, Ball Game, but that's good.
First 6 games, from a team. Well, I'll address both.
You know the opponents, and after the Jets,
yeah.
it's the Vikings.
Well, from a team perspective, I think they need to be 3-3. But from a Tua perspective, out of them 6 games, he got to be 4-2. He got to come out 4-2 out of them first 6 games. You got to show me that you on that stage when you're the guy.
But you got to beat 2 of the 4 good teams we play between that.
Absolutely, you got to show me that you can match. You know,
and that's making an assumption that we beat the Jets and the Patriots, but the other 4 we got to beat.
He needs to win a game.
Hang on, let me finish. You got to show me Tua. I'm talking to Tua now. You have to show me that you can match Joe Burrow on the road in a hostile environment. You got to show me that you can match Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Right. If you are if you think of yourself or your aspirations are becoming a top tier guy, you got to beat these guys. You got to
go on the road to Cincinnati.
Absolutely.
And on the road at Baltimore.
Did y'all see that?
You got to beat the Baltimore defense. You got to beat the Bengals defense. You got to beat the Patriots defense.
Did y'all see the white? Did y'all see the white jerseys that the Bengals releasing in our game?
Fire.
They do it in our game.
You see the helmet?
Did you see the white and black jerseys? They were
you see the helmet?
Yeah, the white and black helmet too.
Yeah, this is the first time they wear it, so you know they coming out trying to
make super clean.
The helmet is fire.
And
that jersey.
And again with Tua, and again from a football perspective, you know, again, if you're one of those guys, Tua, and you've got the weaponry, you've got the talent, you're equipped offensively to be able to go in and match or exceed any top level guy in the NFL. You just have to do your part. He just has to do his part.
2-4 and he averages 4 touchdowns a game.
They got 2 receivers ranked at number 5, and they got Joe Burrow's receivers ranked at like number 3 or something like that.
Well, that's about right.
Hey, hang on. See, look. This is what I'm saying about these idiots.
No, but that's real.
No. There's a backstory. There's always a backstory. Look at this idiot Bishop Seymour's finest. Listen, I thought winning record ain't a QB stat. Ian moving the goalpost. Who said anything about what I just said about that being a quarterback stat? Look at this dude.
I just
I don't even call them idiots when I address them, TD. I don't even
Look
call
at
them
these idiots, bro.
I told you earlier, EM got the same problem. He
No, it's a backstory. That idiot.
I'm saying I don't even call them idiots.
No, that dummy been talking mess for a while now, bro. So there's a backstory. That dummy been talking mess for a while now, bro.
Talk to him,
EM, you got to be nice, man. All right.
Nah, man, bro. These idiots, bro. Nah. Color, I don't. Now, Color and I don't agree on a lot, but I do not disagree on Color addressing these idiots when it's appropriate. Bro, you ain't gonna sit your behind in the chat because they don't dare come up on the platform. They don't dare come up on the platform.
At the end of the day, EM, address the criticism. It's warranted. It's not a QB stat. So what you said kind of inferred to the fact that
no. I said no. Let's stop. I thought I clarified myself. I said from a team perspective, if we're 3-3, okay, in terms of us having a chance to make the playoffs, we need to split them games just to have a chance. But in terms of Tua's long-term projection, what did I say? I said 4-2, and you have to be on that stage. You have to be able to put yourself in a position to match or exceed your counterpart at that position. That's what I said, bro.
Well, let me add. Let me add context. Well, hold on one more second, Sig Money. Let me add a little context that I think you may be leaving out. That's with the assumption that the team does its part, and it comes down to that where the QB needs to be able to outmatch the opposing guy.
Big fact.
And that makes sense.
If Tua comes out and matches, because it's a real possibility.
Then it ain't on him.
Hang on. If Josh Allen comes out and throws for 350 and Tua matches that and we still lose, I'm not going to criticize Tua for that.
That's actually a win for him.
Not on Tua.
That's a win.
I'm not going to criticize Tua for that.
I'd be totally fine with that.
See these dummies? They're dummies. Bishop Seymour is no, it should be Bishop Seymour's worst. He's an idiot. He's a dummy.
But hold on. What is Tua getting them yards at garbage time? We down 20, and he's getting them yards at garbage time.
Yeah, I don't want to.
That's not his fault.
I don't care about none of that.
No. Listen. Like
that defense was better. That's what that means.
Our eye test.
What if he averages 4 touchdowns a game?
Well. Yeah.
Averages. What if they're 2-4 and they average 4 touchdowns a game?
Who?
That means that the defense.
Yeah, that means the defense fell off. Yeah,
severely regressed.
So they put up 28 points. They put up 28 points, and we still losing games. Then
that's not on the offense.
That's defense. That's clearly
that's the D, bro. Look at what happened with Deshaun 2 years ago. The man had a historically great season, but yet his team was 4-12.
Yep.
No,
and let me say this too. We need to understand, man. If you put up 28 points, your offense did their job.
Yeah.
On average, and that is top 8 in the NFL in the worst year. So at the end of the day, but people also need to realize we were 19.7 or something. Going to 28 is massive, more massive than people think.
Yeah.
It's more massive than you think.
It is.
Like this is like based on paper, we should go up to at the 1 year to about 24, 25 if we lucky. But 28, man,
and above. Those are the upper tier offenses in the league.
Man, I'm telling you. So I think people need to temper expectations. But if we do reach that feat, then I'm sorry, the aspirations change. We have bigger goals than we thought. You got an offense putting up 28 a game, and we know what our defense is. Come on, man.
Let's focus on the baseline. Let's focus on the baseline first. Just get to the postseason first, and anything after that, okay, we'll adjust our aspirations and our expectations accordingly. But
our defense plays like it's supposed to. That's 13 wins for sure. Should be 12 to 13 wins.
Man, I don't know, man. This schedule.
What do you got the record at, TD? What you think our record is?
You got to understand, when you say 13, you're automatically saying you're only losing 4. And we sitting here saying all we need to be is 3-3 to start out. That's already 3 losses.
No, but I'm talking about y'all talking about averaging 28 points a game.
Oh, if you average 28 points a game, bro, I'm going to tell you now, you might be 14 plus wins.
That's what I'm saying.
Defense,
I don't know about 14, but
with this defense, though, EM, because holding people down.
I don't know about 14, but that's a stretch, I think.
I mean, come on, bro. Look at the points you give up in a year.
Yeah, but again,
I think this defense is capable of holding people to 20.
No, not you. You mean to tell me you think this defense is you talk about a Joe Burrow led offense? Are they going to hold that offense to 20?
I ain't saying everyone. I'm saying on average.
The problem is our schedule ball game. Buffalo. They gonna. I mean, come on. I mean,
a Cleveland, Deshaun Watson led Cleveland Brown offense potentially.
Let's count it up. Buffalo. No, he gonna ball game.
No, he playing that game. I'm telling you now, ball game.
He won't play. He gonna miss at least 10 games.
Oh no, ball game. That's when he comes and plays us right after.
They gave how many games they gave Zeke?
Ball game.
But again, ball game. I'm
going off week 11 or something. Ball game.
Ball game. They had evidence on Zeke. What did they present to the NFL? What did they present to that judge? According to the NFL findings, no violence, no coercion, no rape, no sexual assault, none of that. What are you suspending them for?
It's actually more favorable for Watson, and let me tell you a detail that most people aren't talking about, which is crazy. I was shocked about it. The NFL ain't even investigating 24 women. Their case ain't even about 24 women. It's only about 4. They dropped out 1 because of her son came out and said that she was setting them up, but it's only about 4. What they sent to the independent mediator, the judge, is only 4 cases. They not even worrying about all the other stuff. They've already vetted it and said that we only got 4 that we're sending to her to evaluate. And out of those 4, they've already came back and said there is no force. There is no coercion. There is no evidence of physical.
What are you suspending him for? What are you suspending him for?
The real talk that they talk about ball game is why are you even suspending him if there's nothing?
Period.
So I believe
it brought a potential
negative light on the NFL.
Negative light on the NFL.
But that ain't what she's ruling on. No ball game.
You gotta keep. You gotta keep.
Oh, I agree, but it's not what she's ruling on, ball game. It's not what she's ruling on. She is independent of the negative stigma for the NFL. She's looking. I think he's getting 8 games max.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is, but that's him coming back to play us.
How many millions they gave him? Where they gonna be at in that point? They ain't gonna be in no position to be doing. 230.
They gave him 230 guaranteed.
Well, he's only getting $1 million this year.
They ain't putting him out there. They ain't gonna put him out there.
No, bro. But again, I do agree. You know, it brought, it casted the NFL, in a negative light. I agree with that. Just the optics of it alone. But again, when you're talking about, issuing out punishment, bro, you got to have evidence you have to have evidence to substantiate the punishment that you're trying to levy against anybody or any player. And again, based off the presentation that the NFL had with the arbitrator, what are we trying to suspend him for? If there was no violence, if there was no coercion, if there was no rape, sexual assault, et cetera, et cetera.
To sue the NFL if they give him more.
What are you suspending him for?
You can sue him what you want. Billionaires do what billionaires want to do. They don't care about that.
I don't think the billionaires care. They just want something and then move on. In my opinion.
I don't know, but it's whatever. I think he's gonna be in uniform when we play him.
I hope he is. So we can bust his ass and be done with it.
Here's something to consider as well, ball game. After week 8, they have a bye before they play us. Week 9 is a bye, and then they play us in week 10.
Good, so there won't be no excuses when we bust his ass.
Yeah, he'll have a whole 2 weeks to prepare for us.
Yeah,
and I want him out there. I want Tua. This is what I want. I said this privately. I'm gonna say it publicly.
Everybody got their offer.
I want Tua to make me feel like a complete buffoon for even entertaining the possibility of getting rid of him for Deshaun Watson. I want Tua to do that, bro. Please make me wrong, Tua. Please make me look like an idiot in front of our fan base. Please, I'm begging you.
I got a funny question. Well, it ain't funny, but like you guys actually saw him sitting answering questions. When they were asking him questions, it's just a little better to be.
That was as guilty as can be. I didn't force
I was like, damn, bro, I can't even be with you, man. I wanted to root for him, but it's like, damn, dog, you can't even.
But to be fair, I'm sitting here saying that's as guilty as can be, but what did he really do? All he did is say, "Hey, I want this from you." Okay,
so you didn't,
right?
You
and like I'm still waiting on the report where she was like, "No," and then he kept pushing, and none of that. That's the crazy part. He just met with a whole bunch of women and said, "I like you and I want you," and they were like,
The guy was like, "So is that normal for you to want a massage from a non-licensed?"
I have a girlfriend. I can't answer that.
Wow, man. Well, come on, man.
I'm done, man. I'm done.
Ball game, real talk. Ball game, real talk.
I have a girlfriend. I wasn't looking at her that way.
I need to issue
that.
Ball game, real talk. I think you need to issue Mr. Watson a public apology because you was killing him during that whole process, bro.
He ain't never gonna get it. He ain't never gonna get it because he shouldn't ever put it. Bro, he shouldn't ever put himself in that position.
I get it, but again,
you are a young black man, the face of an NFL billion-dollar franchise.
I understand, but y'all listen. The people that were criticizing him, they took it to another level. They was accusing this man of being everything in the book.
That wasn't me. I didn't say all that.
Well,
I didn't say all that. I just said all I said was
you didn't disagree with it either. You disagree with it either.
All them women came out. What am I supposed to stand on? What am I supposed to stand there and look and be like,
what did I say? What did I say? Ball game. Wait until all the intel is gathered. Wait until everything is presented. That's what I told you and everybody.
It was a bad situation.
Deshaun, Mr. Watson, I was wrong. I went off of prior knowledge that I had about your shenanigans at Clemson, and then I allowed that to cloud my judgment about what you could have possibly been doing in the NFL. I apologize. I was wrong. And I hope that somehow you can clear all this up to the point that everybody forgets about it and we move on from it and never look at you in the light in which they had you.
I mean,
ball game, but we still gonna bust his ass.
I get it. It was a
we
tough
still
situation.
Gonna bust your ass.
I get it. It was a tough situation when you had 25 plus people coming out saying this. It automatically makes you think there was some type of R word involved or force. Yeah. But it actually, even to a degree, when I read all the reports, it was shocking to me. I was dumbfounded. I'm like, I'm reading these reports and what the women are saying. Nobody is saying that he actually forced himself or did anything. Why?
And we was trying to tell all these people, bro, but people were in their feelings because they felt Tua's job was going to be threatened. Tua was going to get up out of here. They want to hang on to Tua so bad.
I can't believe that you're siding with this apist, TD. I'm unsubscribing and all. I'm like, but there's no reports. Not a single woman said he literally forcefully violated them.
Yo, I seriously think it's because these people don't want to get rid of Tua, so they're gonna put more heat on Deshaun.
Yeah,
exactly, bro.
I just hope that from this, he reevaluates his circle and put some no men
big time,
in the circle instead of all them yes men around him, because.
But you know what? The sad thing is, ball game, and I hope this isn't Deshaun Watson. The sad thing is, these young kids that got all this money, they leave a situation like this and be like, "Well, I gotta stop. I still ain't do nothing wrong."
Right?
Yeah, I was just walking at the line.
This whole situation here. Well, this whole situation here should shake him to his core. You know what I'm saying?
He was just the optics
of it. Look at what cost. At the end of the day, it costed him his destination of choice, right? Because we all know he wanted to be here, and he's scared. Well, I think the Dolphins. This is just me personally, though. I think if he really was if once they fired Flores, if he still wanted to come here, I think they still would have. I think they would have pulled the trigger at some point. But
I think he was done at that.
But
point.
Again, he needs to learn as a young man. Again, the firestorm that this created alone should shake him to his core, and hopefully he learns and becomes a better man for it.
He understands that, like, you're not some regular dude, bro. Like, you can't do any of those types. There's certain ways you gotta move.
Now, don't get me wrong, the ball game, but the mainstream media, they did have a campaign in attacking him too. And let me tell you let me tell you where it's proof. People are still saying on their podcast, major podcast, if he's found guilty, what are you talking about? Ain't no more guilty. The grand jury already said there ain't nothing here to bring no charge. There ain't no such thing as guilt.
And if I was Deshaun Watson, I would sue the Big O. Yeah, I'm gonna put Big O on blast right now, and I hope he listening.
Good.
If I'm Deshaun Watson, I'm suing his old behind. I really am, because that man called him a rapist, a sexual assaultist, and I mean just painting him in such
He's talking about the
negative
Lardo.
light in regards to the situation.
It's not Big O, it's Lardo.
Yeah, exactly. I'm suing
What I'm more
his
concerned
behind.
with is
I'm
everyone.
getting him
I
up off
walked
the
into
air,
the
bro.
kitchen just now. Hold on, EM. I gotta say something, and this is gonna tug at your heartstrings, EM. I just was in the kitchen just now and heard what was going on when Deshaun Watson first got brought up about whether he's gonna be ready to play and all that. I just want to say, man, anybody that is worried about whether he's gonna be ready for us or not needs to go and take their Dolphin fan card and put it right in the shredder. Because if he's good enough to come out of, 2 years off the field, he's good enough to come in and beat us, then he's good enough to beat us in the playoffs too. So what are we even talking about here?
He's good enough.
Maybe he is, but I ain't scared. I ain't going to sit here and be like, no, hopefully we get Jacoby or hopefully we get Josh Rosen instead of Deshaun. Well, you're getting Deshaun in the playoffs, so deal with it. I mean, I ain't, man, come on. I almost flipped over backwards hearing people say, we got it. Oh, no. I want Deshaun Watson.
I don't want any of those guys.
As soon as he's ready.
Not me.
You can't shy away from competition.
I don't want any of those guys. I'm good.
That's the whole thing, though. We want to see Tua beat good competition.
Yeah, exactly. If he's that guy,
right now is Buffalo.
If he's that guy,
bring it.
If he's that guy, if he has aspirations, like I saw an interview he had in the offseason. He was saying about how I want to be an MVP conversation. I want to go to Pro Bowl. Who said that? I want to be Pro Bowl. I want to go to multiple Pro Bowls. Well, to achieve that goal,
I didn't know that.
you have to beat these other top guys. You got to match these other top guys consistently. That's what when you get. So no, man. Tua got to make plays, bro.
That's what I'm
Tua
saying.
has to make
I want to know as early as
big time
where we're at. I want Buffalo. I want Buffalo tomorrow. I don't even want to. I'll forfeit the Patriots game. I want Buffalo.
No, we ain't forfeited nothing. But hey, if you think about it,
news and be like, what were you saying?
Hey, if you think about it, if you go back to Alabama,
it is we are what we are. And if we
don't
expect anything, then bring on Buffalo right now.
Yeah, we'll scrimmage them tomorrow. But if you go back to Tua's whole career, he really ain't never been under no pressure. It's always been. I mean, everybody says he did this, did that. He can throw about whatever. He's done everything. He's the best college quarterback. Yada yada yada. But he's never been under pressure.
He's never been under pressure until those games you had to win at the end of the season.
Yeah, it said. I'm about to say. It said the Clemson throw and a couple other games. That's it.
Hang on, I see a comment in the trench that said Tua never said, stop it. You need to do your research, bro. I heard it was an interview that he had early in his offseason, and they were interviewing him. And Tua put that, he said he was clear about that. I want to be one of the best. I want to be in the MVP conversation. I want to make Pro Bowls. That's a direct quote.
You got to figure out that one and send it to me because I like that. That's the type of Tua I want to hear.
Are supposed to talk.
Why would I mean, really, if you're serious about your craft, bro, if you're prideful about your craft, being the 5th pick overall, why wouldn't you want to have those aspirations, bro, as a player?
Exactly.
I think Tyreek coming here is not for his skill, which is obviously that's what we brought him here for, but his mentality, and I think it gave Tua more confidence as far as he's a little more cocky.
He's healthy, bro.
Not cocky. That's a bad word for him, but like
I think he was always confident.
It's the perfect word. It's the perfect word, and it's what we need around these parts.
I'll drink to that.
Like I said, I heard it come out of his mouth.
You heard his interview, y'all. Everybody thought what I just said was kind of unreasonable, but you heard what Tyreek said yesterday in his presser. They scared Leapless.
Well, they better be. I hope
they're scared of us. Ain't the other way around. Listen to the way, but look at the way Buffalo fans clipped my show and started talking. Oh, look at this guy, and their fans got all in their fields. They are so easy to stoke right now because they know they haven't even gotten through the Patriots yet. They are not the kings of our division.
Hey fellas, listen, man, we're 6 hours. We're 6 hours in at this point. I think that this is a good stopping point until tomorrow. If you really pumped and excited about what happened today, before you get out of here, I'll let you know that Finside the NFL is live right now, so you can continue to stay pumped. There's some good content over there. They're gonna be talking about everything that went down today. So you have an opportunity to go check them out. And if you one of those people always starting drama, don't be going in no comment section starting negative stuff.
Just, you already know that. That's a given, TD.
If you already go over, show the community some love and go get. hey, listen, there's 500 Dolphin fans in there right now, man. Y'all get up in there. Shout out to our new subscribers today. We got, let me see my final count. Today we got 56 new subscribers on the channel. Amazing. Welcome to the channel. We had about 680 people in here at one point. All y'all new subscribers, thank y'all so much. But all y'all returning subscribers, man, thank y'all for showing love. But right now, man, Dolphin content is out there. And right now, Finside is live. I just noticed that. And I've been going too long. It's time for me to enjoy my family. I will see y'all tomorrow.
If I may, real quick, TD, I want to say to everybody, to the panel, salute. It's always an honor to be up here engaging with so many bright, insightful football minds, TD included. But I really, really, really want to thank everybody, all the new subscribers, and I want to welcome them officially to welcome to TD Foolish Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin Foolish fans. Thank y'all again. Thank y'all so much for your support for TD.
So Victorian,
it is greatly appreciated. I'm sure.
So Victorian, man.
It is greatly appreciated. Salute to everybody in the chat. Everybody that is always showing TD Foolish Talk some love. But salute to y'all.
Before you close out, I want to say I apologize. I was joking earlier. If I did have an issue with you, I know how to get to you directly. But I was just joking.
I just was like, well, what did I do? But you all good, man. I knew it was, I figured it was a joke. But you know, I did double check.
And all I want to say is quarterback one is in the building. QB1.
Thank you.
We sat up here for 6 hours arguing about nothing. QB1 is in the building.
Lewis, you need to put that Twitter sauce down, man.
I know, right?
Keep that, Lou. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy.
You already know, yeah. You already know. QB1.
Way to go, Lou.
Way to sound off. Hey, man, but we finna get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We're going to jam out before we go. This is 2000. This is a salute to everybody that's always put the work in. You in this song, too, ball game.
Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out DDW. He's rating. That's my peer review. These haters keep on hating, and it's starting to feel like deja vu. Insanity and Chef Jew. I can't forget my day one crew. EM Reason ball game. The recognition's overdue. I share with you my point of view, and this is what it's got us to success. My haters say I'm a mess. They say that I'm a pest and not depressed, and I'm obsessed with
oh man! Salute, gentlemen! Salute!
Let's get it!
Salute!
When they regress, I make progress, and my attention they get less. They feel neglected. CPS. If they don't pay, I repossess. Now I digress and decompress and take recess and clear my chest. I must confess, I am the best. Like, hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic, repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out DDW. He's great, and that's my peer review. These haters keep on hating, and it's starting to feel like deja vu. Insanity and Chef Jew. I can't forget my day one.
I'm out, y'all.
Reason ball game. The recognition's overdue. I share with you my point of view. This is what it's got us to success.
I'm out, gentlemen. Until next time.
To the Super Bowl.
Next time.
No matter the cost, man, we willing to pay the toll. 50 plus years, and they all ended in tears. Now it's time to pop bottles, celebrate, scream, cheers. Hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic, repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out to my day one crew. We only here because of you.